Okay, so normally the sound should be now way better. Ronan, can you confirm this to me? Because in fact I have different speakers, different microphones, and different web camera. Okay, so the sound now is now correct. And Ronan, can you please confirm me that you can see my screen properly, so to say, the current slide that I'm showing right now. So I'm just going to put it full screen. Yep. And then, yeah, so it's telling me that everything is correct. I'm just going to ask you, Ronan, sorry, final thing. So can you confirm me that the image is good, that the sound is good, and that I can start launching MatomoCamp? Just waiting for your signal. You can just ping me and send me. I'm seeing all the different messages that you are sending me. Okay. So the image is good, the sound is good, and the image is okay. Okay. So normally I should be good to start. So sorry for the small delay. It's currently 9:10 Central European time. The event was supposed to start at 9 a.m., but due to technical issues, I'm starting this event a bit in late. Sorry for that. Main reason is like I realized that in the time schedule that I was showing, so to say, if you go on MatomoCamp.org and if you look at the time schedule, I made a small mistake. I communicate about Central European time, and there's two options over here to change the time zone. And if you look at European Berlin, of course, the event is postponed from 1 hour. So in fact, this option shouldn't be here. The event is supposed to start at 9 a.m. and the time schedule that you are having a look right now, even though it's indicated over here at UTC, normally, no, it has to be in fact in Central European time. So the event is starting at 9 a.m. right now, Paris, Berlin, and wherever you are on the planet. The event is starting right now at 9 a.m. and will end at midnight today. So there's no events on November the 15th. Okay, so November the 14th, all day from 9 a.m. to midnight. The current topic that I'm talking about is the introduction to the event. My name is Ronan Chardonneau. I'm working at Matomo as the Customer Success Manager in Customer Experience, but as well as a passionate of Matomo, and that's the reason why I'm talking today, introducing this event. This presentation will be 30 minutes long, maybe a bit less. First of all, welcome. Thank you for assisting to MatomoCamp 2024. There are already 3 past editions of this worldwide event, and we do have as well some local events about MatomoCamp. So thank you for assisting it. Maybe you will look at the video, which will be posted as well on our PeerTube instance, so as on our YouTube instance. So you may see this event later on. In all cases, I just would like to say thank you on behalf of the Matomo community. What is MatomoCamp? The purpose of MatomoCamp is really to share knowledge around Matomo analytics and free software web analytics in general. The idea is to have a big yearly event. So the previous edition, we used to do it for 2 days in a row. But this year, exceptionally, we decided to make it in one single day. The original idea was to make it more like a 24-hour event, starting from 9 a.m. and ending at 9 a.m. the next day. Unfortunately, we didn't find many speakers, let's say, in the Pacific area zone. And as a result, we had to edit the time schedule and change it so that the event is finally from 9 a.m. to midnight, which means that we're going to have a huge part of the speakers which are based in Europe. Then during, let's say, the evening, during the night, we have mostly speakers from the Northern American part. And we do have as well some speakers from New Zealand, which will be as well very late. So the purpose of MatomoCamp is really to share knowledge around Matomo Analytics free software, in general, free software web analytics, and to share knowledge, to make it accessible, and as well to make it available to everyone, either through replay, so let's say recorded session, or as well by not making this event a paid event. You do not even need to register yourself to assist to the event. You just connect to the platform Work Adventure, and then you have the possibility to interact with the others. As well, you have the possibility to ask questions directly on the YouTube live stream. The mission of Matomo, the goals are to share knowledge about free software in web analytics. So you can find on video.matomo.org all the video of the past edition of MatomoCamp, so that you can learn more about Matomo and free web analytics software in general. Same thing as well on our YouTube channel. As I just mentioned it, the idea is to make the event as accessible as possible. So we don't really monitor the speakers which are talking at MatomoCamp. Anyone submitting an ID for a conference has high chances to speak at MatomoCamp. The only topic that we will potentially restrict or do not allow are conferences about pure proprietary technologies, which are just here in order to promote commercial software. Those are, let's say, the type of event we don't really want to have at MatomoCamp. But for the rest, as far as it's knowledge, as far as it's free as well, and as far as it's about Matomo or even competitor of Matomo, as far as those are free software web analytics solutions. The idea as well of this event is to create interaction within the community. So in order to create interaction, thanks to the platform we choose this year, which is Work Adventure, you can enter in contact with any other character that you can see on the map. You can as well chat on YouTube through the streaming. And you can as well, when the conference is finished, or at least when the speaker has finished to speak, you can come on stage and directly enter within the Jitsi. So Jitsi is the platform that we are using in order to chat between the moderator and the speaker in order to ask directly a question to the speaker. Here are some statistics about the past edition. So we started to make some MatomoCamp back in 2021. So the first edition had 30, I'm not going to say speakers, but 30 talks. We had about 1,200 visits. So those visits represent the number of visits we got on the websites during the event in itself. The number of Matomo team members involved. So Matomo team represents what we call InnoCraft. So InnoCraft is a private company behind the development, or at least being the main maintainer of the Matomo free software project. So we got 2 members of the team, which were making some conferences, and we got 3 languages which were spoken. So the main language spoken at MatomoCamp is English. Then we got, let's say, French, and we got German. Those are, let's say, the 2 big markets when it comes to Matomo. In 2022, it was an edition which attracted a lot of speakers. We got 41 talks, a bit less visits on the website, but this is as well when the concept of privacy started to rise in Europe. So probably there are some ad blockers and others technology on the website which did not collect everything. We got 2 Matomo team members, and we got 4 languages spoken. At that time, we got the chance to have a conference made in Italian, in addition to French and German. In 2023, we started to get a bit less talks, a bit less visits, a bit less Matomo team members as well. But we got, in addition to Spanish conference, which was made in Finnish. And in 2024, though the event is set only in one day, we are getting more talks. So to say, this is the record that we just reached this year, 43. We got as well in 2024 2 local editions of MatomoCamp, one which was MatomoCamp France, which attracted 9 speakers, and we got as well a special edition for the Nordic countries, mostly represented by Sweden, with 8 talks which were given. We don't have yet any statistics when it comes to the number of visits for 2024 because, of course, the event is not finished. But we do have high participation of the Matomo team members with 8 representatives this year. And in terms of languages spoken, we will have English, French, and German. So about the same number in French languages and German language. And as well, we're going to have 1 or 2 talks in Spanish. The key topics in 2021 were the following one. That was mostly data privacy and compliance, how to scale infrastructure for high traffic, how to deal with single page application, conversion rate and SEO, and as well about, let's say, privacy on a more specific topic, which was more about the PII. In 2022, the big topic was as well data privacy and compliance, which stick as kind of the main concern why people are choosing Matomo. Plugin development and customization. So at that time, we will get high interest for plugin development. Then came the topics about data visualization, migration, infrastructure setup, and as well, we started to have a concern about internet analytics. In 2023, still data privacy is the main concern, and then AI started to be a topic of interest, data visualization as well, and then more about how to use Matomo. In 2024, there's no real much difference with 2023. So the main concerns stay data privacy and compliance, AI, and then, as you can see, use cases, data visualization, and troubleshooting. How MatomoCamp is organized. So MatomoCamp is managed by members from the Matomo community, so to say people who are passionate about Matomo. The event is here thanks to some sponsors, which are here since the beginning of the event, and as well the participation of the speakers. Without them, of course, no event could be possible. About the community, you can find it in different places. So we do have former Twitter, so X account. Of course, you can contribute, let's say, to Matomo in general through the forum. And we do have several LinkedIn groups where you can find the community. So you have, let's say, groups for the main market of Matomo, so to say France, Germany, let's say DACH, Italy, Spain, Northern America, and you have as well a LinkedIn group for the annual event of MatomoCamp. Dealing with the sponsor. So first of all, I would like to thank the Matomo team and let's say the Matomo company behind the development of Matomo InnoCraft, which is offering us, of course, the human resources, so to say myself, in terms of participation and time to organize MatomoCamp. So as using, as you can see, the logo in order to create the MatomoCamp logo and to use it. We'd like to thank as well Work Adventure. So Work Adventure is the platform that we are using in order to communicate about the event and making interaction possible and making the conference. Work Adventure is a free software and they are sponsoring us by offering us the possibility to have up to 50 users on the platform. We'd like as well to thank Sonora, represented by Peter Boelker, that you will have the chance to have as a conference speaker today for a roundtable. So Peter is in charge of the maintenance of MatomoCamp.org. We'd like to thank as well Mist Analytics, represented by Stefan Koenig, who is the one who designed the MatomoCamp logo, and we would like as well to thank Stairs, represented by Guangri Li, who as well contributed to the development of the website by the acquisition of plugins. About the speakers. So the speakers, you can find them on the time schedule, which is schedule.matomocamp.org/matomocamp-world-tour-edition/schedule. So to say, if you go on matomocamp.org, you will find all the useful link, including watch the event, where you can directly access to the YouTube channel, where you will see in live the different conference which are given. So we have different room where you can see the different, let's say, talks which are given. You have one link to see the time schedule that I'm going to detail right now, and you get a green link to access directly to the event, which will make you land on the Work Adventure platform in order. So that's the Work Adventure platform in order directly to interact with the different people. So about the time schedule, the event is starting at 9 a.m. and then at 10 a.m. Okay. So let's say in 30 minutes from now, we will have the first conferences. Conferences are organized per room. So you get to room number 1, you get to room number 2, and you get to room number 3. So there are 3 rooms. In order to go to the different room, you need to access to Work Adventure. So you need to click over here, which will make you land on this 2D environment. And when you are in this 2D environment, you need to move your character up to the room that you want to assist to the conference. So room number 1 is the room in which we are currently in. The room number 2 is the room on my right, so to say over here in this given direction. That's the one that we can see over here. And then the third room is on the right of the second room. So you need to go within those rooms, and what it will do is, like, when you enter within the room, it will automatically access to the stream, which is for room number 2, this one or this one. So if you don't want to connect to Work Adventure, you can in fact just click on this given link, or you can just copy this given link and you will assist to the conference. When a conference is happening, so you are getting the YouTube live stream, and you can in fact chat over here and ask directly the question, something like, "Hi, how are you doing?" And then let's say the question or your comment will be sent, and the moderator will have the possibility to interact with you. So in room number 1 this morning, you will have the chance to listen to Ralph Conti, a colleague of mine, about how to troubleshoot the Matomo tracking code. But you can also go to room number 2 to listen to Sugeta Bhattacharya, which will talk about Matomo and AI, or you can go to room number 3. So room number 3 is a bit special because this is where you get the local languages. So local languages means that's not going to be English that you're going to have in this room. So for example, in our case here, the language is French. The conference are supposed to be 30 minutes long, and then there's time of, let's say, up to 15 minutes in order to make some question and answers. In order to ask your question, you can either directly go on YouTube and ask your question over here in the chat, or you can even decide to mount on stage. So typically you can take your character in Work Adventure, move up on the stairs over here, and then come on stage in order to ask the question. Of course, it's more polite to come at the end of the speech, so wait for 30 minutes, then the moderator say that, okay, that's the end of the talk. If you have some questions, please move on stage and have, in fact, the different questions which get asked to the speaker. Okay, at 11, you will have Matomo story from Benoit Olivier Weber. So this conference is a bit special because this one is pre-recorded. So I will play the video. By the way, I forgot to mention that in each room you get a moderator. So in room number 1, you will get myself as a moderator. In room number 2, you will get Ronan Hello as a moderator. In room number 3, you will get Valentin Barrez. And then you're going to get, or Victor. And then you're going to get Evangelist in the afternoon. At 11 a.m. in room number 2, you will have as well my dear colleague Carmen, who will talk about how to empower your client with Matomo analytics and how specifically agency can take advantage of Matomo in order to, let's say, sell it more efficiently. At 11 a.m. in room number 3, you will have a conference by my friend Justine Gonzalez in French about data visualization with Matomo. At noon in room number 1, and that's going to be his first conference at MatomoCamp. He's going to do 2. Simon Fry, who will talk about how to bypass ad blockers with Matomo, and he will make the exact same conference in German later on in the day. At noon, I'm not introducing it anymore because he's used to MatomoCamp. Jorge Carvalho Powers will make one about how to contribute with Matomo thanks to plugin. In room number 3, and that's going to be in second participation to MatomoCamp from Kylian Santos, Bien démarrer avec Matomo sur WordPress, a conference in French about how to get started with Matomo and WordPress. As well, at 1 p.m., I'm not introducing him anymore, but Marcus Osterberg will be here to talk about how to supercharge Matomo with automated reports. At 1 p.m., we will have the chance to have one of my great colleagues, Altamash, who is a developer, talking about how to archive data using Record Builder in Matomo. At 1 p.m. as well, a good friend of mine, Frédéric Forster, in French, about how to use Matomo e-commerce with Looker Studio. At 2 p.m., and I would like to really thank him for all his investment within MatomoCamp this year, a colleague of mine, Ralph Conti, will talk for the second time about how to use Matomo with Python and raw data in order to create things that we cannot do normally with Matomo. At 2 p.m., we will have the chance to have for the first time at MatomoCamp the CTO. Thomas Sturr will talk about a special project that he developed about how to use Matomo to the next level with event tracking and custom reports. I'm really pleased to have the participation of our CTO this year, and I'm really eager to see how it looks like. First conference in German from as well someone that I'm not introducing anymore because he's used to talk at MatomoCamp since the beginning, Joachim Nickel, about campaign tracking. At 3 p.m., first participation from Mike Harty, leveraging Matomo analytics for B2B. At 3 p.m., another conferences from Jorge about how to use Matomo in the cloud. At 3 p.m., room number 3, Simon Fry for the equivalent of the conference that he made the morning about ad blocker, but in German this time. Conference at 4 p.m. about our DPO, Stephanie Bauer, GDPR with AI and the AI Act. What does it mean? What does it imply? Third conference from Jorge. So at MatomoCamp, you have the right to submit several conferences. That's not a big deal. If one day we got really too many from a conference speaker, what we will do is like we will open another room. Our idea is not to restrict any ideas or any topics at all. Room number 3, it will be a round table at 4 p.m. About how agencies are using Matomo. So we'll have 3 agencies around the table. At 5 p.m. As well, Thomas Pearson, who has been a major contributor to MatomoCamp and let's say the Matomo community in general through plugin development, how to succeed with Matomo, 10 years of best practices. 5 p.m. in room number 2, Ronan Hello, that is the moderator as well of room number 2, and that you probably have seen many conferences or many content about on the internet about Matomo, comparison of tracking methods for complete reliable tracking. At 5 p.m., we're going to have a conference in German from Markus Bersch, who had the chance as well to be here at the previous MatomoCamp, which is about this time the Matomo reporting API. 6 p.m., I will start my first talk about Mistral AI and Matomo, how to leverage the potential of open source AI. At the same time, in the second room, we will have a round table with Peter Bolke, Denis Golubowski, and Ronan Hello about why it's important, why Matomo need to have Matomo server-side tagging technology. At 6 p.m., we are going to have in French a conference about the environmental impact of the use of website and how does Matomo can fit into that. At 7 p.m., I will talk about how you can manage the data exported from the Matomo database. In room number 2, we will have A/B testing with Jessica Dunbar coming from the USA. Room number 3, a conference in German about, if my German is correct, but maybe it's not, about custom dimension from Thomas Zeitnamer as well. That is used to MatomoCamp. 8 p.m., he was here last year and he's coming back about SharePoint analytics. So thank you from Laurent Sittler from Canada, who will talk about Matomo with SharePoint. Jessica will follow up our first conference with a second one about how to make Matomo HIPAA compliant. In room number 3, I'm not 100% sure if the conference will be in Spanish or in English, but Laetitia, she was here, I think 2 editions ago or 1 edition ago. It will be about visualization of Matomo using external tool. At 9 p.m., I will have the chance to talk about how to develop an efficient Matomo partner program. In room number 2, first conference from Scott Philman about how to keep Matomo simple. At 9 p.m., a dual conference with my colleague from the Matomo team, Evan Genest and Joshua Riley, about the new features within Matomo e-commerce. At 10 p.m., I will make a conference about how to use Python with Matomo Analytics to process the visit log data. At the same time, Ben Zipkin, first conference as well, will talk about how to use Matomo for health and medical data. And at 10 p.m., we will have a conference in Spanish from someone that is used to Matomo, Jaime Alfonso. At 11 a.m., we'll have the chance to close up the MatomoCamp with the creator of Matomo, Mathieu Aubry, and I will say a few words in order to close the Matomo edition. That was a long talk. Let's see if I have some remaining slides. So how to participate to MatomoCamp? There's one single link to know, matomocamp.org, on which you'll find the different link that I'm showing here. So you get the time schedule over here, which, as I said, has to be considered in Central European time. The stream on YouTube's are directly available on YouTube. So you just type MatomoCamp, and then over there you will see the 3 different streams from each of the room. And then you get the platform work adventure where you can move from one room to the other in order to assist to the different conferences. I'm just going to see if there's any questions within the chat on YouTube. And if there's no question, then I'm going to start the event. So good morning. Thanks for this event. Screen and sound is good. Hello, we all will be. So there's a question already from Andreas, which is, are the webinars available on YouTube afterwards? The answer is yes, if the stream is working correctly. So let's say so far you have the feeling that the opening ceremony is going okay. So it means that it will be available. Then my fear is like, we may mess it up a little bit with the stream key at the beginning, because that's the first time that we're organizing an event with three rooms. So I hope that the next conference will be, let's say, streamed properly. Then once the event is finished, we're going to have a big video on YouTube, which will length from 9 a.m. to midnight. And what's going to happen next is like someone need to cut those video. So either you can access to the full big video, and then you need to understand and when the conference which is of interest to you is happening, and then you can just watch it, or you will have to wait some weeks so that I can take those big video and cut it into individual video. It takes around half a day in order to process one big video. So let's say to me it's let's say 1 day and a half of, let's say, work, because this is a moderate work, I would say, in order to be able to get it. And that's it. So what can you do in the meantime? Because it's currently 9:40 and the next conference is at 10 a.m. Well, you can, in fact, go and grab a cup of coffee. You can already start to interact with others on work adventures. You can start to, let's say, move your character around, discuss with other members, go and take a glass of water, and that's it. So thank you very much for your participation of MatomoCamp, and let's see each other in each of the rooms in 20 minutes. And in the meantime, I invite every conference speaker, so to say Ralph Conti to come on stage in room number 1, Sugeta to come on stage on room number 2, where normally your moderator, Ronan Hello, will wait for you. And so as Valentin, so the moderator, to come on room number 3 in order to wait for Gregory Adam to come on stage. I wish you all a great MatomoCamp. Thank you for your attention.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I've made a mistake.
Hello, Ralph. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you, Ralph. If you want to make yourself comfortable, the conference is currently in 10 minutes, but just to let you know that you are currently live streamed, so everything that you say, everything that you show is currently sent on YouTube, okay?
Thank you. No problem.
But
Thank you for that.
but you can already, I don't know, enable your camera if you want, or you can even start to share your slides. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I'll share the screen actually. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for
No
that.
problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ralph, I don't know if it helped, but we can clearly hear what is happening in the background of your house.
Okay, thank you.
So do not hesitate to put in microphone waiting for 10:00.
Yeah. Okay, good to know that. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this webinar. So my name is Ralph. I am a technical support at Matomo, and we're talking about tracking code troubleshooting. First things first, let's just what is the target audience? This troubleshooting is not restricted to technical professionals with a specialized knowledge. Okay, so this webinar is not for just a specific technical people, but just for all types of professionals. And so don't be scared about some things we'll cover. They should be quite straightforward, and they actually more like basic troubleshooting. Okay, so thank you for joining us, and nice to see Stefan in the crowd as well. So thank you very much. The objectives of the webinar, as mentioned, is to learn the basic steps of how to find issues. That covers technical and configuration aspects of the troubleshooting, and we will only cover the basics of it. Because due to time constraints, it won't be possible to show all the troubleshooting scenarios, and we'll show mostly the most common issues, and the complex ones. Obviously, it's very difficult to cover anyway, and would need to be covered in a specific different webinar. In terms of the troubleshooting, Matomo has got two different types of tracking code. The first one is the JavaScript one, which is, I guess, it will be more used than the other one, which is the Matomo Tag Manager. From memory, I guess the majority of the troubleshooting I've been doing is with the JavaScript one, and which involves technical troubleshooting, just to understand a little bit of the browser developer tools, for instance, needs to be used and things like that. The Matomo Tag Manager troubleshooting is more related to configuration troubleshooting. It's not just limited, but majority of times it will be just in terms of configuration, and which entails like checking tags, triggers, variables, things like that. And it's I would say less likely to have a technical issue with a Matomo Tag Manager. Moving on. So we'll cover the common issues, and for JavaScript, what we see a lot are double tracking. The tracking code editing mistakes. So we do have customers that actually somehow edit the tracking code, and we end up just having some tracking issues. Mixing on-premise and cloud tracking codes. We do migrate from on-premise to cloud and vice versa, and we see that sometimes the old track code is left in the website instead of removed, and so for instance, this example of the on-premise to cloud. The web analytics people add the cloud tracking codes on top of the on-premise, which that means that you end up just having two tracking codes being fired up at the same time. And sometimes we see wrong tracking code methods being used as well. So we'll cover that later on, what that means. And so there are some issues that can arise from that. As I said before, a Matomo Tag Manager normally would have a wrong configuration. And in regards to the content management platforms, what we usually see is the tracking code being loaded before the actual consent is given. So this is a common issue we have seen over and over again. So it's obviously Matomo doesn't have its own content management platform. So so we have just to troubleshoot CMPs for our customers. So that's what we see very regularly. So we're not actually going to cover the details of or troubleshooting the CMPs, but so that's what we see very regularly is that the tracking code is fired before the actual do you accept cookies or tracking banner. So that's what actually happens normally. As an example of double tracking, so this is obviously redacted because it's from a real customer, and the blue arrow shows the double tracking. So you see there are 2 page views for every visitor, right? So that means that the tracking code is actually running twice and producing 2 page views basically. And this is the common type of the issue we see in terms of double tracking. But there are other issues, for instance, that some pages have double tracking and other pages don't. So that it can be a little bit more confusing. We have to just check the specific pages and see what is happening with each one, and what is the difference between the one with 1 page view and the ones with the 2 page views. So it can be complex at times. So let's just pass on, moving to actually how to actually troubleshoot those scenarios. Uh, what we actually suggest for customers actually to use the browser developer tools, because it does actually provide a lot of information regarding the actual errors, and it's the place to go for actual troubleshooting, at least for the initial troubleshooting anyway. So the first step is the console, just to check the browser console. We'll show that the console later, but it just for now, just going briefly what that entails. So this is actually a real container of a customer, and they have um, uh, misconfigured the container, and you see here there is a message in an invalid regular expression. So they have done something wrong with actually the type configuration, and the console actually returned an error. This is actually a little bit of a funny one, because I said before that normally we see error messages with JavaScript, but you can also see that with a tag manager containers. Okay, but it's a little bit more rare than the actual JavaScript one, because the JavaScript there are more error messages with JavaScript that we actually troubleshoot basically. Okay, so how do we actually access a inspect a website? So to access the console, we just right click on the page and then click on select inspect. Most browsers would have that, and some of them you would actually have to enable it, so it's not a default value. I think for Chrome it's already a default one. That's what we will be using here for our troubleshooting. Moving on, so the console, when you check the console, so it's a tab within the development tools. You see the error messages have some meaning basically. So it actually in this case it's a 400 uh, um, status that it has been returned. So we know the error code is 400. It's bad request. Something is wrong. In this case, I've done something on purpose just to force an error, right? So the JavaScript error that has got some meaning. So we go through that and we'll explain what this long code actually means. So first first thing we need to look at is actually the error code. So if you go to the developer mozilla.org, there is a list of all the error codes. If you're not familiar with them, the list is quite long, but the majority of times will be 40 something, not 400, not four more than 410 or something like that. So it will be 404, 400, 402, something like that. So not very many error codes that you would actually just see anyway. So you see then the actual font is red and is in bold as well. So which means that the console is showing that there is a problem with specifically this one, right? So just moving on. So if you click on this bit, which is called a resource in Chrome, it opens up a dialog and it shows all of that thing, the very large API call. What that means actually is all the information that Matomo is sending to Matomo service, and you can actually see the bad request, the message as well. So moving on to the next one, which is the most important, I guess. Uh, the previous one was the header. We were in the header tab. Now the payload tab is selected, and you see that that is a lot easier to see compared to the previous one because it's very long string, very confusing. This one you can see a lot easier. So what I've done in this case, I forced an error, so I just changed the ID size to 10 instead of 1 in the tracking code, and actually just oops, and going back, and then it just returns an error. So the payload is the tab that we rely a lot to identify some errors basically. I'll go through that later. I will just show a browser and see, if just show or just basically all the issues that we could actually have in terms of checking all the parameters. Just moving on. So the third step that we have actually is go to the Elements tab and check. If you Control F to search, you can type Matomo and check what the where the Matomo and which Matomo tracking codes you can find in a page. What we recommend is actually Matomo to be placed in the head tag, which is high up in the page, because Matomo tracking code needs to be loading very early before anything else. So the reason for that is because Matomo needs to start analyzing what is actually going on with the page, and if this is actually loaded very late, it wouldn't want that actually have the time to actually analyze everything that's actually happening with the page. For instance, how long it takes to load, and etc. etc. Okay, so we will cover all of that later on. So I try to list the types of issues, the most common ones that we'll see, that's in how to troubleshoot them. So you see, it's not actually that difficult to troubleshoot them. So just let's go for the first one. The double tracking. So obviously it's the most common, as I said before. And why does it happen? So the first thing is mistake. So some companies have developers or web developers, and then web analysts or all sorts of different professionals. They actually just read the implementation guide, and they actually add tracking code each one. So we have seen that before. Sometimes there is a big team, and two or maybe more tracking codes have been inserted by mistake, and then we have to troubleshoot it. We realize there are quite a few added to the site. As a previous mentioned as well, so just left by mistake. So from on-premise to cloud, a website just had a tracking code for on-premise, and then just left it, didn't delete it, and then moved to migrated to cloud and added a new tracking code for cloud. So we ended up with the double tracking. Sometimes there are some of the problems with the Connect Matomo plugin. So the WordPress plugin loads the Matomo tracking code, and if there is already a tracking code added manually to the website, and we have seen that actually happening quite a few times. So this WordPress website would end up with two tracking codes. So I would like to show that if I could just now edit the. Okay, so I'm just want to show an example of what is a. Oops, I have to reload this. I want to show an example of two tracking codes being loaded at the same time. This is one of the most common ones. So if I go to network, so what happens here is I see two API calls. They are actually page views, and there is one Matomo tracking code. But if I go to the console, you see there is an error message, actually two error messages saying like, Matomo is saying like, you try to initialize again the same variable, and which means that the Matomo tracking code, uh, well, the site was trying to load Matomo tracking code twice. And what it does is it fails the second time, but it still track a page view. So you normally see that. So in payload, you see the page is exactly, both pages are exactly the same. So, and what you end up seeing, I hope that I can log in. Oh, I need to log into this one. So I think that it has been picked out. But you see there are actually two, as I explained before. So you see there are two pages views in at the same time, basically. So it's pretty much, and that's how it shows in the visit log. Okay, moving on. So that has been covered. So we obviously the solution for that is to remove the second tracking code, right? So uh, another mistake that we've seen very often, I would say, it's users end up just editing the tracking code for some reason. I'm not quite so sure if it's because they read something in the net or something, but the top one is the correct tracking code. So you see the test.matomo.cloud. So that is correct. And this one here, for instance, the URL is correct for this variable, but the CDN URL, oops, going back, the CDN URL is actually incorrect. Funny enough, this is a valid endpoint, so Matomo tracking codes loads still using this one, but some of the features of Matomo would actually not be enabled. And this one was a little bit difficult to troubleshoot. Actually, this is a real case, and so we ended up just finding out that it obviously, but it's not easy to see the difference between this and the other because the tracking code, both of them look like pretty much like similar anyway. Uh, So loading is one of the issues that we found. I wouldn't say very regularly, but we do actually find this sometimes. If the tracking code is not loading very quickly, there are some issues. The biggest issue related to that is if a visitor click on a link and the page is not fully loaded, and especially Matomo tracking code is not fully loaded, the Matomo will not track this particular page, and the user goes to another page, and so it would not be registered as a visit. Um, I've seen at some websites that the problem is intermittent, which is even worse. So some pages the Matomo tracking code is loaded, some other pages, other times the Matomo is not loaded, and then it's very difficult to actually just understand why the numbers get really messed up, basically, because some of the pages, for instance, not the home page, have more visits than the other pages. So we need to double check that with the actual network tab, and you will see the speed of the page and the tracking codes, how long it actually takes to load. So it's a funny one, this one, but it actually can happen. Obviously, standard technologies like WordPress, you would see a lot less issues, but there are all sorts of different types of technology are there. Some websites they're actually developed in different ways, so we have to troubleshoot all of that. What I called elusive tracking issues it sometimes we see that a specific method is used wrongly on a page or several pages, and so for this one, for instance, what it does is it sets the actual URL for the page. So Matomo reads as a default the actual URL, but that can be overridden. And in this case, imagine that if there are only a few pages with this, or even if it's a variable that is a variable is wrongly placed, we'll have to troubleshoot that. It can be difficult. The problem with this one specifically is it doesn't actually return any error. So there's no error in the console, there is no error in the network tab, and then we have to figure out what's going on in a different way. So how would we do that? Using the payloads, right? So would like to show you in a few seconds this page here. So what we do normally is we check in the payload what the API call is doing. So what is the URL, what's the ID site, etc., etc. So sometimes because we cannot see any errors in network tab or console, we need to actually just check the actual API call. And to do that, we normally refer to this, to the tracking HTTP API. It looks like a little bit complex, and it is in a sense, but you don't have to actually know by heart anything like that. It's just a reference, and majority of times you just need to know the, let's say, this bit, right? So it's not all the time. You see that, for instance, H is for hour, minute, second, etc. So we compare the values of the API call, so and see all the parameters and see what is actually wrong with it, and to find out what the issue is with that specific error that I've mentioned before, like this, adding something specifically that we cannot find any errors. Okay, so moving on, just I would like to talk about the types of issues that we see with the containers, or the Matomo tag containers. It may sound a bit funny, but it's important to select the correct container. Sometimes we do have customers with many different types of containers, production, tests, and etc. And it's difficult for them to find which one is the one they need to do, and etc. Especially if they're not very familiar with Matomo and they understand how it works, the intricacies, and etc. So we do actually have a bit of a challenge sometimes just to find out which one is which. So it pays off to be organized. That is one of the biggest things we would say, to actually just have a log or something that's with all the tags, variables, and triggers, like even to the spreadsheet, just knowing which one does what, because it can get really complex with. We've seen some customers with literally hundreds of tags, and it can be quite daunting to manage all of that anyway. So as an example, this is my tag website. So I can see here it's on a preview that is actually working. That's disable preview. Okay, so and you see that the tag is working correctly, is loading correctly. There's no errors and etc. So this is one of the first points of checking. So see if the actual tag is loaded correctly or not. Customers not aware of the use of the network tab, and we recommend that to check that first thing, especially for customers that have like so many websites and could be agencies, something like that. So they actually do need to know which one to check for. Okay, going back. As I said, so it's always paid off to check the network tab, the actual container, see that it's correctly loaded, etc. And there are the variables is something that we see that often there are some mistakes. So variables, for instance, contains the site ID and contains a lot of settings, if you like. The configuration of these variables is quite important. So you see that you can enable, can disable things, etc. So we recommend customers just to look at or which one is the settings that they want to enable, disable, because there are quite a bit of confusion at times which ones should be used. And at this point, I'll just go back to my testing environment and just show a few things. But I would like to just create quickly a trigger, a tag, and go for the debugging and talk a little bit about browser cache as well, because there are some issues related to that. So let's just go to my very empty test environment. So I've got okay, the variables I didn't do. I can let's go first to the page. Let's edit the page. Okay, so I've added the MatomoCamp ID into this page, which is pretty much this button here, track an event. And but in Matomo, I need to actually create them, create the triggers and the tags. So first thing to do, so I'll go to all elements, click, to be organized, I put like camp 1, and then equals to MatomoCamp. So I know the click ID because the ID in the what was I? So yeah, the ID equals to MatomoCamp. Let's go down here and just set the trigger, and then the page, the tag. I need to create a new tag. Again, be organized with the right name. In this case, I don't want a page view. I want this to create an event, and then just MatomoCamp category, action, and test. So the name is test. So I'm going to create an event with those values, and the trigger is MatomoCamp 1, which I just created, and there you go. So it has been created. But I have an option to publish now, but what we recommend first is just click on preview and debug, so which has been just enabled now. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this page, paste it here, which is the easiest thing to do, and there we go. So I've got the actual debug just working. If I move a little bit, there we go. You see that isn't even the all element click has been fired. Well, clicked. I have clicked something, but I can click as many times as I want. But what I need to click is this track event. That has been fired correctly, so I know it's actually working perfectly. So then I actually can go and publish. So I can just go and finish publishing. I know that it's working now. Oops. Okay, that's interesting. I thought you would actually. There you go. Just copy, paste, test. And there we go. That has been published, and I know that for every person that goes to this site would actually have the track event working properly. When I click on the button, it would actually just work. The only problem with that is the cache that I have mentioned before. So most customers believe that when a tag has been published, every single user would have the tag just released and working on a website. If that wasn't for the browser cache, the problem is that so many visitors that have been visited previously the site have the page cached, and the page takes a while to refresh. I would like to ask our ChatGPT friend without this about the specific question. How long does the page remain cached in the browser? So as you see here, there are several factors. So it's not a simple cut, okay? And the answer here especially, it says that for a few days and a few weeks, unless the website specific user clear the cache, basically. So in this scenario, that a page has been, sorry, a tag has been just published, it could be that some users, returning users, would have that refreshed. Some older users maybe they still have the old page, and the new users that never visitors that never been before would actually just have the auxiliary page. So it can be quite complex because depending on the scenario, the new tag would actually not be 100% fired for all the visitors, and then can be confusing for our customers. They don't understand why. And the perpetrator definitely is the browser cache. I'm just almost running out of time, so I just want to just going for the next. And I would say the last bit of the troubleshooting that we do is actually Matomo cookies. More specifically, the PKID cookie. So what is that, and what does it do? So it's used for calculating unique visitors, right? So Matomo knows when the user is returning, it would actually know because of this value here. So best thing to do here is actually just to go to the console again, and then in this case, I would go to the application tab and click on the first party cookies page. Just to make it easier to visualize, I'll just click on PK just to filter that. And this is the value I'm interested. So if I go here and then paste, you see there are two different types of numbers. This one has got 16 digits, and you see that this one would actually match in the visitor profile. You would see that this one matches exactly. So that means that uh, um, my visit has been recorded with this visit ID, and if we go here to the expire, you see this cookie has 13 months expiry date. So that's the default for Matomo. And basically, every time this user goes visit the website, Matomo knows that it has been visited because of this cookie, and actually would determine that is a returning visitor, basically. We have seen before some issues with that, but normally it would be for a non-standard implementation, most likely with HTTP API tracking. What is that? It's just tracking manually, if you like, without using the Matomo tracking code in a sense. And then I've seen some customers actually using the HTTP API tracking, creating their own cookies, and even extending the lifespan of the cookie for let's say 30 months or something like that. And but they have to manage everything. So I've seen that in those cases, sometimes I see some of their visitors have, let's say, two or more different cookies, and it would just be impossible to determine a unique visitor. So we can troubleshoot that. It's a bit complex, but it was just pretty much like an overview what the PKID cookie does, what look out for, because it's very important to know to match basically the visitor ID and this, so we can actually just troubleshoot and see actually everything is working correctly. So basically, just ending now the presentation. So it's 30 minutes is not really too long. That's for a thorough explanation of all the possible troubleshooting. But those are the most common anyways. So at least just look out for those type of things. And anyone has got any questions?
Okay, so thank you very much, Ralph. Yes, of course, there are plenty of questions. Your conference, as you can see, has been one of the most popular, as you can see from the room. In general, we tend to have 0% into the room, and as you can see, Work Adventure, we are at least in 6, including a pet. So that's definitely a good one. So do you maybe already have a question for the audience, Ralph?
Oh yes, actually, I would like to know: has anyone had any problems with the tracking codes that you didn't sort it out, or you had problems sorting out?
Okay, so for the audience, so any questions that you would like to Ralph to answer to in terms of troubleshooting, feel free to take the time within the YouTube chat or even to come on stage in order to explain us your current issue that you are facing. In the meantime, so there's at least two questions in the chat. So one is about will the webinars will be available later on? The answer is yes, they are already available. In fact, if you go on YouTube, you can already see them. We have another question, which is about the JavaScript console that you show us, Ralph, in the presentation.
Yeah.
We would like to know if you have to be a web developer in order to be able to use it. How do you personally started to educate yourself about this JavaScript console? If you are scared about it, who trained you? And are there sometimes some messages that you don't understand from the JavaScript console? I mean, everything which deal with this, let's say, debugging console that you show us from your browser. I think the audience would be interested in knowing more about it.
Sure. You don't have to be a developer, but I am a developer. So this is how I've obviously learned how to troubleshoot everything, because I've developed in different languages. But I have seen in the net a lot of explanations of the console, how to use them, etc. Um, i- if if you if you have this mindset of just troubleshooting and not be scared of technical issues, it's quite actually simple, because the error messages explain. Normally, the error messages are very self-explanatory, so you will be able to see what the actual code is, what the error message says, and uh, how can I see if I can just could actually try to emulate an error message here and see what it says. Um, Maybe this one. Yeah. Well, this is, for instance, it's not very self-explanatory, but you see that there is an error. There is an error here that you're not quite sure. Uh, the pack variable, it's something that Matomo uses. So if we go to elements and just search for that, I'm searching at the bottom here. You can see I'm just searching for pack, and then there are quite a few packs here. Let me see. Let me see. So, and there we go. I've searched for a pack, and I can see here there are two Matomo tracking codes, and I would say that's something that anyone should erase the browser and thinking, oh, hang on a second, have I done anything wrong here? Because I see that I pasted two tracking codes. We had before some customers calling us and saying, well, I know that I've got two tracking codes. Is this a problem or not? So the customer already troubleshooted for us in a sense, and the answer is pretty much like, yeah, there is a problem, and you need to double check that. The console, I I don't at the top of my head now. I'm not sure what to how can emulate an error just to create like an easily thing to troubleshoot. But normally the tracking errors, they actually are self-explanatory really, so you can actually understand what the problem is, and I would say have a go, try to troubleshoot that, because it's not that difficult. But if you do have any problems, just contact support, and we'll be happy to help you.
Thank you, Ralph. So there are many questions in the chat. Honestly, I don't even know if I will be able to ask you all those questions within the next 20 minutes, but let's go for it. So we have a question from the Nora. That's the nickname, I guess. What is the technological level of users asking for Matomo support?
We do have all sorts of we do have the experts and we do have the newbies. So it's and anything in between. So I remembered recently we had a few customers that they actually were pretty much uh, no knowledge of Matomo whatsoever, and we had to educate as well. So it's not it's not just the fact that we is there is the technical side of it. There is the educational side of it as well. So it's all sorts of levels, definitely.
Okay, so all sorts of level. How long did it take you to fix your first bug? Let's say I don't know if you remember the first ticket you received at Matomo support. How long did it take you to fix it?
Ages. I don't remember by ages because when you're learning Matomo, to learn Matomo thoroughly takes some time, but the basics it's quite easy. But to troubleshoot is a different story because you need to understand a little bit how Matomo works, right? So I was stuck a little bit, and I'm not sure if I have an hour, or for how long it was, but yes, once you know the how Matomo works, I think they would give you a leverage, definitely.
Okay. The next question is, what is your current position at Matomo? What are you doing at Matomo? What is your what does your daily business look like?
Yeah, I'm a technical support specialist basically. So I'm just troubleshooting websites and etc. Not just that, but yeah. So I troubleshoot websites, and some websites are very difficult to troubleshoot because they do have uh, let's say sort of hybrid technologies and all sort of different settings that and those. So it's not always possible to actually troubleshoot itself. As I explained earlier, sometimes we don't see error messages, nothing, and sometimes you see like just only numbers that actually don't match, and we have to go and find out why. So that can be quite difficult. But yeah, so basically, my position is a technical guy. I'm a half nerd, I would say, and yes, I'm here to help everyone just to troubleshoot their website.
Okay. So next question is about so from Hartmut class. Is there a way similar to the GTM preview mode to save the Matomo debug view across multiple page views?
No, it's not possible for multiple page views. No, Matomo, the debug is actually designed for one single page view. I think because the reason for that, and we have been asked that question a few times before actually, it's because the if you check the variables and let's see if I can show that. Yeah, so if you check the variables, data layer, and etc., so it makes a lot more sense that you have that in only one page. If you would mix different pages, then it could be quite difficult uh, to go and analyze different pages. Would be a little bit harder than than just a single page. Have I
Okay,
answered your question?
thank you, Ralph. So now, of course, don't leave us. There are so many questions waiting in the chat. For any answers that Ralph is providing, if the answers are not clear, feel free to reuse the chat to ask for more clarification. We have another question from Ronan this time. What are the skills required to work at support at Matomo?
Okay, so I'm pleased to hear that. We're hiring. um, it, you really need to have a developer mindset at least. Um, knowing JavaScript would be very handy. and knowing some other technologies like SQL. Um, I would say WordPress slash HTML slash CSS is the basics that we require really to understand how a website is built, right? So that's how you can troubleshoot it. Knowing Java is it's quite important, I would say, but you know it's not 100%. I think that you can learn as you troubleshoot things, and we do have lots of developers in house that can actually help with that. But definitely need to have some technical backgrounds to work as a technical support.
Okay. Next question is from Elmadi Shaker. Could you explain how user tracking works? And either we can track conversion made days after the first visit as we use multiple ad channels.
Can you just repeat the last bit? As we use?
Yeah, so I repeat the full question because this question I think is mostly about attribution. So the first part of the question is, could you explain how user tracking works? So I have the feeling that when the question is asked, when they say how user tracking works, means at the individual level. So could you explain how user tracking works? And either we can track conversion made days after the first visit as we use multiple ad channels. So I think the question is attribution linked, but you are the expert.
Okay. Yeah, it's a bit subjective. Some of the answers. Okay, so uh, uh, so I would say it's hang on. Let's see if I can open this up. Matomo attribution, the default is the last non-direct um, um, interaction, right? So that's the how we set. Um, I would really just need to have a little bit more like a specific details what you would like to know exactly. But what we recommend is just to go and check this multi-channel conversion attribution FAQ and to understand a little bit more of some of the details. Because I would say, unfortunately, I feel like the question is very wide and there is no specific question that I need to actually uh, answer now like how what is the journey of a visitor in terms of attribution. So as I said, like it's the last non-directed channel basically, but you can change that the in attribution. You can actually see different views as well, but I'm sorry, but it's a bit too wide sort of question that I would rather if you could just email us support, and if you've got a specific question about a some of your users or some of the actual examples that you do have in your website, and it will be able to check out for you.
Okay, so here, if we go back to the question, could you explain how user tracking works? And either we can track conversion made days after the visit as we use multiple ad channel. I think that in all cases, the answer to provide is yes, because the data has been collected. But I think after that, what Ralph need is really to know, let's say I think the answer is yes, but the big question that we have, I think here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ralph, is how could we visualize after that? I mean, what is the type of report that here the person is asking would like to get? Am I correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So for this, what is the way actually to contact the support? How can, for example, here, so his name is Elmadi Shaker, how can he contact you, Ralph, in order to get the answer specifically for this question?
Yeah. For we do have different emails for different types of Matomo. If you're referring to the Matomo Cloud, it will be support@matomo.cloud email.
Mhm.
And if this is for on-premise accounts, which is not paid, then it will be for the hello@matomo.org email.
Okay, so support@matomo.cloud and hello@matomo.org. So here, Elmadi Shaker, the better is really to, in the email, just explain to Ralph what is the ended result that you want to have, because at the end of the day, it's about data visualization. So is it a table report? Is it a graph? What you have in the first column, in the second column? But I will say that we do have the data, so it's possible. But the big question afterward is how to visualize it. The next question as well from Elmadi Shaker. We noticed that even after deleting all cookies, sessions are still logged as returning visitors. That's a great question because I noticed that as well. Why is that? How is it possible that when we delete cookies, sessions are still logged as returning visitors?
I believe this is because of the fingerprinting, because Matomo doesn't just necessarily detect. Matomo goes first to the cookie, but secondly, you would actually just go for fingerprinting. So the trying to determine the visitor by a series of information like the IP address, the browser. Trying to remember exchanges, I think, and it's supposed to fall. So from what I understand, and I had a question as well. I've seen that. Well, I think we discussed it before, Rona, that we've noticed that, and I believe I need to confirm that for you, but I believe that it's Matomo. Even though search for the cookie first, it still would try to do fingerprints anyway. And so the information that Matomo has collected previously, with or without cookies, would still be kept, and then that can be used for fingerprinting. So if you delete the cookies, it still would possibly just be. I think that's why this is detecting the return visit. So what I would say as a test, delete the cookies and but not just that. Try to change other variables, for instance, the IP address, some of the browser extensions, etc., etc., and see if that it still remains the same.
Okay, thank you. Can you maybe precise to our audience what fingerprint is?
It's a way of detecting the user without the need for cookies.
Okay.
So it's obviously fingerprints is a lot less accurate than the cookie itself, because when you check the cookie, it's an information stored in your computer and has got a value. So that's it. It's a very precise way of identifying a user. Fingerprinting is just is a series of identifications that we Matomo that search for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be exactly the same. For instance, IP can change, right? So majority of people have a dynamic IP instead of a static one, right? So and even the browser, for instance. So if I go visit a website with Chrome and then change with Firefox or um, Opera or whatever, so the fingerprints I would say will be confused after a while and likely to have issues to identifying the original user. Okay, happy?
Yes, yes. So Elmadi Shaka is precising in the chat, Matomo use config ID instead of fingerprinting. It's written in the documentation. I think I can add a question mark here to the statement of Elmadi Shaker. Can you tell us what is the difference between config ID compared to fingerprinting? I'm not easy on you today, am I?
Yes, you're not very easy on me. I've actually need to investigate that, so I'm not 100% sure what is the difference? I would have thought that the thing of config ID is actually part of the fingerprinting.
Well, that's in all cases, I think either config or fingerprinting, both are IDs, in fact.
Exactly.
That's the thing. If there's no questions left, well, actually, I think I need to leave the floor to the next speaker, which is Benoit Weber. I would like to say thank you, Ralph, for this first participation of MatomoCamp. So you will come back this afternoon. And sorry for the confusion in terms of time, but you will be here and confirm that's the case at 2 p.m. This afternoon for how to use AI to fetch raw data with Python. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So thank you to all of you, and let's have a 4 minutes break before the next conference.
Thank you all for attending. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, so it's close to 11 a.m. So the next conference that we are going to have is from Benoit Weber from the company in marketing we trust. So this company is located at the other side of the world, or at least in Australia for us. So it's a pre-recorded event that I'm going to launch right now. If you have any question, you can always put them in the chat and I will do my best to answer. Okay, so unfortunately, I have the feeling that the stream is not working properly with the current stream. So I will have to share it back. So share the video, share the audio, share the video. So the video is going on. I have the feeling that the conference of Benoit Weber that we wanted to share with you today is not currently broadcasted properly. I'm very sorry for this. What I can do in, let's say, in exchange is to invite you to connect to the following to the following URL, which is this one, where you will have the chance to see the conference from Benoit Weber. So I'm just gonna share you my screen, which is gonna be presentation. I'm just gonna put it like this. Oops, please watch it on. Benoit conference at oops, and sorry for that. Okay, so the duration of the conference of Benoit was 20 minutes long. Once more, I'm really sorry for the stream of not passing through correctly this time. So I repeat, the reason is that I don't know why, but the Benoit Weber recording was a recording on YouTube, and when I try to share it through Jitsi, I get an error message. As a result, I wasn't able to stream directly the video of Benoit Weber in streaming, but by chance, as everything got recorded, you can find it on our MatomoCamp YouTube channel. Next conference that we are going to have will be in 25 minutes from now. So I will have the chance to host Simon Fry for his first conference, which will be about how to win against ad blocker, get back to 100% event coverage. And that's going to be in 25 minutes from now. So if Simon is within the audience, I invite him to come on stage within the next minute so that we can prepare the stage. If not, feel free to have a look at the other room or to go and grab a cup of coffee or a glass of water. See you all in 25 minutes. So oops, and so excellent connection. So normally it should goes fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm just looking if my logo is correctly in the top right.
Yeah. So currently I'm hearing you with an echo. No, it's maybe no. It's maybe myself. Okay, so yeah, it's better if I cut this sound. Perfect. Okay, so it's almost noon. The streaming is going right to YouTube. I'm here with Simon, so just to give a short introduction, I got many messages coming from our community, and as well, let's say more on a professional aspect about how to bypass the use of ad blockers. And this is where at some point, as I'm part of the co-organizing team of MatomoCamp, I got the idea to get in contact with experts about the topics. And this is where I got the chance to read the name of Simon Fry, who is with us today. And the idea is that Simon, in two conferences, one in English and one in German, will have the opportunity to explain you about the different, let's say, tools, scripts, or apps that he developed about how to bypass ad blocker. I'm not going to say more about it because I may confuse the audience. So I leave you now the floor, Simon. And once more, thank you very much for taking part to MatomoCamp.
Roland, thank you very much. I will directly start live sharing my screen. So I also have to close like YouTube and everything. So if there's questions, please write them in the chat and then Ronan can tell them me via audio. Also, there will be time for questions in the end. So you right now should see my screen, right? Cool. So on the presentation, there will be questions or time for questions in the end. In this talk, I'm going to talk about how to win against ad blockers. You see on the right the Tom and Jerry cat and mouse game between us with Matomo or all other tracking scripts, analytics scripts, and the ad blockers. Here, as it's my main test case, is uBlock Your Origin. As you see at the bottom right, there will sometimes be blue callouts with URLs, with short URLs. Here you will get all the slides, and later also recording you will also get again in the last slide. So no worries if you can't type it right now. Just one organizational note. I'm German. I'm holding this talk in English, but there's a second talk at 3 p.m. Sorry, the text is still wrong because Roland just told me that I'm wrong with the times. So um 3 Uhr werde ich den gleichen Talk nochmal auf Deutsch halten im Raum 3. Also wenn du ihn lieber auf Deutsch hören willst, dann gerne da vorbeischauen. But now get back into English and let's get started. What is the problem? I assume most of you know this already, but if you don't, if you just like walked by and see, okay, want to hear Simon talk, more and more users are installing ad blockers. And the problem there is that when they install ad blockers, they obviously do it for the reason of not wanting to see ads on, I don't know, New York Times and so on. But also these ad blockers block analytics scripts as well. This is fine for Google Analytics and so on, but for us, obviously it's a problem. And how big this problem is, I show you in this chart. So you see the ad blocking penetration rate in selected countries in the third quarter of 2022. So this is already 2 years old. I assume the number gone up since then, roughly by 5 to 10%, if not even more. But you saw back then already in 2022, we had 35.7% global penetration rate of ad blockers. So people installing ad blockers, or maybe better said, having some sort of ad blocking, tracking blocking technology in their browsers. Also for clarification, I will use ad blocking, tracking blocking, and so on more or less interchangeably. I will mostly talk about tracking because we don't serve ads with Matomo, we have tracking, but ad blockers also block the tracking. As Matomo is a French project, I also put France on the very bottom. There's more, but I cut off the rest of the chart with 34%. Germany has 35%, and what you see at the very top, it's China, Indonesia, and Vietnam with over 40% of ad blockers. And I think the most important thing to take away from this chart is, first of all, ad blocking is a problem for us. Like we have over 30%, like 1/3 of people where we don't get events, we don't get conversions for, I don't know, our ad campaigns and so on. And also it really depends on the cohorts. I think this is also a really interesting thing you see here. Basically, the youngest countries with the youngest and with that most digital populations are at the very top. So you see China, Indonesia are quite young and also quite digital countries. And this means depending on your target audiences, this ad blocking rate will be even higher. For example, if you try to target, or if your service, if your software, however your website is for technology-minded people, there will be even higher than 40%. I assume 90% of tech people have some sort of ad blocking in their browser via a plugin, via browser itself, and more browsers also rolling this out, which mostly Safari on mobile being the biggest problem, but more on that later. So today in this talk, we are going to go technical from the left to the right. So on the left, you see I use the Matomo cloud, so the hosted Matomo service. And you see that uBlock Origin fully blocks it. You have the red in there, all events. None of the events would reach the server. So if I open the website with my browser configuration, with my uBlock Origin installed, no one would know, or like Mato wouldn't know that I actually opened the website. And in the end of this talk, we will be back to 100% event coverage. We will go into certain steps, what you can do step by step to actually circumvent this ad blocking, technical hands-on. But I also will give you the tools to, if this changes again, as said, cat and mouse game in the future, you know how to debug this yourself. Along the way, if you want to know how to win against something, you need to know your enemy. As said, I really like ad blockers, but like for our case, it's the enemy, and you will also learn how they work. Most of them work all the same. So all the logos you see here, most of them use ad block lists apart from Privacy Badger. But as you will see in this talk, we can fool them even faster. But maybe here the question, isn't this highly unethical? Isn't this even maybe illegal that we do this? Because people are blocking or ad blocking for a reason. And here I just give two ideas. You have to figure this out for yourself. I assume if you're in this talk, you already decided that you want to prevent ad blocking. One thing is the bad guys are doing it as well. So we, with like privacy first analytics, shouldn't shy away from it. So these techniques you see here, they are not world new. They are something that it's knowledge that's out there, and others are doing it, so we can do it as well. I know this is most of a, hey mom, my friends also jumped the cliff, so I'm allowed to do it as well, kind of reasoning. So it's not really, really good, but this is one thought I had. The other one is GDPR, cookie consent, do not track preferences obviously still apply. Everything we do in this talk just makes sure that the JavaScript, the Matomo.js, and the server side actually can be reached and can get the events. You still decide if you want to have do not track preferences, if you want to have users opt out, and also the cookie notices, depending if you're in the EU or not. So all of the things we have right now already apply. We are still in the same legal framework. If you already kind of illegally track users or set cookies without asking them, it's already a bad thing. Nothing in this talk changes that. And if you already do it the correct way, everything we learn in this talk also will not change that. So it's roughly a technical idea and less of the philosophical one of should we do this or not. I would say we are allowed to do this, we can do this, and it's more about the technical feasibilities. A little bit about me. Simon here. I'm building things on the internet for over 14 years now. I think I wrote my first Visual Basic script in Excel with like 12 or something when my parents let me use the computer. From a professional standpoint, in the past, I built and maintained huge cloud infrastructure with like 50 million active users as head of infrastructure at the streaming or like streaming search engine JustWatch, with like a small team of SREs. And also one important thing for this talk is JustWatch itself has a big part of their revenue from ad revenue and also has their own kind of tracking script. So some of the knowledge you learned today I also have from this position and saw in like huge systems and with a lot of users. At the very moment, I'm a founder and CTO at the very small startup Beans and Bytes. It's an AI development shop for small and medium-sized businesses. Our core market is Germany, Mittelstand, but we operate all over Europe. And as you see, I can speak very well in English as well. So if you have any questions regarding AI or need your processes digitalized, reach out to me. But this is not why I'm here. I'm not here for AI. I'm not here for past job experiences. As Ronan already said, a few years back, roughly 5 years ago, I built an open source project. I think I built the best because it's the only adblock circumvention tool for Matomo. You can see it on simon.red/mcab. It's the tool. It's for your self-hosted Matomo instances, and it roughly implements the techniques you will learn today within this talk. So this is for all self-hosted instances. It's quite straightforward way how to actually use this. And because of that, at some point, Ronan reached out and asked me if I would want to talk about it, also a little bit promote the tool here as well. So yeah. Disclaimer, if you're here, if you're not technical, you might have a rough start. So this is a technical talk. I'm assuming that you know about the browser console. I'm assuming you know about JavaScript, a little bit PHP, connections, and so on. If you're not technical and you just want your problem solved, I take money for fixing problems. So reach out to me at meet@simonfrei.com and we can get the sort out how you're doing it. But for all the tech people in here, let's finally go over all the all the advertisement for myself and let's get into it. So this is how it looks when we are blocked by 35% of all users. You see my own website here. I installed the Matomo script there. We will also have live coding within this talk where we, from one step to another, go through the process, what I'm explaining here. You see at the very top, this is uBlock origin again, and you see here Matomo Cloud is blocked. And also kind of when you are debugging why your script isn't loaded, it's always interesting to check the console and the network tab. In the network tab, you see here, this is the small line. I zoomed in a little bit for you. You see the CDN Matomo Cloud, Matomo.js is blocked by uBlock origin. So in this case, Firefox tells you what kind of plugin or however blocked something. And then you can dive deeper and figure out, okay, what can I do that this plugin isn't blocking my script anymore? And this is what we will do step by step and what you also will learn within this talk. The sample size, as I said, I will be mainly using uBlock origin because it's the best of these 5 ad blockers. So if you beat uBlock origin, you beat all others as well, as we will see later. Overall, these 5 ad blockers that I tested are representing 115 million users all around the globe, with roughly 80% of their users on Chrome and 20% of them on Firefox, a little bit depending on the solution. So AdBlocker Plus has a lot more on Chrome than on Firefox, and uBlock and so on is more in 80/20. I only tested on Firefox. Little disclaimer here again. Firefox in combination with uBlock origin is the hardest enemy to beat regarding the ad blocking circumvention. Chrome and Google is an ad company, so they make it a lot harder for ad blockers already to block stuff. So if you beat uBlock origin in Firefox, you beat basically everything else. So that's why this is on all the screenshots, you always will see uBlock origin. So this is the status quo. This is the default Matomo pixel. When we install it, when I copy it from my Matomo cloud instance, we see that we miss out on 55 million users. What? I just told you that there is 115 million users in the sample size, and this is already good news. Apparently AdBlock Plus and AdGuard AdBlocker are not blocking the Matomo script at the very moment. This can change every day. It really depends on all the lists they implement, if they kind of decide that they want to use EasyList as well and so on. So this, I don't think this will be forever in this situation. So it makes sense to also apply the tooling we do today to prevent these ad blockers in the future blocking us. But at the very moment, I checked this 5 days ago, these two didn't block the script, even if it's hosted on the central Matomo cloud instance, which is already great because we get 60 million users back without doing anything. So let's get into it. Here you see when we install the Matomo script that the Matomo cloud is a known tracking host. So when we install this, just in the ad blockers, they have lists and know, okay, Matomo.cloud is a central Matomo tracking instance. We should block this. But I told you how to figure out these things, why something is blocked. how do we know this, that it's blocked? So let's jump into the code a little bit and see how actually we can figure out what parts of the script are blocked and how we step by step can reduce the attack surface. So first of all, I copy here from my Matomo Cloud test instance. I copy in the script into my server, which just died, which is nice. Okay, let's reconnect here. So here we go. So I install the Matomo script. Let's give it a little bit of spacing. And then when I open my website, as I showed you here, when I reload this, you see at the bottom, Matomo Cloud is blocked by uBlock Origin. This is already good news because uBlock Origin has a feature to tell us why it blocks something. So here's when you open it, at the very bottom, you see this uBlock open the logger. And with this logger, we can figure out why something was blocked. So let's now reload the page. And now you also in logger basically see the same thing regarding the network tab. And in here, you see the rule why it was blocked and what request was blocked and was matched. When we click on this, we get further information. So you see the filter here, which means this double dash means beginning of the host, Matomo Cloud, and 3P means third party. Because this is a big important thing to keep in mind, which is good for us as defender against ad blockers. Ad blockers are on a thin line between what they can block and what they can't block, because they always are in fear of the users uninstalling them. Because if the user is too annoyed with an ad blocker blocking them, for example, if I go to matomo.cloud, and this page wouldn't load at all, even though I, as a user, want to open the page, and then I figure out that, okay, it is my uBlock Origin, I uninstall it or I deactivate it for this page. So this is a benefit for us. The ad blockers have to be defensive. They can't block too much. That's also why here 3P means third party. So when you directly open the matomo.cloud domain, it doesn't block anything. But this is just a side note. So let's get back to this page. And here we see, okay, it comes from a certain filter list. Filter list here you see easy privacy. Because how do ad blockers know what to block? They have a lot of long lists. The biggest one being easy list. I also mentioned you a few of the other big ones here in the slides. And within this list, there's IP addresses, there's hosts, there's paths, there's regex patterns. And if this pattern matches, the request is blocked. So let's look into this a little bit more. So when we are in the logger, we can actually click on the filter list here, and then it opened it in a new site. And then you can see the filter list that uBlock Your Origin has downloaded at this very moment. So this one is from today, no, from yesterday. And in here you see all the rules. We don't have to go through all of them, but let's look out for the Matomo one. I look for Matomo Cloud. And in here you see exactly that rule that was matched. Matomo Cloud third party, and we see it's 1.1. So for this certain host, there's only one rule in there. What's kind of interesting is when we just type in Matomo, we see that there's other Matomo instances, privately hosted ones, so not the central Matomo Cloud one, which are also blocked. And this usually is the problem. We will come to this later again as well. But if your domain, if your host gets flagged and known as a tracking host, you become a problem because you land in this list, and this can happen every time. We see there's a few of those in here, matomo.mirahese.org as well, and another one, and so on. But also certain path matches. And this one we will also talk about a little bit later in the talk. So let's get back to the slides. So now we know how the app blockers block something, but we still have our problem of Matomo Cloud being a known tracking host. And I don't want to self-host Matomo in this talk. This is not the way we are going. So we are trying to circumvent this block. So what we are doing is actually to rename something. We self-host and rename something. So what we saw before is that we have the source here loading from Matomo Cloud. And now we load it from our own domain. So this is just a Uber-based domain, a nice German hoster, where I just shortly got a domain and host files. And as you already see down here, so we have a two-step process of unblocking Matomo. The first one is the tracking script needs to be loaded. So the Matomo.js, the JavaScript tracking. And already the first ad blocker is falling over. So here, Privacy Badger, you already see that with this hack, it already falls over and is loading the script. So how would we do this? So let's go here into the, I can close this one now because we don't need it anymore. Let's copy this URL and then go into our domain. Here, this is the single.uberspace domain / Matomo talk. And in here, we can just wget the Matomo script. You see, I downloaded it now, and now I can change it within my tracking script. I just say, okay, don't load this from the Matomo CDN anymore, but from single.uber.space / Matomo talk and then Matomo.js. So let's see how this changed the situation. We load this now, and as we see, there is now a different rule that matches, which is already a good step. So we defended the first rule being Matomo Cloud as central instance being blocked. But now we see everything, so this rule, everything which is a / Matomo.js and is not from GitHub gets blocked. So here again, next problem, Matomo.js is a known tracker file. What can we do against this? So you figure already there's a lot of renaming in this talk. We rename it to something. I just took the name Freedom.js, and you see now all the ad blockers load the script at least. This is already a good step. So now we are fully one step further. Even uBlock Origin now loads the script. So let's rename this freedom.js. Let's go down here, move this Matomo.js to freedom.js. And when we now reload the page, it isn't reloaded yet. Let's see. Loading, loading, loading. Okay, that's what I have the slides for. So if it doesn't work from the get-go, I can just continue from the slides. Okay, you can still hear me. I was just wondering if the internet is down. Okay, so when we rename this to the freedom.js, now we have the benefit that all of these ad blockers loaded, but they not yet send us the events we want. So next problem, even when we send the events, obviously Matomo Cloud, we are running back into the old problem we already had, that Matomo Cloud is a known tracking host. So we can't send any events to Matomo Cloud because otherwise they always directly get blocked because this domain is known. So let's see if we're back here again. No, we aren't. Okay, then I will just continue with the slides. So Matomo Cloud is still a known tracking host. You might have already figured it by now that we rename things. But in this case, it's more difficult because in this case, we need to actually self-host or the backend somewhat or reverse proxy it. Because when we just rename something, then the events land in nowhere and nothing happens, but we want them on our central Matomo Cloud instance. So what we do here is we use a reverse proxy script. I have one that I also linked you in the slides in the end, which is based on no PHP and which actually does that. So whatever you send to this endpoint, single.uber.space / Matomo talk / reverse / Matomo PHP gets directly forwarded to the Matomo Cloud, and in there you then have you actually can send against this. You see in comparison, there's a next ad blocker falling over. So Privacy Badger now finally sends us all the events. So now we really beat the first one. So now there's only 2 left which block us. So let's see if my test case is back up again. Nice. Okay, here we saw the Matomo.js. So did I save this? Here we go. Now you see, okay, Matomo.js gets loaded, but the request here already, you see that's the full tracking request gets blocked. And now we install the reverse proxy. How do we do this? As said, full on, hands-on in this talk. There's the repo where I forked the proxy, Matomo anti-adblock reverse proxy, no PHP, the raw file. So we get the URL, and then actually we can download this. So make dir ref or wget the file output matomo.php. So in here we now have the file. Yes, it loaded. And now we can also adapt our URL up here to be not Matomo Cloud anymore. So it's also single.uber.space/Matomo talk/Matomo.php. What's important here, you have to remove the URL down here, otherwise you have Matomo.php twice. Let's reload this. And what you see and what you might have already figured, obviously Matomo.php also is in the block list. So we know this as a known path. Okay, let's rename it again. So let's rename this to Freedom.php, however we want. So this is a name we can just choose ourselves, move Matomo.php to Freedom.php. This time also save. Okay, so let's see what happens now. uBlock origin still blocks this, but when we renamed this, we see the next ad blocker falling over. So this is AdBlock Ultimate, I think on the left it's called. And now we only have uBlock origin as last as last contender, as last enemy for our anti-ad blocking. So let's look into this, what their problem here still is. And what we see is, okay, there's a certain rule which matches on everything .php with a query parameter action name. So it seems to be, as said, this is always the line the ad blockers have to walk on. If they block too much, for example, they would block everything .php query parameter name, they would block a lot of forms or something. But apparently action_name is something used mostly or only by ad blockers. So they can block this without breaking the internet, without the users uninstalling their ad blocker. So now again, we go into the renaming game, yada yada. I will do this a little bit faster. So we now have the thing that we have to rename it in two places. We have to name it in the Matomo.js, but also in the reverse proxy, we have to reverse the renaming. Why? So if we don't reverse the renaming, then in our central instance in Matomo Cloud, we don't get the action name anymore because Matomo Cloud expects it to come with the variable name action name. And if you renamed it to something like Simon's action or whatever, or freedom action name, Matomo Cloud can't match this anymore and just throws it away. And this is bad for us. So we have to now adapt two places. We have to adapt it in the Freedom.js and also in the reverse proxy. So here, let's check out Freedom.js. You just look for action name. It's somewhere here in the minified JavaScript. Freedom action name, save, and now also in the backend, the reverse proxy. Okay, apparently I broke this one. So move no PHP to Matomo to freedom.php, freedom to freedom.php. Okay, now here we have the correct script. Oh, something I forgot before, I'm very sorry. We obviously have to set the backend URL of our reverse proxy, which is simonfry.matomo.cloud/matomo.php. Otherwise, the events are sent into nowhere. And here also we do the reverse setting of the get parameters. So freedom action, it's called freedom action name, is the same as, okay, I mixed it up. Freedom, action, name. So here in the front, we have to set the action name because this is the one which is sent to the upstream to Matomo Cloud. Okay, so now this also works. Let's see what it does to our tracking. If we now finally beat uBlock origin, let's see, reload this, and we don't. We still don't. We did so much. We renamed everything and so on and so on. And now to the more end of the talk, I have to go into a completely new concept with you. It's called a ping or like a beacon request. And this is this one here. So what you see, uBlock blocks everything which is a ping to a third party. So the problem is 99% of this beacon requests are trackers. So it's again super easy for uBlock to block this without breaking the internet, without users installing it. What the hell is a beacon request? I guess none of you or not too much of you heard this before. And this actually is an API in the browser which was initiated, was created for tracking. So the thing is, the beacon API is this one here, the line navigator.send beacon. You can send post requests, you can send all the tracking data you want, and it's an asynchronous, non-blocking request. And the important part, the browser guarantees that it gets sent because it solves a problem that we had before that was mostly done with this little code snippet here. You want to track when a user enters the page, that is easy. When they open it, they load the JavaScript, and then you send your first event. But also you want to track when the user closes the tab, when the user leaves the tab for another tab or so on. And for that, in the past, we used the unload event. And when you then clicked on leave the tab or close the tab with this little cross, sometimes you might remember this. We had in the past that it took 3, 4, 5 seconds for the tab to close. They were like, yeah, why don't you close? And you click it 5 times. And this is because of exactly this code snippet, which does not work anymore because most of the browsers, they were like, okay, this is really bad for UX. They block this unload event now, but they needed to give an alternative. So what this code actually does, what you see here, there's 2 things which are problematic for the UX and for the performance, and why the browsers forbid this kind of like remove the unload event. So when you close the tab, this code gets executed, and you could send your tracking request asynchronous. So you close it directly closes the tab, and then the request is sent. Eventually, this is the problem with this code, that the moment you close the tab, all the context of this tab gets destroyed because the browser is cleaning up, and it might not send the event. So the marketers and their techies actually came to a point, okay, if we send this as a synchronous event so that the browser can't close before the request is sent, the request is definitely sent, and we don't really care about people leaving our site if they have bad experience. So they all added this false in here, which makes the request synchronous. And then you had this problem of like it never closing. And for this, the beacon request was created so that actually on close, you can send this beacon whenever someone leaves the tab, enters the tab, and so on. But as it was especially created for this use case, for sending tracking events in a reliable but asynchronous manner, it's super easy for ad blockers to block them because most of the app, like it's basically there's no application logic which works with this request because it's a fire and forget request with this beacon request, so it's blocked. Nice thing is Matomo has already in the Matomo.js an option to disable this. So let's do this up here. I actually have my copy paste part down here, so I don't have to write everything, or if I forget, or if I'm too nervous. So now we save this, and now, as we will see, even uBlock origin loads our events and sends our events. So you see here, here's the freedom.js, our script is loaded, and then also our event is sent. Awesome. So we finally beat all the ad blockers. The one thing we wanted for this talk, you can use the step-by-step process. Actually, also the slides are linked as well. You can just copy the code and copy the steps in here. They are written in a way that you can do it yourself. Awesome. We are done. Not fully. There's always a but. because we are in an everlasting cat and mouse game. And the thing here is what I showed you today is the status quo. And then the ad blockers will find new ways to block you. So you always have to be on the outlook and see, oh, am I blocked? If yes, why? Use the console. That's why I did this too much and so much in this talk, because I wanted you to know how I go about this and how I figure it out. Because the moment you're blocked again, you have to read the rules and figure out why something is blocked again. So also our new host is a big problem, well known at some point. So my single.uber.space, if I use it too much, or if I'm on a big website, at some point people will figure, oh, actually this is a domain which serves Matomo in the end, or like another tracking script. And then it will land on the ad block list, as we saw with this few private Matomo instances. And then we have the same problem again as with a Matomo cloud instance. So what we could do is we rotate the domains of the reverse proxy every X days. This is a thing we can't really win, because the problem is the moment when, I don't know, you have one enemy, you have one user being super annoyed by you rotating your proxy, which always means you have to buy a new domain, you have to adapt, tell your techies, or like adapt your code to actually change it, that actually the new domain is used. It's just one commit away from this domain being blocked again. So it takes you more time to create a new domain than it takes the ad blockers for blocking it. And if you have a user who's annoyed, who will just check every day, and then I think you can't win this race. Another idea is to actually host the reverse proxy on the very same domain. So what you saw, I just have this single Uber space domain, but I could also just take the no PHP reverse proxy and also host the Matomo freedom.js on my own simon-fry.com website, because then the host can't be blocked anymore. Because, for example, I'm Amnesty International, or I'm Simon, or I'm Google, or whoever. The user wants to go to my website for a reason. They want to open the website. And if they open the website and they see, oh, this website is blocked because of your ad blocker, and if I'm not too shady, and if the user actually knows, oh, I want to open the website, they will just uninstall the ad blocker or deactivate it for the site. So the ad blockers can't do this to block your main domain. Another thing that will happen, even if I host the JavaScript and the reverse proxy on my main domain, is that obviously freedom.js, no PHP, all the names I have for it will again be known at some point. We can use the same option. We can just rotate the paths every day or every X days. Again, you're in a cat and mouse game. You have to be faster. It takes you more time. It doesn't take you more money because you don't need a new domain, but it takes you more time to do this than it takes for the ad blockers or for a user who is annoyed to actually get you blocked. A nifty idea I like here is actually to use a path of a common known dependency. So you don't call it freedom.js, you call it jQuery.js. And then the ad blockers, again, can't block it because they would break most of the websites on the internet who use jQuery, and also yours. And then again, you have a back and forth. They could combine your domain and the path and so on. So it's always a figuring out, am I blocked, why I am, and what can I do against it? And yeah, but these are two ideas how you actually could then in this moment change something again to get you unblocked. And I hope you understood the process within this talk. One last thing I want to talk about, which is a little bit different, but on the same topic. It's called cookie-geddon within the ad tech space. And it means that the browsers will remove third-party cookies. They say soon, some already do. I think Safari is already doing it. Chrome already delayed this for 3 to 4 times because obviously Google's biggest revenue is their ad part, their ad tech part of their company, and they will not change anything within Chrome until they are sure they still can track the users even without third-party cookies. So what their plan is to actually build something new that no one else can track the users, but only Google. So actually their ad platform gets more valuable again. What is a third-party cookie? If you don't know this, so first party is the domain you connect to or the user. So we two are the ones talking, and then you have the tracking server, single Uber space, Matomo cloud, whatever. And then when you connect to this, the browser knows, okay, this is not something I directly need. This is not from the first party where the user wants to access it. And this third party cannot save a cookie. Why would the third party want this? And here we go into territory where it's really ad tech. You need third-party cookies to track users across different websites. Because, for example, if we only have our tracking a cookie on NewYorkTimes.com, top left logo, You only know, okay, there's a user, maybe you have a cookie, the user comes back a week later, you know, oh, that user read this article, a week later that article, and so on, but you only know it for New York Times. When the same user, like the same person, Simon as a human, opens aldi.com or de, there's a new profile, it's, oh, Simon shopped this and that, so on and so on, but these two profiles can never be combined because it's two different entities. And if you have a third party in the middle, Google Ads, for example, or also if we would do this with Matomo, then we could combine this and be like, hey, there was a user read that article on New York Times, a day later bought that thing on Aldi and so on, and build a huge user profile, know more about the users, track them, and be this big ass data kraken that I have here in the middle. Good news, we don't need this. So whenever a customer of yours is like, oh, cookie gather, is this a problem for you or like a problem for Matomo? As we only do first-party cookies, like Matomo, the solution or what we use it for is we want to know about our own users on our website. If they read a New York Times article, if they come back, how long they're on the website and so on. We don't want to build a global network of data, crawl that all together, would also be kind of hard with GDPR and so on. So for Matomo, whenever someone tells you, oh, cookie get them, and someone will remove the third-party cookies, you can just be relaxed and like, hey, this doesn't apply. This also doesn't apply at the very moment, even if you use a third party. So Matomo.cloud, single Uber space, the Matomo script is only setting first-party cookies. So it's only setting it for the simon-fry.com or your website. We don't have third-party cookies in Matomo, which is a great thing. So just if someone comes with that problem to you, can be like, hey, this actually will not happen for Matomo because we don't have this objective of wanting to track users all across the internet. One last thing before I come to the end, there's a solution for all of the problems in this talk. There's a solution for you have to rotate your domain, you have to first party install it, you have to rotate your paths and so on and so on. And this solution is called server-side tracking. So if the tracking is directly done on the server, the browser can't block it. What you see here is the user connects to my first party, Simon. And when this happens on my web router, on my server, simon-fry.com, I send, oh, there's a user with that certain IP address, maybe certain other identification attributes, and send this to the tracking server, get back data, oh, this tracking worked, and then deliver the content. The browser can't do anything about this because there is no connection when the browser actually sees the tracking server. Again, when you do this, please, still data privacy stuff, let the users opt out and so on and so on. But this would be the solution for everything. We don't have problems with being our paths being blocked anymore, with needing JavaScript and so on. So this is something that we could implement, server-side tracking, which solves all of this, that, I don't know, you have this in your shop system, that directly when someone purchased something, you send this from the server. This is a lot harder. This is why it's not done yet. Than just putting in the JavaScript and doing everything in the front end. But just that you know, there is a solution to this whole cat and mouse game, and it's called server-side tracking. I will not go into deeper detail because there is a talk or a discussion about this at 6 p.m. test. Ronan, please correct me if I'm wrong again with the time, but I think it is 6 p.m. Why Matomo has to create a MTM server-side. So also check in there if you're interested in the server-side tracking. I also know a little bit stuff about that, so you can also reach out to me. Again, if you need help with anything you learned in this talk, implementing it, please reach out to me. I do this for a living, so I'm happy to help and get paid for things. Yeah, if there are any questions, please reach out in the chat. Ronan will read them. I also will try to read the chat. And if you want the slides, the links, and also when we later have a recording, you will find them on this domain, simon.red/matomocamp-24. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open to questions. Ron, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if it's only me.
You cannot hear me. That's an issue.
Now I hear you.
Okay. So yeah, so I'm confirming you that the roundtable about server-side tagging will be at 6 p.m. today. So we will have, in fact, 3 experts. So Peter Bolke, Oh no, hello, and Denise, sorry for the family name, Golebursky, who will talk about server-side tagging. So the three of them have some experience with competitor solution, and we'll explain that in detail. We have 17 minutes left for questions. I can see as well that the next speaker is already ready to come on stage, but not right now, Marcus, just hold for a minute, because we do have a lot of questions within the chat. So I'm going to start by the first one, which is from El Madi Shaker, who is really active today. Thank you very much for being with us and asking lots of questions. So first question is, are on-premise users also affected by the ad blocker issue, or are only Matomo Cloud users?
Yes, you're also affected. Let me shortly just so that we have that later also on the recording. I will share the question here. Okay. So yes, on-premise users are also affected. So you also have the problem that you will get blocked at some point. As said, the main thing is the cat and mouse game. And at this very moment, Matomo Cloud is known. But if you say, I don't know, matomo.simonsdomain.com, if it gets big enough, you also will get blocked. So this is something everyone is affected by, the bigger the domain gets.
Thank you very much. Next question. Next question is, does it change anything if you are using Matomo Tag Manager rather than the traditional Matomo tracking code?
I can't tell you that. I don't know, as I know, don't use the Tag Manager.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase it. So you show us different calls which are made to Matomo.js. When we are using Matomo Tag Manager, so we get the same call, but in addition to that, we get something called container something.js. So let's say here, I guess that the lovely name that we are looking at, or the template, is container underscore and then some let's say some letters and figures. I just would like to know if on your side you have seen, for example, some rules when you see the word container appearing.
Yeah, container wasn't a problem I saw.
Okay.
Usually you always have a problem when there's any word containing something like at in it. So at or at space or so, or tracking. So these words obviously directly get removed. With containers, I didn't see a problem. And as kind of what we did here, you can do this for everything JavaScript. So if you have the tag manager as well, which is a different script or so, you can just rename it. You can do that things. The important part is what the app blockers do right now. They 99% only block on the URLs, so on the names. That's why you saw me doing the renaming and this working. There might be a point where they also chain or like kind of look on into the files, maybe with hashes of the files or something. And then there's a new game that you kind of have to adapt the files on the fly, but this also is doable. So yeah, it doesn't change anything in the how do we defend. We still need to rename things. We still need to do things. And I didn't see a problem with container, the word container.
Perfect. Next question is, are there steps that you did to overcome the ad blocker written in some documentation so that we can read it later? I mean, do you have any guide or any content on your website which is explaining back all the steps that you show rather than in the video recording?
Yes. So actually the idea for slides is that they are self-explanatory. So you can just like go through the slides. As you see down here, or if you just open this, if we go to simon.red/MatomoCamp24, you can download the slides. And I also plan to have a transcript of the talk with more of a blog post kind of style, also here on this page. So this is the page with all the resources for actually you doing it yourself. You also have the links down here, which show you to the GitHub repos that you might need.
Okay, I may have an additional question because clearly here you are giving away a lot of information and stuff, and you say that you are doing this for during your leisure time, your free time. Do you have any, I mean, are you providing any consultancy services, or are you used to provide consultancy services about these specific topics or any topics which are Matomo related?
Yeah. So everything that you can book me for my knowledge. I don't have any particular. I do this for Matomo. I do this more overall for EdTech, as said, because the solutions are quite similar. If I do them for Matomo, I do them for Google Ads or whatever. So please reach out to meet@simon-fry.com. That's also on the website as well, or you see here in the slides. I'm super happy to help there as a freelancer, also depending how you want this on an hourly basis, consulting, or if you just say, hey, I have that problem, please Simon solve it for me, and then I can tell you how much it would cost, and then I think we will figure something out.
Sorry, curiosity question. Feel free to not answer if you don't want to, but how much will you are we looking at if let's say someone wants to solve, let's say, the major ad blocker issue that they have. They have a budget. They don't know, in fact, how much it will cost, but for you, so they come to you saying like, okay, we suspect that ad blockers are blocking a huge part of our Matomo traffic website. Let's imagine that they are techy enough, they just don't know the subject. How much would you charge them, for example, for this consultancy project so that their Matomo tracking code will work fine, considering that they can copy and paste the different tracking code that you can send them?
Yeah. Let's assume you're technical enough, then you definitely will get, as said, the slides and talk and everything for free. Just help yourself. And then consulting on top would be roughly 1,000 per day.
Okay. Okay, so at least we know already for different, let's say, people who need it, that they need to look at 1 day of work of your consultancy work. Okay. We have 10 minutes left. Question from Dimitri Bou. Can we set somewhere an alert once you can, can we set somewhere an alert once you can't track any longer a certain percent of transaction? In other words, detects when it's time to update the reverse proxy.
I don't know a service for that. I researched this actually as I was thinking about maybe building this in a product. So no, at the very moment, there isn't a service for it. If there's enough interest, I'm happy to help with building one. One thing that you can do and how I would approach if you want to check out if you are blocked, just use a headless browser and then kind of check there what I showed you in the talk of being like, hey, is there a certain amount of is your request blocked? And as said, if you are fine by uBlock Origin, you're mostly fine by all others, or you just install 10 ad blockers in this headless browser and check it there. If you want this as a managed service, yeah, we could build this, but so far I didn't have enough. Like in my market research, I didn't find enough people actually need this, so it wasn't worth building it yet. So if I would build it, I would build it with a headless browser and just let it run every day.
Awesome. I do not see any questions left in the chat. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask yourself, because you were expecting it to see it within the chat, but you didn't, and you wish you could answer it?
No. All I tried to answer everything within the talk already. Yeah, happy if you share this, if you share the knowledge, if you share the slides and so on. Help yourself there. I also posted within the YouTube chat. I posted the link to the slides as well. If you couldn't see them from the slides or like from the screen share. And then for all Germans out there, if you made it through this and you want to have it a second time, so see you at 3 p.m. in the German version.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you very much for your time. You have lots of thank you within the chat. Looking forward for the next conference from you in German, which will be, let me look at it within the time schedule.
3 p.m. I think.
3 p.m. Yes, correct.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. And I invite then the next speaker, so to say Marcus, to come on stage if he's ready.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Marcus, you can come on stage if you want. Hi, Marcus.
Do you see me?
Hey, Marcus, I can see you. The sound
cannot hear
is
you, so
not perfect yet.
it's in my end.
Yeah, the sound is from, we can hear you from very far away. I don't know if you can find another microphone. We still have some time to prepare.
Let's see if I can hear you now, perhaps.
Hi.
Hello, Marcus. Is it better now?
Hear a bit of noise, but I can't hear you.
Ah, yeah, okay. The sound is getting better. The sound is doing better. I'm just checking as well the different rooms.
Now I hear you.
Okay.
Great. Then it's going to be the big ones.
Sorry?
Then it's going to be the big headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as the show can go on, it's okay.
Yeah. Great.
So we can start in 3 minutes from now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, I'm ready and I have my presentation, and we'll try to do the screen sharing right now.
And yeah, in the chat, Elmedi Shaker is telling us that the sound is fine, so that's perfect.
Okay. Well, great. So now I'm trying to screen share, and I think that you are directing what people are seeing, right?
You mean I'm directing?
Yeah, and making the presentation big for the attendants and.
Oh, okay. Dealing with this part, in fact, what we see is what we get. So in fact,
Okay.
this goes directly on YouTube as a stream. So
Okay.
to me, as you are sharing your screen, this is perfect. I can in fact switch off my camera so that people don't see me anymore. Don't hear as well in some seconds the sound of my voice. I will cut the microphone.
Okay.
And in 2 minutes from now, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Just give me the signal, then I begin.
And thank you for taking part once more to this great event.
Yeah, it's really fine to be here.
Yeah, it's lucky as well, because honestly, we are having so much trouble. Okay, so I'm gonna, okay, it's 1 p.m. I switch off my my microphone. All the best, Marcus.
Thank you. Hi. The title of this presentation is Supercharge Matomo for Extended Analytics and Automated Reporting. This is the structure of this talk. I will introduce myself, and I'll introduce a way to get going with the web analytics in a straightforward way, how to integrate Matomo and treat it as a black box for those use cases where stakeholders and analysts should not even log on in the Matomo user interface. And in the EU, we have an Accessibility Act to comply to, and Matomo can actually support this effort. And in the end, there will be a summary, and I'm open to questions. And first off, I will begin by introducing myself. My name is Marcus Österberg, and I live in Sweden. I currently work at the product agency Whitespace with business development and analysis. I've been working on website development since the late 1990s and with web analytics for about 20 years. During these years, I've mostly worked as an employee in the public sector, but also as a consultant some of the time. I've written a book on web analytics, which is used as course material at several universities here in Sweden when they are training future communicators and journalists. And speaking of communicators, that's really my world. I've been the link between communication, digital services, and technology all of my professional life. But enough about me. First up is our way of thinking about where to start an web analytics effort. In my experience, it's really common to struggle with how to get going, partly because web analytics can be difficult in itself, and partly because many people expected to make it happen are not full-time web analysts. But it doesn't have to be that complicated if you feel following this simple model, which I'm going to show now. First, though, this is a conversion funnel based on the IDA model. This is how to relate to different parts of a website and different initiatives. With web analytics, we strive to understand user experiences, and through its methods, we can gain actionable insights. A visual representation of this could be the conversion funnel, which classifies the different stages of a user or customer has to go through. The goal is sometimes to convert the person's interest into action. Not all users will move through the entire funnel, though, and in some cases, all we need is the attention. The downward arrow in the bottom of the funnel reminds us not to always settle for measuring attention or just exposure, but to seek deeper signals that confirm the user's progression towards conversion or becoming a customer. And most websites are not useful if all they get is the attention. They need to guide users how to act towards an end goal of sorts. And with Web Analytics, we measure and evaluate that process with the intent of improving the website to support its users. But so I promised the 3 levels of making these things easier. For those who are in an early stage in their analytics journey, we have a basic model that we typically use to help get them started. It is a simplified version of the IDA model we just looked at, and these 3 levels are also your talking points when it comes to reporting or presenting the results of your analytics. And you have to have answers to these 3 levels of questions. At the top, you've got the attention and exposure, or frankly speaking, this is the vanity metrics, but it's okay since you need to describe your website's upper funnel for context. You have to do a little more than just present a number on your upper funnel. For instance, you should know about acquisition trends, different channels, etc. Point 2 is how the website got used. At some length, you need to know where the users are spending time on the website. Where do they land? Are they experiencing any friction, such as error messages? What do they type into the website search, and do they even get any search results? In my experience, this is pretty illuminating and challenges your assumptions you have on how your website is being used. It also quite often is actionable in the sense that it's obvious when you fail your users. Point 3 is to be able to claim the website has any value. And you need to identify at least one goal and configure Matomo accordingly. Then you can follow the goal over time, learn its ups and downs, and try to optimize. And for some organizations, the goals of their websites are obvious. For instance, if they sell something, or perhaps gather information for the sales organization to act upon. And for other organizations, it might be a bit of a struggle. For example, in the public sector organization, they tend to have such abstract expectations on their website that their eyes glaze over when we start talking about the measurable goals. And also according to the limitations of measurable goals, such as the tool like Matomo. But many times you just have to sit down, have a look at the website, and figure out how to measure what a good user session looks like. Where are the call to action buttons, and where are there forms or signups? And it's worth reminding ourselves that all goals do not have to be monetary or outstandingly good. And I think these 3 levels are a suitable structure for both your elevator pitch and also a documented report. But who should influence the work with web analytics? This Venn diagram is something we often use at Whitespace to add nuance to things within analytics and user experience. I think it works perfectly for illustrating who you should consult about what to focus on and what to develop metrics for, etc. There are several perspectives on what's important to keep a close eye on. And the person who likely knows this best is the one with the expertise in the business area. People like me tend to complement this with the quantitative approach, but you also need people specialized in the user experience. We all bring our different perspectives to this. And the mix of these are probably pretty close to the truth and valuable to get your analytics in line with the business interest. And I'm not saying you need dedicated specialists just to get going, but aim for this kind of diversity. And to bootstrap this, you could exchange the UX expert with someone who constantly talks to customers, such as those working with sales, support, or answering the phone. The analytics person is perhaps exchangeable by someone who likes statistics, but without the business expertise, this will not work out, because you cannot outsource your web analytics. But in practice, how do you automate the reporting of insights? Building upon the previous section on business-focused web analytics, I will praise the possibilities actually of Matomo's API to automate custom reporting. And we can also tailor it for different audiences. Not all stakeholders have any business being in the Matomo user interface, and perhaps most of them will just get frustrated and generate unnecessary support. And instead, we can focus on the need of continuous updates for those people. So where are people supposed to receive the reports and be aware of potential insights? My thinking is that nobody should have to switch context on a regular basis just to be able to learn what the information is stored in Matomo. They should be able to find things out in their ordinary tools or systems. And this might require different formats depending on the use case. People working with website content in the CMS can benefit from, in that context, for instance, knowing which content gathers a lot of attention, but also the extent of 404 page not found messages, the current conversion trend, and if there are any deviation from the trend, such as the Matomo widget, dashboard widget, movers and shakers is showing, but in their content management system instead. Some users I have been working with would prefer working in the favorite spreadsheet application, such as Excel, and others like to get the data to process programmatically, and some just want Matomo as their invisible data source, among other in their business intelligence workflow. Then Matomo just have to be open to access for those other systems and tools. And maybe for everyone else, email reports is the catch-all, and they should not be an active user of Matomo. And in fact, we have a couple of Matomo clients where we have automated the reporting I explained earlier, applying the 3 levels of reporting. And then they can focus on their so-called North Star metrics and compare apples to apples over time. But the process of going for this kind of automated analytics, how do one begin? The first step, I think, is to focus on what would be a good enough result, defining your minimum viable product. And yes, I intentionally wrote playground. Working in analytics, I think it is necessary to play around with the data, and with a Jupyter Notebook, it is quite easy to stitch together a rough demonstration of the process and being able to discuss the value with some business person. That is essential to define the requirements and also learn a bit more about the challenges ahead. So what could this pipeline or solution look like? This is just an example on Matomo's role and where the result may end up in different systems. Maybe, perhaps you need an API gateway, not to overload your Matomo environment with requests. Also, you can have some additional layer of security or abstraction. If we look at web analytics in a more holistic manner, we might find data sources and signals that not reach Matomo at all, such as offsite conversion or surveys or product data. An example of the data processing is to apply some natural language processing, or AI, as people are often calling it these days, on the user's website search queries. For instance, to use the NLP technique stemming to find the base form of each word. And then that's the next logical step after making all search queries in lowercase, since you then can group common search intents. And if you happen to have a database of commonly used synonyms, then you could go even further. A Swedish example I tend to bring up is daycare and preschool, since parents and municipalities often use different terms to describe the exact same thing. And when you have your data sources and you have made your relations between them, processed and transformed the data, then you have to distribute or at least compile it. That could be an analytics API or a service of sorts. And the result can end up in diverse content systems where marketing happens. It could be a weekly email report or a data pipeline towards your business intelligence platform or a dashboard system. Well, it's time to switch topic a bit and talk about another type of compliance than the GDPR and the like. And in the European Union, we have more regulations than the GDPR, and I know this type of regulation also applies in the United States. The European Accessibility Act, it's called here, and for instance, it requires of banks to offer accessible digital products towards their customers. And the consumers might not have eyesight or any other range of disabilities, including struggling with reading or having impaired motor skills. And I will introduce why I think Matomo is a good fit for parts of that effort. First off, let's talk about those different perspectives I brought up in the Venn diagram previously, because we need to know where to focus our efforts, and then we have a business perspective, but also user experience and a more Matomo-like perspective. UX and design professionals often have some kind of design systems today. That is the ideal version of how things are supposed to work and look. From these professionals, it's interesting to get the designated test pages and also the complete path towards a conversion. Myself, though, then being primarily a web analytics and Matomo guy, I obviously think about which table in Matomo is most relevant to extract from the Matomo API. I think the most visited pages and landing pages is what I would like to complement with. And what the business people bring in here are ideas I've come up with from working closely with communication professionals over many years. Typical questions involve keeping track of newly published pages and content to ensure that the quality is good enough, and also the recently edited pages. And that is to being able to measure that quality isn't declining after a relaunch or a training initiative, and that edits have paid off. And that type of data is present in almost any website's sitemap in a structured manner. And when the compliance team has this information, they need a toolbox, obviously. And all of these are open source. Of course, Matomo Analytics is great for this. The test engine to automatically check website accessibility is Axcore, which is available in a lot of products, but also in a node package. Axe will find things like missing alternative text or when headers are not in a logical order on a web page. And if you would like to know if the information itself is reasonably simple to understand for readers, you can use FlashIncade for English texts, and for other languages there are other types of algorithms. And one might wonder how scheduling the testing works. A tool for this is Jenkins, and it can do many things. And you could absolutely be satisfied with the first 4 steps, but if you need to track progress over time and have some kind of a dashboard, you can complement with the business intelligence tool, and perhaps Streamlit and Superset are quite common in the open source world. But automated testing is not really good enough to be compliant. And for instance, there are false positives. And that is that automated tools may think they found errors, but upon closer inspection, it is actually correct. But the biggest problem, however, is that about half of what could be wrong cannot even be tested with automated methods. And this quote is from the developer of Axcore, the standard test engine. So yeah, in other words, it's necessary to have automated accessibility testing, but it's really not enough to settle for that alone if you don't also have a process for manual testing. And the automated testing is just the foundation for making accessibility happen. And now it's time for my summary. My main message is this: just try to get going with what you have in terms of experience around you, and do not settle with the measuring page views or visitors. There has to be some sort of conversion on your website. You should aim for having a diverse analytics team or people around you. Together you can find out how analytics has a business case at all. We should not give people access to Matomo if they don't have to. We as analysts and product owners should do the groundwork instead for the common use cases, and then integrate and automate. And also think about other use cases, such as the quality checks, such as reviewing the accessibility. And sometimes Matomo knows what is used on your website, and that can help you focus your efforts and be compliant in more than just one way. That's it. Thanks for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Marcus. Let's have a look within the chat to see if there are some questions coming. So, oops, let's see over here. So, so there is always question dealing with the logistic part. Will the slides will be available somewhere so that our attendees can download them afterwards?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Next question. So by the way, I think that on the platform that we have, where you write when you submit the proposal, you can upload your slide over there. So feel free to do so, and I will then create a blog post on MatomoCamp.org where I will post your slides if needed. So
yeah, great.
Or even send it to me by email, and I will do the necessary. Next question is: can you expand on what a good content management system looks like that will reduce the customer support contacts? What format would it have?
Content management system is, in my experience, being primarily working with the public sector, it's kind of a archiving system of sorts. It's brochure kind of systems, and they have separate services platforms. So I'm not really sure I can answer that question, but I think that in any case, when you're procuring an information system that you need to measure or evaluate or optimize in any way, then you are interested if it has support for webhooks or all of that technology, and if it has widgets or is customizable in any way. For instance, for WordPress, it's pretty easy to do this kind of dashboard in that kind of tool, and then you can have some sort of a table or a view or a dashboard in that system that is reusing things both from Matomo and other systems, and kind of stitch together that kind of actionable overview for a content producing person. I'm not sure I answered the question, but I'm not sure I'm able to.
Well, dealing with the person who asked the question, feel free to. Okay. So he or she says thank you. So I guess the answer has been given. But if you need once more clarification, feel free to add another question. There's no questions left, but we have some time, and I'm not sure if the audience know you very well. So if you had the chance maybe to say a couple of words about who you are as an individual, or what Space is about, what kind of Matomo products and services you are delivering.
Yeah.
We do have at least 10 minutes, 5 minutes in front of us. So please feel free to maybe expand on this given part, or the type of use cases that you are dealing with on a daily basis.
Yeah. I'm kind of the autodidact, the self-taught person in analytics, and have been working, even over 20 years, and have been product owner at the local government in Western Sweden, product owner of Matomo and different kinds of products around Matomo, and having all kinds of support systems around it. So I'm kind of a generalist, and that's about enough about me. My employer, Whitespace, we mostly offer two different kind of things. We offer coach and support for Matomo users, and we also have a SaaS service with Matomo as well, with hosting in Sweden, mainly working with the public sector, but also some kind of engage and acquire related customers that are having more obvious goals with their website, and easier to track the conversion and the action in the IDA model. For instance, we have a team of about 6 people in DevOps, and more business-like, more business experienced person like me, and we kind of covered the whole scale from tech to more softer values, and coaching our clients and the business people at our customers how to get started, and health checking Matomo environments that a new analyst getting employed at the customer of ours is not being disappointed about the state of the Matomo. So we kind of audit the state of the implementation, and which plugins are used, and if the data quality is any good. So we kind of do it all, I think. And the first part of my presentation is where I usually present and talk the struggle and the difficulties to get started at all with the web analytics. It was a meme about 10 years ago that everybody talks about things because they think that everybody else is doing it, and therefore they are claiming that they also are doing it. And I kind of think that we have a really good potential to get better at the point of web analytics, and I find it a bit frustrating that we are not gaining more ground about how to use Matomo, and all the product is offering in a better way, and trying to make a claim how the analytics is proving value for the business. So that's kind of my frustration, and laying out a path for those clients that I work with, how to take the next logical steps. And that's pretty much what the first part of my presentation were, that you need a structure to get presenting, and you should practice the presenting on your peers, and perhaps a measurement plan, and then you can live by your measurement plan in your analytics team before you are talking to other people and making the business case. So you just start playing and the playground I mentioned and get going, essentially.
Okay. I'm just watching if there's one question left. So there's no questions left, but we still have a bit of time. So I'm just going to add the curiosity question. What I noticed, strangely, is like there's a lot of demand regarding the Swedish market, but strangely, not that much regarding the Icelandic, the Danish, the Norwegian market, and the Finnish market. So that's very strange to see that Sweden is way beyond any of his neighbor. But when I say way beyond, it's really way beyond the others. And I was wondering if that's the same thing that you are noticing on your side, if there are special things that we are not aware of. How is it possible that when it comes to Matomo specifically, the other Nordic countries, let's say, are not moving as fast in Sweden?
I'm not really aware about the Icelandic market, but for context, I think it's about 250,000 people living on Iceland. So it's a tiny, tiny population, and though they have a lot of municipalities, I think, so we are structured in different ways, and Sweden is the by far largest market in all of IT in the Scandinavian end of Europe. But it's often claimed about Sweden and Swedish people that we are obsessed with following the rules. At least that's what I am hearing from my Norwegian friends. So perhaps we are taking a more strict interpretation of GDPR, and perhaps some of the early adopters, such as my previous employer, the Western Götaland region, made a case for others to just do the same thing and know that they were compliant, and that's what's led to this kind of market situation. Yeah, that's my guess, at least.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing this part, Marcus. So in the chat, we got some reactions from Thomas. Those are not questions, so the president, okay, and is adding more information about the specific question that I gave you. Any questions that you would like you to answer yourself? I mean, question that you wish the audience will have asked to you today, Marcus?
No, not really. I hope I covered all the bases. So, but thank you. Thank you all.
No problem. That was a pleasure to have you today with us, so as the previous edition. Let's now have a good break and let's see each other in half an hour for the next conference, which will be about using AI to fetch for data in Python. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Ralph, nice to see you back.
Thank you.
I'm currently double checking if the connection is started to be made. I have the feeling that yes, because it's written excellent connection, which means that in some minutes you're going to give the best conference of all time. Am I right?
I hope so. Thank you.
I don't say anything else. It's 2 p.m. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, to join me for this an interesting webinar. We'll be talking about using AI to fetch raw data and Python. My name is Ralph from support and technical support at Matomo, and really looking forward to explain how it works and giving you some real examples of customers who are using that as well. Okay, so just to start, just why do you need to use AI for API calls? Why can't you just use a simple browser or a Postman or anything like that? The answer for that is pretty much with the data set size, and it's easy to fetch some data. Use the API calls for very small data sets, but when things get really large, it's getting really hard just to manage, and especially the API calls as well. Using a Python script is a lot easier just to understand what has been sent in a config file. So we'll obviously cover all of that very soon. With Python, there is no data set limitations, and this is very easy to create a config file, and you can actually manage. You can even just create different config files for a specific types of application that you do. In this webinar, we're talking about the live get last visit details. So what is that? It's basically a method that an API method that retrieves raw data. So I will explain and visually as well what it looks like and what sort of information we can get. But basically, it's everything that has been tracked will be kept in the raw data. So it's a very richer data, and that's why we recommend for some types of applications just to retrieve just the raw data. In cloud, there is limitation of 2 years historical data. On-premise is an infinite, so it depends how you set it up. And if you go to this develop.matomo.org, this FAQ, you should be able to see here, if I'm correct, this one here. So, and it explains how the module live works. Most interesting is actually the examples here. So you can actually extract data from XML, JSON file, or CSV or Excel CSV. And so just clicking here, for instance, you just get in JSON, and you can just see the actual data. So it's worth mentioning that here, clicking on the example, you see at the bottom token underscore auth equals to anonymous. For this is the demo.matomo.cloud. For the demo account, that's no problem. You can just do that. But if you're just retrieving data from other accounts, you might actually have to have an auth token. So to do that, you will need to go to the admin. This is my local test account. You need to go to admin, then security, and at the bottom you just create a new token. So once you create a token, you have to have a password. I'm not sure if or rather not doing that, but we've created, enter the password, create a token. The token will be visible once, and you have to save this token. So that's how normally anyone will be able to actually just produce an API report from that. So he's just using the anonymous basically for the demo one. Moving on, so we use actually this. We'll see some examples of the AI. In this case, will be the ChatGPT just generating Python script. We'll use a Python interpreter, which is already set up on my machine. And as I said, so everything will be just primarily just used from demo. So again, so why are you using AI for API calls? So data size, it's harder to obviously just to. I think I just went to there we go. So sorry about that. The API reporting limitations. So why are you doing this? This because the API just has got lots of limitations in terms of data size, especially. And once we use the API calls for the demo, for instance, the limit of rows that is by default set is 100 rows, which is, truly speaking, is not much anyway. So we use the filter limit to increase that we can actually increase up to 10,000. And the data set that you require is much larger than that. You would have to keep offsetting it. So Matomo would retrieve 10,000 rows at a time. I need to have to offset, or meaning tell Matomo that now I need to know the next data from 10,001. So it will be from 10,001 to 20,000 basically. And you keep just doing that until you retrieve the total amount of data you require. Obviously, this is very laborious, and that is one of the limitations. And if you try to do that in the browser, for instance, it's likely that a browser would actually crash as well, because it's a very slow process as well. So it's not a very productive way of doing it. The advantage of the scripts is, as I said, like you can manage data set more efficiently. So a Python script would actually be able to gather all the API calls and put everything into one data set. Basically, that's a lot easier. It manages larger data sets, like hundreds of megabytes, and it can produce for outputs in whatever format you need, CSV, JSON, HTML, and etc. So it's very dynamic, very flexible. And Python itself, this is the actual, I asked ChatGPT, why is Python so efficient in terms of data handling? And this is the answer, basically. And it's quite a thorough answer. I actually just copy and paste this part of it, because ChatGPT gave a very good, thorough interpretation of how it actually is done. And one of the biggest thing is memory management. So that's very interesting, the fact that Python doesn't allow, and I'll actually check that in monitoring the memory and network. You could see that not a lot of memory or even just network has been used, so which was quite interesting. The lazy evaluation, efficient data structures. So there's a lot of different types of data structures as well, which is quite impressive. Parallel processing, data compression, and all of that. So it's just really a bunch of very clever ways of processing and retrieving data. So it's no wonder that Python is actually known for data scientists, and a lot of people in the market is using it. Everyone knows that, but it's very important to reiterate that AI accuracy, AI is just like humans, right? So we are not fault-free. So we actually produce, we made mistakes, we produce wrong type of codes and etc. And AI also can actually do that. So we can make sure that we need to check the data. We need to check with the spreadsheets and all of that, because there are some certain circumstances, some situations that the actual what has been requested is not produced the way that you expect. And possibly the best strategy to use with AI, at least for in the beginning, is to start small. Just get a smaller sample so that you can actually be able to compare with Matomo, for instance, or Matomo reports, and you see if the data matches. So first steps, as I showed already previously, you can just click on that, and you need to think about your token, if it's correct. If you go to the segmentation, which is, oops, go back one. So the API segmentation guide is very thorough. It's very interesting just to get to know. For this type of operation, you would definitely need to get used to at least some of the information from this guide to be able to create more thorough sort of implementation in terms of filtering. So segments is filtering data. So it's possible to filter data by those dimensions, which is quite a comprehensive list. You can see that it's quite a lot. So you don't have to know by heart everything. It's the opposite. This is a reference, right? So you can just come here every time you need and check which values that you need to filter out. So different metrics and etc. So it's possible to send empty values. So you're searching for that. It's possible to combine also different types of segments. So here at the beginning, you can see that you can include the or the and operator, or both, and that's accepted. So for the or, and I needed you to remember that for the future, because it will be important. So the or is a comma, and the and is a semicolon. So that's how the Matomo segmentation works. The reply, it looks like something like this. So if we go back to here, where's the and just do a simple one. So this is the visit level. So where is the FAQ? So in this FAQ, it explains both of the levels. So the first one you can see here, this is consolidated already. So this is the visit level, and there's quite a bit of information here. And this is another visit. We start another visit, and this one is the action level. So what is an action level? Action level normally is related to a page view. This particular visit is not a good one for that example. Let's see if you can find something a little bit larger. Okay, this is a little bit better. So this visit had two page views. So the divers on a mirror lifeboat review, and the best dive sites in Roger and Pat. So this person was clearly searching for places to go and dive. So let's see if I can find another visit with more information, because there are lots of information that can actually be stored, for instance, like events, e-commerce, etc., etc. So it would be nice if I could actually find something easily here, but if I take too long, there we go. This one seems to be a little bit more. But they all just actions, so it's just the URL. But you got the idea. So you see that this FAQ just shows more in details what you expect from actually the data. moving on, we're going to now try with ChatGPT and test how it works. So that's just a hands-on sort of exercise with ChatGPT. And the first thing we should be doing is actually to create the first step, which is creating a Python script. So this is what is written here. And using the live get details methods, using the config.ini, so it created a config.ini file that would actually keep some of the parameters, right? So this is what I want to copy and paste and use that in ChatGPT. You see that we produce the config files. It will actually Python would likely to have some dependencies, so ChatGPT will show some stuff. It will at this stage just only show the 100 rows. I'm just doing this on purpose, just for the sake of actually explaining the step-by-step how it works. The script should return some data, and so I'd like to just see how it goes. So hide this one. So I've got here. I've got this is exactly what it was written in the first slide for the using AI. So let's just see how it goes. What ChatGPT does. It's interesting to note that how fast it does reply and give some information. So already you see that the config.ini, the file has been created, and so I can set up the day, the period, and then etc. So let's see what else it does. So that's the code, and then here it will explain what to do, what are the steps to take, and it also refers to how to run the actual script. So there's no dependency here this time, so it doesn't say anything about that. So the next step I would do is actually run the S code. I am already in the correct folder. I can just come here and create the first Python script. So first script, actually better just to put like is script.01.py. So it knows already there is a Python script. I can just save. So I've copied and I'm saving it. And now I need to add the config. And also I'm just going to copy and paste it. So this is not a correct endpoint. I just would like to have the actual demo. There we go. Let's see how it works. And I believe it will be set to, oops, by the typo. Let's see if it works. So next thing I need to do is to run the terminal. So it should be on the same, yeah, so it should be on the same. On the same folder, and then just to run script 0.py and see what happens. Oops. I made a mistake, I guess. Let me see what I've done. Oh, obviously. So there we go. So this is a normal thing. So the beauty of having a config.ini is you can just change it and then just run again and see if it works. There we go. So now we can see that some data has been retrieved, so we know it's actually working. it doesn't actually matter at this stage to know if the data is correct or not, because we're just starting the process. So the reason why I put incrementally is it's important to explain that if I add if I tell ChatGPT that I want to have a script with all the steps that I will show in the next few minutes, it's likely that ChatGPT will not understand very well, because it needs to be more incremental. You need to actually just go step by step and just show that's what you're doing, basically, what you're trying to do. If you put a lot of stuff that the ChatGPT is unlikely to provide. I've tried it a few times. Maybe someone can just get lucky and put all the requests, but I haven't tried it before, and it actually doesn't work very well. So the next step is to use the filter limits we have spoken about. So at this stage, the Python code only returns 100 rows, and it's obviously something far from what we need, and we need to actually just give more flexibility. So the next step is to do this, to add this use filter limit requests. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here, and then just continue on the same chat. This is called a chat. What we're doing. So I'm just creating another command here for ChatGPT. So it understands the live get last visit details, accepts the filter limit and the filter offset, and then produces a script. And I see here there is something, and I did on purpose, there is something that is missing. I'm just waiting for that for the script to finish. There we go. It's very similar. Okay, so it's very similar to what it was. Obviously, it does have the filter limit and offset, but this is not what I want. So one of the advantages of having the config.ini is the fact that you have control. You know exactly what has been called. And in this case, I haven't actually added the both filter limit and filter offset, which actually should have been added here. So this was on purpose. So what I'm going to do is we're going to the next slide, and then request ChatGPT to add the config.ini, add those two parameters to the config.ini file. So we go there. So once again, continue the chat, and this time around just say I need the filter limit and filter offset to be added to config.ini. So I think that is very clear to ChatGPT, saying that instead of having the both parameters here in the code, now you can see that ChatGPT added to the config.ini file, and we again where we need to. And it generates both config and the Python script. So I just prefer to create a new file this time around, script-02.py. It will be calling the same, oops, not this one. It will be calling exactly the same config.ini file. There we go. And now I need to update the config.ini itself. Okay, can just do this actually. Okay, so no need, it's already there. Site ID, that's good. Period day, that, and filter limit. So this time I just want to go for 1,000 and just save it and see what happens. So we are on the config.ini2 and have an error. So something here, most recent calls, blah, 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 blah. So I normally just, when I do have a problem, what I do, and I'm actually happy this happens. So what I do is I'll tell ChatGPT, I got the following error. Oops. It's, oh, okay, sorry, it's just doing something. Hang on. And then I can just add the error. So while I was testing the webinar, I had some errors as well before, and I just basically tapped this, and ChatGPT can actually just change it. So let's see what you say. So let's see what happens. So I believe that ChatGPT didn't actually understood really correctly what I said. So let's just see. So there's no need for the actual new version of a config.ini, because that's not a problem. So what we should be doing here is just I'll create a new file. So with the changes, hopefully they will work. And just see here, Python 3. It's taking a little bit. So I was wondering if that is fetching some data or not from Matomo. While we wait, I'll just continue the, I'm assuming that is actually working. So then we have then created added those two to the config.ini. So we should be ready for the next step. So I requested fetching 1,000 rows, and maybe it was actually taking, maybe still taking some time. Oh, it's still giving me. Oh, it's still fetching it. It looks like. So it should not take too long, but it's definitely just fetching a lot more data than it was in the previous call anyway. For fetching large data sets, it can be challenging. So pretty much for this reason. So sometimes is a lot more helpful just to have a smaller data set, but it's also really good to have a feedback system. So it's sending messages in the UI, so you can just see what is actually happening, what's happening. So what we would like to do now is basically add this. Oh, hang on, there we go. So creating the feedback showing how much data has been fetched. I think that is a good way of going forward. So if you're just retrieving, let's say, thousands and thousands of data, you can actually just know that the script is still working. There we go. So the 1,000 rows that have been requested finally got here, but it took a while. So it's always good to actually just have a way of let Python tell you that the script's still working, but it's taking too long because of it's fetching a lot of data. So let's see if it's already just created that. Yeah, okay. So there we go, and just create another script. .py. Save that, and let's see what it does. There we go. So it's interesting also to know when the script started, so you can have a timestamp. It's very useful to know how long, if you are, for instance, fetching a million rows, you could start with just 1,000 and see just to fetch to assess how long would actually it take. So you can just leave it running and then do whatever you need to do extra in parallel anyway. So as you see, this is telling all the steps anyway. So that's very handy. The next step, why is working, it's obviously it's important not to see the data in the screen, but actually just to save that to a CSV file, right? So this is very, and in this case, it's really good to have a date and timestamp, so you can actually just run the file, so the script very many times, and you will actually produce different CSV files. And also for the sake of reducing limiting the data set for testing, is actually really good to have a maximum number of visits, and that actually is a parameter into the config.ini. So I'm here. There we go. So it's done and everything now. So another. Oops, it's going too fast. That should work now. So there we go. So I requested to add another parameter. It says exactly what to do. So we need to add the max visit parameter in config.ini and default to the layout. So that's what we should do next. So in this case, I don't need to copy the code. I can just check what are the parameters I need to add to config.ini. So max visits. Let's say this. Let's put in that one, which is easy enough. And then just create another script 05.py with the, if you finished, I still haven't finished. There we go, just about. And I can just paste it. And this time I just want to limit to, let's say 500 is fine. That's not a problem. And then I should be able to run it now. 5, and then there we go. That should go a lot faster than the last one. There we go. So you see, and you created a file, a response, and then 2024, 11/14, and then the timestamp. So we go to the next slide. One of the very overlooked points is actually just to save error messages into a file if there is any issue, right? So that actually can happen a lot, and it's really handy to create an error log in case that there are some issues. So this is quite straightforward. We don't actually even need to test that. I just want to send this to ChatGPT, and then we'll update the script with the error log. So I don't need to wait for all of that now. I just, as an example, so we know how it works. You see that all of this actually works correctly. If I, ls.la, so then you can see that I actually created the file correctly. I'm not going to open this because we have limited time, but you see that actually works correctly as expected, right? So just moving on. So the next slide. So the considerations then basically. You see that he produced rare errors, right? So we've seen it now. Okay, I wasn't expecting this time around, but it actually happened. So if you create the same script many times, you will see them. ChatGPT can actually create different files, different scripts, and and sometimes it can actually just create some errors. So you need to be mindful, and if there's any error, you can just ask it to correct. You should be able to do it anyway. And this file here, let's say the version 5 is the last one, you can save that forever, let's say. So you've got a file that you can actually retrieve a lot of data from whatever instance that you have. So it could be a cloud one, on premise, whatever. You can just configure that, and so you can, instead of day, a day, you can put a month, and so forth, so forth. So it's very powerful, and you can just keep just using it forever, really, basically. And but most importantly, this file number 5 and the config ini, you can actually just use as a starting point for different queries that you need for the future, for instance. So you could actually add that to GPT and say, I've got this script, use this script and this config on each file, and I want to do X, Y, Z. So ChatGPT would work really well with that. So it's one of the interesting thing about AI. So it can actually just start from, not from the beginning, from a point that you already done some work. So as this is the reason why I said just save it using different folders. For instance, so you're doing different types of projects. So keep the script of 0.5, let's say, saved, and they use from now on for other projects and interacting with the AI. And keep track of results. Obviously, you always need to actually make sure that the data matches what the information is in Matomo itself. Just a quick case study. So we had a customer recently that needed to produce what they actually started with a custom report, but a custom report will not produce like an infinite list of user IDs as they needed. They actually had like 1,000, well, I guess 100,000 visits a day, something like that. So it was just pretty much like really large. So I suggested to actually use raw data, so pretty much the way that we explain here, and to produce a weekly remarketing list, because a lot of their customers, I would say a considerable amount of their customers, left items in the cart and they actually just left. And so what they want to do is extract this data. So visitors that actually managed to log in and left certain amounts. So they were not, it depended on the threshold they wanted, like maybe just over $150, something like that, but they need more than just that. So basically, so it's just something that can actually be done with segmentation that has been discussed earlier on. So in where it is, here it is. So I think if I go for e-commerce, there is a total, there you go. So the status was not ordered, abandoned cart for that specific question one. And so in e-commerce, I think that I think there is a total somewhere. I cannot remember now. Maybe it's the value or something like that. So, but yes, but they've done a filtering by e-commerce, and basically they got a certain amount, a higher threshold, but the actual they didn't even want to get the very small orders left in the cart. So yes, so you can just use that for e-commerce tracking. So their customers actually left something at it's obviously something that is worth. In that case, it was actually millions of dollars. So if they could actually extract, let's say, 10% of that, they would actually get like $250,000 or something like that. So it was very, very important for them. the most visitors in that specific website, they actually had they knew the user ID, so they actually would be able to track back who left the cart, some items in the cart. And obviously, so we'll manage to get the user list with the SKUs left in the cart, and that information was sent to the digital marketing team. So this is what, there we go. So there we go. So country codes. Okay, so segments has got some parameters. This is what I have described before. So it's possible to use or operator and operator. So in some cases you can mix both of them as well. There's no problem. You get the segment information as in this place in this FAQ that I've shared with you before. So it's just a reference, so you don't need to know exactly all the parameters. But it's a very helpful for to know this specific guide that you can actually just find what information you need to filter out in terms of raw data. Okay, so you can use or and this is an example that how it works. So segment equals to, and that is the metric, and then this is an or this is and, right? So, and the AI tool provided, funny enough, ChatGPT provided the wrong answer in the case when I wanted to actually just segment the cards left in the cart, the items left in the cart, and I have to actually just manually just, correct it or tell GPT that is incorrect your assumption that you have to always use semicolon. You can use comma for or and semicolon for end. So even then, ChatGPT didn't actually understood correctly all the information that we have in our FAQs and documentation. Just to summarize, so in this case, we were using get last visit details to get raw data, and it's obviously possible to get all the data from different API methods. Okay, so but in this one it's very powerful because we get raw data and we can actually segment it and we can just filter out what we need to do. If you have any doubt, anything that you're not really quite sure about, because the very extensive sort of documentation anyways, so we are here to help. Just contact support, and we do have regularly some customers is asking for how to use some of the API points and etc. So yeah, just feel free, just contact us. Always double check the data, so that's very important. Don't take for granted. So use the small data sets first for testing, and always check the numbers because that's very important. But in the long run, if you create a Python script that you can actually use for other projects anyway, that would save you a lot of time. That's it for now. So thank you very much for attending the webinar, and I'm just happy to answer any questions. And by the way, if you need to, you can email us to support@matomo.cloud for cloud customers, or hello@matomo.org for on-premise customers.
Thank you very much, Ralph, for this great presentation. Currently, there's no questions within the chat, so I guess the speech was super clear. But I'm going to ask you one question anyway. So first question is, can you hear me properly, Ralph?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. How do you see the adoption from our, let's say, from Matomo users when it comes to the use of ChatGPT, or let's say in what you are showing to us today? How you see the adoption of what you are showing to the end user? Are they using it straight away, or do they need some extra help? Do you have the feeling that they can do it without you if you explain the things clearly to them?
Just to start first with the level of complexity. So this is normally we would normally see technical professionals dealing with that sort of queries, basically, right? So it requires a little bit of technical understanding. It doesn't mean that nobody can do that. Is not true, but whoever is not familiar with API calls or parameters and things like that would be a little bit daunted. It would feel a little bit daunted. That's the first thing. So I would say 70%, let's say, if I could give it an estimation, like more technical people actually use that sort of Python and segmentation, all that sort of thing. That's more likely to be technical people. But there are some end users that also immerse themselves to try to learn how to use it. So it's some people just take the challenge. We see that the majority of users that are technical, they can actually do that more often than the end users that has less technical expertise. But we see quite a few customers without high technical expertise. They just are interested to use that because it's very important information from them. At the end of the day, what they need is a specific data for their growth, right? In case of this example I gave of this US customer, they actually needed to extract the information from their abandoned account, which is is worth a lot of money for them. We do have other customers that actually they know that this is a very key information for their business growth. So being technical or not technical is not really a big issue for them if they really want to get the information they need.
Okay. What do you think will be the next step when it comes to AI with Matomo?
The integration would be amazing. If we could actually have Matomo Cloud integrated with AI, possibly would be the best scenario for most of the end users, because if they don't need to get very technical, if they can just request AI to produce certain reports that the normal Matomo reports cannot provide, that is that is a game changer, so to say. There is Mistral, right, which you know a lot better than I do, right? So, but this is only for on-premise, and I think that if there is an integration tool for AI for Matomo Cloud, will be just next step, definitely.
Perfect. I'm looking into the chat to see if there's no additional questions. Dimitri and Nora is telling you thank you. I would like to say thank you as well to you, Ralph, because that has been your first MatomoCamp ever, and you did 2 sessions. So thank you so much for taking part to this event, for accepting to come on stage and to make those great presentations. By the way, we still have 12 minutes left. Are there any questions you would have expected the audience to ask you?
Oh, that's a good question. Yes, well, I would have thought that some customers would actually just try to know more in detail some of the technical explanations given, but I understand that it's not everyone's cup of tea, I would say, right? So it's something it's something that we do also have some customers that need help with it, and we've done it before. So I think it's more like a specific question they would actually make. So I will not go there at this stage, because I know that can be quite daunting.
Okay. Thank you very much. So next conference is planned at 3 p.m. Normally it was supposed to be Mike Harty, but as I messed up the time schedule, or as at least put some confusion within the time schedule, I got in contact with Mike, and we are switching off our conferences. So I was supposed to make a conference about AI at 6 p.m. I will just do it in 10 minutes from now, and Mike will do the conference at 3 p.m. in 3 hours from now. Sorry for this time schedule last minute change. We are doing our best here.
Can I watch yours then?
You can watch mine. You can even decide to stay within this room and on stage even, and ask me question at the end and play the role of moderator if you would like to have kind of role play or whatever. Just
You should teach me how to be a moderator.
well, there's not much to do. It just you know, you switch between eating, between drinking, between moving to another room, and then at some point you just have a light and say, "Oh, he or she just used these words. Can I ask a question?" Then something like this. Okay, so let's have a 10 minutes break and let's see each other in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. able to make it at 3 p.m., but you will be able to make it at 6 p.m. So I decided to switch my conference with him. I'm currently looking at the stream to see if everything is correct and if I can get started. So seems to me that so the connection is good. I'm just waiting to view the image. It does work for me. As the organizer of the event, as I as well need to check if in room 2 and room 3 everything looks correct, which I have the feeling based on the map that it's yeah, that for room 3 is going to be fine, and for room 2 as well. So I can finally start. Sorry for the logistics side of it. So in the previous conference, you had the chance to discuss and see the presentation of my colleague, Ralph Conti, which was about the use of AI with Matomo in order to process raw data. The topic of and the purpose of the conference that I'm making right now is about AI integration with Matomo, which is in fact looping with the previous question that we received in the chat about the NORA, about the integration of Matomo with AI. So I hope that you can see my slides properly. I had the chance to make a similar presentation for MatomoCamp France last summer. And in the presentation of last summer, the feedback from the audience was that it was not practical enough. So I decided to redo this conference, this time in English, but by adding some use case examples, some demo to be precise. So the conference goal is to show the different progress I perform. When I say I perform, in fact, it's we perform because I'm not doing everything on my own. Most of the advancement that I'm doing when it comes to AI, I'm doing them with Renaud. So I would like to say thank you to Renaud, who is currently moderating room number 2. If you don't have the chance to see him, feel free to add him on LinkedIn. And I really would like as well to say thank you to Vincent Terrassi and his team, because those are the guys who are helping us doing consulting when it comes to AI. So those two names are getting famous, let's say. Feel free to have a look at what they're posting on LinkedIn. About myself and experience when it comes to AI. So my name is Ronan as well. I'm currently the customer success manager at Matomo and as well customer experience manager at Matomo. What does CSM stand for? It means that I'm here in order to help Matomo's clients to get the most of Matomo, and I try to introduce myself as the guy who is trying to find on earth who has the expertise in order to fix the issue of our end user, whatever this issue is about. Finding a partner, generating more revenue with Matomo, fixing a bug, whatever you can think of, my role is to find the right person able to help them. Customer experience is more about understanding the issues that our clients are facing, listening to their pain, and then transcribing all of those into how could we improve the product. That's how I describe CX. I'm the co-creator of the MatomoCamp concept. I wrote several books. I want Matomo to grow, and when it comes to this, let's say, conference, I had the chance to publish 2 courses about the use of Matomo and AI. You can find those courses on Udemy. So in Udemy, you cannot find them like this because I released them for free, or at least as free tutorial. So it means like when you search within Udemy, you cannot find them right away. You need to play with the filter and mention that you want to get only the free one. If not, that's not going to work. So what you need to do is like when you are over here in the search, for example, here, if you look for Matomo, okay, you need afterwards to change over here because they just show the paid one, and you need to look for the price and free, and then you will get the 2 free classes that I opened up. They are all working quite well. As you can see, I have about 600 students for Matomo and ChatGPT. And regarding the other one, I'm roughly around 500. So the other one is Mistral and Matomo. So to say that AI is really a trendy topic. I precise that those courses are not exceptional, but probably will give you enough information in order to get started. My experience about AI is the following one. It's just a patient. So as many people who are fond of IT, it's just about testing the technologies. I had the chance to follow this course that I strongly recommend you to purchase. So that's the one. You can normally get it at a discount on Udemy, so to say at 10 euro. And as you can see for the number of ratings and the number of students, this is a really, really good one. You probably have more hours of video that's what you need. So as you can see, it's 26 hours of video. It's tackling all the different aspects, and you really come from, you are really going to switch from a traditional ChatGPT user to a really good user of ChatGPT. So I strongly recommend you to have a look at this course and invest in it. They are not paying me back for saying this. It's just that I followed this course and I just found it extraordinary. What I'm going to talk today, several things is first, I will give a definition of generative AI so that you can have a global understanding of what AI is about. What we succeed in achieving as a community member of Matomo when it comes to AI, and how do we see the future of Matomo when it comes to AI. So definition first, what is generative AI? So I precise that this is more like my own definition. If you have no idea what is generative AI, consider it as a system, okay? A system, let's say a robot or whatever. It's an information system that has absorbed an incalculable number of contents, let's say book. So I like this image, in fact. It's like something which has stored, in fact, the content of all the books that it can find, the books being, of course, the web, and which is capable of generating content based on these books. So let's say the number of time a given occurrence is gonna be, okay, the sequence. Then there's kind of a probabilistic system, which is gonna say, hey, because this sentence has appeared that many times within those books, then we guess that the next word of this sentence is gonna be this one. About AI, we have the feeling that it's super technical, but that's not that technical. As far as we understood that something which has not been read yet cannot be generated, then we start to understand the limits of AI, and then as well we can start off understanding what it can easily do, which will take a human more time to do. So overall, mastering an AI to me is more like this given picture. I don't know if you remember this movie, which is about if you ask the right question. So in AI, this is what we call a prompt. Okay, so if your request is good, you get the right answer. Okay, as far as, of course, you understand that the AI to whom you are asking the question to get the information somewhere. Okay, so if you are smart enough, you can already guess if the AI is going to answer you something correct or not, because you know, for example, that the type of content that you are currently asking for, the AI has an access to. However, if, for example, you are making a prompt request of something that you know by heart, that the information is hidden or at least cannot be accessible unless you get a login and password, then you know that you have high doubt about the quality of the answer that the AI is going to give you. Here's a typical use case of what we call prompt engineering, which is somehow the skills of being able to craft some prompts. So this is a chat-based prompt. You are a Matomo expert and you know everything about it. By using, in fact, this given prompt, you are, in fact, giving the information to the AI that you want all the answers which are going to be given to be about Matomo and not any other topics. The current screenshot that I'm showing you here is coming from an AI plugin that we created with Renault Hello that you can find if you have a Matomo on-prem installation. And this is typically what you're going to do if you go over here within the system part, general settings. And over here, you get the chat-based prompt. So by saying you are a Matomo expert and know everything about digital analytics, your answer should be complete and precise. What's going to happen is, like, if you have a chat-based prompt like this, if you ask a question to ChatGPT, it should not be able to answer you properly. So you say, hey, I have a fever. How can I reduce it? Okay. So typically here it should be able to say, but what the hell are you talking about? I'm a Matomo expert. So my role is to be about Matomo and it's not about something else. But of course, if you change this out, so maybe doctor is not the best example, but let's imagine now that I'm a doctor, okay? So you are a doctor and know everything about fever reduction. Your answer should be complete and precise. Honestly, I'm not sure. I should better have taken a gardener because as doctor can be a tricky subject. It's tricky. Let's see. Okay, so here, as you can see now, the answer is getting different because, of course, the base prompt was different. We just asked it to go and fetch other information. To know more about how to craft great prompts, please just have a look at this Udemy course that I was mentioning, which, as I tell you before, is incredible. Okay, that's the same thing. Now let's understand the role of AI when it comes to Matomo. So I try to sum it up what Matomo is for, let's say, a Matomo user. So Matomo is a tracker that you insert on some pages. When these trackers get loaded, it's feeding data to a database. Then, thanks to a bunch of scripts, you are querying, thanks to the user interface, the database, and you get your data. When it comes to the AI, typically, you are not going to use much as a tracker because that belongs more to the webmastering. Okay. Typically, how to craft a great tracking code for your website does more belong to the use of your CMS, so to say Drupal, WordPress, or whatever, because you want the control, the AI, to act on the source code of your website. And with Matomo, unless you are doing it on the Matomo Content Manager, Matomo Tag Manager, that's not where you will act. So mostly the AI, you want it to act over here. So either by using it at the database level, so this is what we're going to see within this conference, or either through the user interface, because you don't want to play with the PHP script at all, as it could ruin your website. So that's what it is about. So example of things that we succeed to achieve so far. How to perform some task with AI, how to, let's say, take advantage of the API of Matomo in order to add user creating reports. Just to let you know that so far we are mostly doing this by using scripts of Mistral AI in ChatGPT, but not directly within Matomo. But that's typically something that we are currently working on. The best way we can see it at the moment is by using Python and to have an AI agent playing as a Python agent, let's say. Data analysis, so understanding what the report are saying, and let's say a bit everything which can be done with a computer. So what have been made so far in terms of plugins? So there are currently 3 plugins as far as I know, which are available on the marketplace. ChatGPT and Mistral AI plugins, which are both copy of each other, let's say. And Ask Your Database, which is using more like what we call an iframe technology. So ChatGPT and Mistral AI are both community plugins that you can find on the marketplace. You cannot have them yet on the cloud, so those are only for on-premise end users. Those 2 are for free, okay? But of course, they work with the API of Mistral AI and ChatGPT, which are, of course, paid API. Doesn't cost much, but just to let you know that you need to put credits on both, and that the more complicated your request is, the more the AI will charge for you. Let's demo those 2 plugins. So of course, what you need to have first is the plugin. So you need to go on plugin.matomo.org, and you will find those 2 plugins directly over here. So if you go down, you see Ask Your Database over here, and Mistral AI and ChatGPT. As you can see, both are quite popular in terms of downloads. We are already close to 30,000 downloads for a plugin which has been created this year. So it's getting very popular. In terms of Mistral, as you can see, it's as well quite popular. So let's see it in action. Once you install it on your website, you will get an access to a UI that I show you. Note as well that those plugins can be set as well at the measurable level. So before I just show you it at the system level, but you can also configure them over here at the website level. In my case, I'm going to just stick to the system level. So here it's automatically filled in. Then you need to enter your API, and then you can choose your model. So the more powerful the model is, the more it's going to cost you some money. Typically here for the use case, I'm going to show you 3.5 turbo will be helpful. If you want to get more level, what you need to do is you need to go over here on GitHub on the repository of Mistral or ChatGPT, and you need to add some feature requests so that the developer, so to say Renaud Hello, will be able afterwards to add those. Then in order to use those plugins, you need to enter the chat-based prompt. So as you can see where I set it is as a doctor, then ChatGPT became a doctor. And then you can as well give more information here for ChatGPT to work better around the prompt that you're going to make. Once you have set those 2 options, you are getting over here the different agents. So those are not changing much from what you are used to see when you are using ChatGPT. So let's say using it over here, rather than going on ChatGPT, let's say with Microsoft Edge, the only difference that here is going to cost you money because you are going to use the API of ChatGPT. So in my case here, it's still configured as a doctor. So I'm a bit curious about what is gonna happen. And the magic of those plugins is not only about integrating an AI, and just to let you know that so far those AI agents are not plugged on Matomo. Okay, so if you say how many visits I got on my site last week, won't be able to answer. And actually, in my case, it's still a doctor, so it's not gonna help. But if you ask it about the number of visits, you will see you are Matomo expert. And everything about it. Okay, so and if I go back over here, so same questions. So now he's no more a doctor. As you can see, he won't be able to do it. He's going to tell me, oh, okay, but you need to do this and to do that. It's a bit more complicated to code it and to have it reading your data. However, what we succeed to achieve is like based on the data which are displayed over here in Matomo. And for some reports, you can just go over here and tell him to chat about those data. If you click over here, it's gonna look at the data, it's gonna export those data, send them to ChatGPT or Mistral AI, and it's gonna make the analysis for you. So if you say, hey, which device is the most interesting for me, which device is the most interesting for me, then it's gonna make the mathematics for you and provide you with the data that you want. So that's super interesting. And then you can even play a bit more with this and say like recreate this table by adding the temperature in Vienna. I don't know why I'm saying this, but the idea is just to show you that it's super interesting because it can go and add device total visits, blah, blah, blah. Just give fake number. Just give fake number. Funnily is not doing it. Okay, so make table with model in column 1. Let's say number of users in the world for each. Let's see if it's gonna work this way. Okay, those are fake numbers as well, but the idea is the following one: is like you can really use the agent in order to go and take some third-party data, include them, do the same thing in terms of what we call custom metrics. So let's say measuring things which were not measured before. So let's take, for example, okay, now take the device model visits and add a second column which divide the visits per 3. And let's see what's gonna happen. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, it's dividing the number by 3. So that's really what is magical with the AI is like it can transform the data that you have over here and to play as an agent in order to do to perform what you want. So typically what you can do is really give it a try, have it a go, and see how far you can go in terms of creating new report based on this agent. Unfortunately, there are still things that we cannot do yet. So for example, okay, provide me with a link to download it. It's typically the kind of thing that is not yet able to provide you with. However, if you are smart enough, you can of course ask it to give you in a format that you can easily copy and paste for a spreadsheet or whatever other technology. So to say, that's super interesting because you can easily use it and tune it in order, in one click, to just scan your report and tell you what is going right or what is going wrong. Typically, you can really use it as an assistant. So let's imagine, for example, that the people using your Matomo are not super techy, and that they would like to get more information about what this report means. Tell me what this report is about. And let's imagine that the language is not good in Italian. Then, of course, you will be able to make the work and give you the information about it. So, in fact, it's really here doing the job of ChatGPT, but linked with Matomo data. So compared to what we had over here in those modes, it was more like generical. Here, it definitely had the context in which you are creating it. The drawback of these methods is like, I think it's due to the way that the reports are made in Matomo. It's only possible to get it for the archive reports. You cannot get it for the visit logs, for example. You can see the link. You cannot get it yet as well for the dashboard because it's working differently. So you can only get it for the archive reports. And that's it. But I have to say that it's kind of a super smart plugin, and you can already go quite far with it. The next plugin that I wanted to show you is Ask Your Database. So Ask Your Database, it's a third-party technology. Okay, so third-party technology means that you are getting out of Matomo. And it's a service which is specialized in MySQL in particular. So far, the data that we were playing with, the two plugins that I was showing you, were based on the Matomo data, which were within the user interface of Matomo. But there is a second way that we can access to the data of Matomo, is by using the database. And that's typically what this plugin is about. So Ask Your Database is before all the following technology that you can see here. So you need to go on the website, create an account. Maybe they still have some free account. And then when you do so, you can create a chatbot. And then that's mostly kind of the equivalent of what you have with a custom GPT. And here you need to inform about your MySQL database. You need to link it to your database. So of course, this is not something that you do without how to say. This is there's high security concern here. Okay, so typically, if you are a decent company, you may be reluctant to make this connection because probably your IT service will not know what is askyourdatabase.com and will ask, of course, some warranty to Ask Your Database in order to see if it's secure enough to use this service. In my case, that's just for test purposes, so I decided to use it. So I'm linking, in fact, my MySQL database to this service named Ask Your Database. And then what is great with Ask Your Database is like you can provide it with what we call the documentation. So the database of Matomo, and I will give another conference about it, is let's say, it's a place where you have different tables which are not linked with each other, and you need to be able to link them with what we call MySQL, with SQL queries, which is a programming language, in order to be able to make them talk with each other. So let's say you have your visits which are in one given table, and you have the actions which have been performed by your visitors during their visits, which are in another table, and you need to write the query in order to ask to the database to link the two of them in order to give you the answer that you expect. And as the AI agent of Ask Your Database, which is in fact OpenAI, doesn't know very well the Matomo database, you need to pass it the documentation so that you will be able afterward to have a chatbot which is efficient. And once you do so in fact you can even skip this part, I will say, because the more OpenAI knows how the database of Matomo is structured, the less times it will query it. But if you see that when you query the bot, the results get funny, then this is where you need to use this SQL example or documentation, or even here the knowledge base, in order for Ask Your Database to not deliver, let's say, answers which are getting funny. Okay, let's see it in practice. So once you install the plugin, so same thing, you go on the marketplace, and then once you go into the marketplace, Ask Your Database through the AI of Matomo. It's going to ask you to link the two, so you create what we call a token, and once the token is generated, you just copy and paste it. So this is what we have over here. Okay. And then you can start to play with it. So when you click over here on Ask Your Database, in fact, it's querying directly your Matomo database with the questions that you want to ask it. So you say, okay, how many visits I got on my website last month? So here, compared to what we had before, the agent knows my Matomo because it's directly plugged in on my Matomo database. So as a result, I'm getting those information, which wasn't the case before when I was using the ChatGPT or Mistral AI plugin, unless I was playing with the archive data. As you can see, it's a bit too long, but let's wait for the answer. Okay. Okay, as it's a bit too long, I'm going to just refresh my page, and I'm going to precise a bit more. As for website site ID 1 and last month, I'm going to precise that it's October 2024. Okay, you had 307 visits on your website for ID. Okay, so okay, can you make a pie chart of the number of visits of October 2004 and September 2024 of site ID 1. I never tested it, but let's see if that works. Here, what I would like to show you is, like, with Ask Your Database, you can also make some data visualization, which is super cool. Let's just see now if it's going to make it. I never tested it for multiple websites, but my guess is that it will work because the database is still the same. So, okay. So here, as you can see, it's working. I have no idea why it makes 2. Download the visit distribution pie chart. No, I prefer to output data as a CSV to the head. And here, as it's a third-party player, he can, in fact, have the place to host the data, and you can have them. You see, so it's kind of extraordinary because here you can really use all the power of an AI in order to really tweak and make great reports. So let's imagine, for example, that you would like to create a custom report based on the visit log table. Create new table report with the what we could do with the source of traffic in the first column. First column, the device type in the second, the time of visit in the third, the OS in the fourth, and the number of visits in the fifth. What can I do? Add me 6 column. Okay. So here, as you can see, I'm asking for creating a report which does not exist in Matomo. Firstly, because there's a combination of different dimensions, and next thing is like I'm asking to create that's a column which does not exist at all. So show it to me. So as you can see here, well, unfortunately, I did not precise the date time, but we are getting it, as you can see. And this is what is super great, because you can really do whatever you want. The big issue that I'm seeing here is as the information are coming from the database, they are different from what you are seeing within the user interface of Matomo. So for example, instead of Linux, as you can see, it's written LIN, which is somehow incomplete, but you can maybe ask it to fix it. Fix US column by guessing the right name of the OS. So that's the issue when you are using the database, it's like it's incomplete. But for the rest, as you can see, it's really impressive because you can ask whatever you want. And of course, that's typically what you expect to have with AI. So here, as you can see, it's now cleaning up my my report to get exactly what I want. Can you make a burst out of it? And yeah, I'm gonna try this. Last time I tried with the sunburst, I wasn't able to do it because the sunburst is not a data visualization, which is often used in web analytics, but some software do have it. So let's see if it's able to make it. Here, my point is like you can really go beyond traditional data visualization system. Okay, maybe it's going to take a while before getting the answer. Okay, but I think you get the point. So if you are not scared about it, or if you have some test website, feel free to give it a go, because I think it clearly shows us in which direction AI is going to be within the next months. So that's what I wanted to show you about Ask Your Database. So the important thing with Ask Your Database, as you can understand, is like you cannot go very far if OpenAI doesn't have a good understanding of the database of Matomo. For this, you have, if you go on matomo.org, so it's currently still looking for it. So Matomo SQL queries. So the challenge here is really to be able to use those queries. You can use them with OpenAI and say, hey, based on this query, please tell me how to tweak my query so it can be correct. And then once you have it, go back into Ask Your Database and enrich the documentation so that you can get, in fact, the correct answers which are getting out of Ask Your Database. What will look like the future of Matomo with AI? Here, what I mean by this is what are we currently working in with Renaud and Loaf. Our main idea for the future is to integrate a local language model into Matomo. Formerly, this conference was supposed to be about Mistral AI, but we didn't find enough time to allocate to it. But so far, the model that we are seeing on the web are which are public, are in fact all blocked due to, of course, market condition of use. But there are some free software license which are released as well, thanks to companies such as Mistral AI, which allow you to use an AI agent without any restriction. And in those contexts, for some specific use cases with Matomo, so for example, data which will be collected, which will be about health information, then you can bypass the limitation that some AI have sometimes, which are telling you, I cannot process the data because they are health data. And you can, in fact, bypass them to, in fact, make the full analysis that you need. So that will probably be subject to another conference we will give. I think it could be interesting as well to use the Matomo for WordPress plugin in order to show how you can use the Matomo within WordPress in order to act directly on WordPress. So let's say creating new pages, revamping some pages. And the next big thing that we are currently working on is how to use Matomo with Python within Matomo. So we currently have a small plugin, but that we didn't release yet, where we can, in fact, directly ask questions to the AI. Then the AI is answering in Python, executing the Python, and then showing us the results that we want. So to say that would be the equivalent of Ask Your Database, but by using the API of Matomo. The advantage here will be that there will be somehow no real third-party player except, of course, the AI. And what it will be as well super interesting is that we will be able to use the API not only to create some report, but as well to use all the power of the API. So to say, add me some users, and then the AI will be able to say, hey, I can add users, but I need at least their password. And you will be able to say, okay, create me a measurement plan within Matomo Tag Manager. It has to be simple, just add me 5 tags, and it will be able to make it. So that's really the next big steps that we are currently on, because the AI knows a bit the API of Matomo. But now the big challenge for us is how to integrate this within Matomo so that everything can be done within Matomo, and that the end user can just get, in fact, an input field and then just ask whatever he wants and have his Christmas list, let's say, to which he can say, okay, do me this, and it will automatically do everything. I hope you enjoyed this conference. Thanks for watching. I'm having a look at the question, if there are any in the chat. So I'm looking at the chat, and so it's saying well, such a great plugin. Shouldn't GPT-4o be better and cheaper than all the previous? Yes, it's just that it has been a while that we didn't work on the plugin. So we didn't have the last model, but I think GPT-4o is available in our plugin. Let me just double check, and of course that's something that we could put by default. Let me just see. Yeah, 4o is currently available. Next question is so the generative AI is not trained on Matomo sources. No, clearly not. It's a general LLM, so it's another piece of work. Any plan for a custom LLM? Well, the thing is, like, Ronan and myself already have so much to do that it's hard really to find some time. We can give like 30 minutes or 1 hour per week. So we are doing our best here. And of course, it depends as well of the education market. So the more accessible sources are available for us, the more chances we can make an impact. For whatever kind of model loaded, not necessarily Mistral 1, for instance. The question is from Dimitri. I'm not sure that it's for me. I think the question is between you guys. Okay, is it using Python for data analysis? We could definitely use Python for data analysis in the future with the new plugin. Okay, and that's mostly it. So I just would like to say thank you for choosing this this conference. Next conference will be from Stephanie Bauer about GDPR with AI and AI Act. So we will stay within AI, and that's it. So let's go now for a 10-minute break. I really hope you enjoy this video. Thanks for watching. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Ronan.
Nice to hear you back.
Yeah.
By the way, we are currently streamed on YouTube, but you have 10 minutes before the conference starts. So if you need to go and grab a cup of coffee, or if you just want to test your installation, feel free to do so. The reason why I'm not cutting the streaming is because I don't want to lose the streaming.
Okay.
So that's the main reason. But I can definitely I can switch it off, but I think it will be dangerous. So if you don't want to appear, whatever, you just switch off your camera, you switch off your microphone, and you enable them in 9 minutes from now. Once more, thank you very much for taking part to MatomoCamp.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, no, that's fine for me. I think I will just check sharing the presentation so that everything works then in 10 minutes. Yeah, and then we can start.
We are good. And honestly, so far I have to say that the event is almost saved because it started at 9. We are close to 4 p.m. That's okay. I mean,
Yeah, it's a long day.
I've been a bit ambitious for this one, yeah.
Yeah, but it fits perfectly to the previous conferences. So
yeah, it matched well.
okay, but I think the sharing is working. Ronan, could you just confirm if you see the slides right now?
Yes, the slide looks great.
Perfect.
It's showing you and trusted privacy.
Perfect. That's how it should be. Then I can stop it for now, and yeah, I will share it when we are starting. Okay. Then I will be back in a few minutes, okay?
Yep, no problem. See you in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Same thing for me. I'm going to grab something and let's see each other in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay, you too.
Okay, Stephanie, it's close to 4 p.m. I'm just I'm gonna put my microphone off, and I will switch off my camera. The floor is yours. When it's 4 p.m., you can start to talk. Hold on, just checking in if the stream. Yeah, the stream is perfect.
Okay.
So unless you have some question, you can start.
Okay, thank you. No, sounds good. All right, I think we can start with the next conference. Yeah, welcome everyone, and thank you, Ronan, for having me today. Yeah, I'm happy to provide today to you an overview of the AI Act requirements and the data protection requirements we have within GDPR. My name is Stephanie. I'm the Deputy Head of Data Protection for ePrivacy. ePrivacy is the external data protection officer of InnoCraft of Matomo. Yeah, and we are a data protection consulting and certification company. Yeah, so what are we going to have a look at today? So we're going to do this overview on an example, on a use case that I have today here with you. It is about customer journey optimization with AI. And then we're going to have a look at the AI Act and give you an overview of for who the AI Act applies to. And then we're going to talk about the GDPR requirements that there are for AI systems. And last but not least, we have some top 5 to-dos for you that work for deployers of AI systems. Yeah, no, of course, I need to mention this does not replace legal advice. We're here to serve an overview and an introduction into the regulation of AI. So we're going to start with our use case. This is a use case about customer journey optimization. So as an example, we have an online retailer that uses Matomo Analytics on their website for traffic monitoring, campaign tracking, and product recommendations. Yeah, and the site doesn't have any user accounts, but it collects the visitor IDs, hashed IP addresses, and of course the interactions of the website users with the website. And then the use case is that this retailer runs AI algorithms on the raw data export to analyze, for example, abandoned patterns or optimal times to send campaign promotions based on these visiting patterns of the website visitors. So what do we have to look at when we talk about the AI Act? So first of all, the AI Act deals with AI systems and artificial intelligence. And first we need to have a look at, okay, what is defined as an AI system by the AI Act. And here it is defined as a system, a machine-based system that operates with varying levels of autonomy for explicit or implicit objectives to generate outputs such as predictions, contents, recommendations, decisions that then influences the environment. So this is actually a quite broad definition of AI systems, especially regarding the varying levels of autonomy. With this definition, like simple software models are excluded, but it is not a precise distinction between, okay, where do we have only software models and where do AI systems start? So it is not quite clear yet to what extent a machine must work without human intervention, and it's not clear what is the minimum level of autonomy that a system must have to fall under this definition. So if we are using AI systems, or we are dealing with AI systems, then there are different operators mentioned in the AI Act who have different requirements, and they're responsible for different requirements. And here it is really important that depending on the use case, there can be several roles a company can take on. So here are basically the four operators that there are. So the most frequently one and the ones who have the most requirements are the providers and the deployers of AI systems. So providers of AI systems are companies that develop or have developed an AI system, and they bring it onto the market under their own name. So for example, a company that develops an AI system that is then used for the analytics. Then on the other hand, we have the deployer, and the deployer is the company that then uses this AI system under their own responsibility. So for example, the online retailer who might use an AI system to run it over their analytics data set. This would be then a classical deployer under the AI Act. If this online retailer now maybe has developed an own AI system that they run over their analytics, then they could be even a provider and a deployer. So we really need to have a look at the case and the use of AI systems to see which operators we are. But from a further, for the next slides today, we are going to have a look for this use case as the online retailer as a deployer. So someone who uses an AI system from an external provider. Yeah, and the other two operators, the distributor and the importer, are basically operators that are between the provider and deployer, but they don't have that much requirements. So we concentrate now on provider and deployer. Yeah, so the AI Act has entered into force in August this year, but right now there are not all requirements need to be fulfilled right now. There are some deadlines on when we need to implement the requirements. First deadline will be in February next year, which will be for the prohibited AI practices that there are under the AI Act. And about building AI literacy within a company. And then we have further deadlines for the requirements for general purpose AI models and for the high risk AI systems, which will come later on. But what is important to already prepare now for these requirements, as especially for general purpose AI models and for high risk AI systems, the requirements are extensive and we have a lot of requirements we need to implement, and so it makes sense to already now to deal with these requirements to prepare as good as possible. So the AI Act follows a risk approach, just like the GDPR. So on the top, we have the unacceptable risk for AI Act, and these are the prohibited AI practices. So the practices that we are not allowed to perform anymore. And this will start from February on next year, where we need to stop using these prohibited AI practices. What they are, we're going to have them listed on the next slide. But then we also have high-risk AI systems, and they have the most requirements that need to be fulfilled under AI Act. Then there are the systems that have a limited risk. There are only a few transparency obligations under AI Act that apply for just certain AI systems, for example, for chatbots or for using and creating deep fakes. And then basically there is, just roughly explained, a transparency obligation to mark these as created by AI, or the example of chatbots, that they are marked that you're communicating with a chatbot and not with a human person. Then we have the systems that are classified as low risk, and they just have very low requirements under the AI Act. And these are, for example, spam filters. Then next to the 4 risk categories for the AI Act, we have the general purpose AI models. And these have separate requirements in the AI Act. So general purpose AI models are basically models that can be used for various applications and for various cases. A typical example, this is also what the government had in mind when creating the AI Act, is ChatGPT-4, because it has different cases for which it can be used. So it can be used for text generation, for translation, for question to answer questions, and so on. So there are different use cases. And basically, these general purpose AI models can fall under all 4 risk categories, depending on what it is used for. And that's why the AI Act contains special regulations that the developers must already observe for the general purpose AI. So what are the prohibited AI practices that there are? So to these are behavioral manipulation and exploitation of weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Then there is social scoring, but only if it leads to an unjustified discrimination of people. Then we have predictions of criminal activities. Then the creation of facial recognition databases, for example, by reading images from the internet, or by reading out surveillance cameras. So this is also prohibited use. Then there is emotion recognition in the workplace or in educational institution. There is also an exemption if the emotion recognition is used for medical or safety reasons, then there is an exemption under AI Act. Then we have biometric monitoring for law enforcement purposes, and biometric categorization to draw conclusion about sensitive data. So if we come back to our use case about the AI system that is used to analyze our tracking data, then if we have a look at these prohibited cases, probably it will not fall under it. But of course, it depends on if we have what kind of data we have included. But in a basic case, this will not be biometric data, so we would not have biometric categorization. So in a general use case with that, we will not fall under this, but this will need to be checked. Then we have the high-risk AI systems, and these, as I said, have the most requirements under AI Act, and these include systems from the areas of biometrics, critical infrastructures. So, for example, for water or gas or electricity. Then the area of education. Then we have employment and HR management. This is typically one area that applies for a lot of companies, as AI systems might be used within the HR department. But in our use case, this also does not apply. Yeah, there are two more examples: services and social benefits, for example, for healthcare or banking sector, and systems that are used for law enforcement, administration of justice, and border management. So as you can see, these are all areas that have a higher risk in the use. So with a basic analytics data that we have from website visitors, we would not fall under these high-risk AI systems. But we need to carefully check if we do, but for basic use, this will probably not be the case. Yeah, then besides the categories, the risk categories that we have and the requirements that apply depending on the risk category, we have one requirement that applies to all providers and deployers of AI systems, which is to develop AI literacy within the company. And this is then basically if you are a company who uses an AI system for their tracking data, to analyze the tracking data, then this is a requirement that you will fall under, that you need to implement. And so you need to ensure that all your employees who are working with the AI system, that they have a sufficient level of AI competence. Yeah, and this might include a technical knowledge of the AI system, knowledge of legal requirements, so that they know to look out for GDPR requirements and also for the AI Act requirements, and knowledge about general compliance for risk assessments and for the implementation of the legal requirements. Yeah, and of course, not every employee who works with AI system needs the same level of knowledge from AI system. Yeah, so we need to have a look, okay, who is working to what extent with AI systems, and then decide, yeah, what kind of level is sufficient for them to work with the AI systems, and yeah, that we are within the legal requirements. So what are there for risk mitigation measures for the AI Act? So the first one is, of course, to check if we are compliant with the prohibited AI practices, so that we don't use them anymore starting from February next year. Then we should check whether we are using a high-risk AI system or a general purpose AI model. Yeah, because these have a lot of requirements we need to take care of under AI Act. And then we should also check whether we fall under the transparency regulation for the specific AI systems like chatbots, or the creation of deepfakes. And the next one, as we just had, to build AI competence within the company, so that all employees who are using the AI systems know how to use them properly within the legal frameworks. Yeah, and this can be done by training of the employees, but also with internal policies and guidelines. So there could be, for example, with our use case, an internal policy for employees who are using the AI system to analyze the tracking data, so that they know what they are allowed to do with the with the system and how to use them within the legal framework. Then next to the AI Act, we still have the GDPR, which needs to be taken care of additionally. So the AI Act does not contain requirements for processing of personal data. It refers to the GDPR that it needs to be considered when we are processing personal data. So when do we need to take care of GDPR and comply with the requirements? As said, GDPR applies to the processing of personal data. So what we need to do is to check with our database that we will transfer into the AI system for the analytics. We need to check if personal data is involved in this data set. And if it is, then we fall under the scope of GDPR. And here it is important that we, on the one hand, check whether sensitive data is involved. Sensitive data includes the origin of people, political opinions, religion, biometric data, genetic data, health data, and data on sexual orientation. Because this data requires a higher standard of protection under GDPR, and often we need consent to process this kind of data. And then it is also important to have a closer look at the definition of personal data, because most of the time many people think, of course, the name and email address is personal data, but there is also other data that is considered as personal data if we can make an identification through this data. So, for example, if we switch the name and the email address with a unique identifier, then this is considered as personal data because at some point, or a third party might have a list that connects the identifier again with this person. And if there is a way to make a connection to a natural person, then it is considered as personal data. And this is called pseudonymous data. So this is very important that we really closely check, are we, or is personal data included in the data set that we want to put into the AI system. And then on the other hand, there is anonymous data. This is not classified as personal data. So if we only process anonymous data, then we do not need to take care about the GDPR requirements for this data set. But here it is important to give an example of anonymous data. This is only aggregated statistical data or target groups and segments, but there are no, for example, unique identifiers included, but only rough data about, okay, maybe how many men and women visited the website, or from which country did the website user visited our site, but it is not regarding an individual person and has no unique identifier. As an example, to have a look at what phases of the AI system the processing of personal data can be relevant, I have here a simplified graphic of an AI system. So in the middle, we have here an AI model that is being used for our purpose, so for the analysis of our analytics data set from the website. And this AI model, if we use it from a third party provider, they have initially trained this AI model with the training data set, so that the AI model is functioning and knows what to do. And then this model is integrated in an AI system. And the system has two user interfaces, the ones for the inputs and the one for the outputs. The input is then would be our data set, our analytics data set from the website that we would put into the AI system and ask it to analyze our website visitors data. Then often within AI systems there are filters. This might not be the case here, but it could be that there's some data that will be filtered out by the AI system. And then there will be a preparation phase where the AI system makes the inputs understandable for the AI model. And in an example from a chatbot that we always also have, they break down the inputs, the sentences that we put into the AI systems into tokens and convert them into numerical numbers. And so it is readable for the AI model. It can process the information and prepare the answers, the outputs. And sometimes it can be the case that before the AI system gets out the outputs, that in a follow-up phase, the information of the data will be enriched with information maybe from the internet or from other databases. So this is something that could happen, but it depends on the AI system. And then we get the outputs of our system. So the analytics that we want, or the predictions from our website users. And this is then often used for a post-training for the AI model, so that the AI model learns from this kind of data set and can use it for further improvement. And then also the outputs, of course, then are further processed by the user. So maybe further processed by you, because you will take the analytics and predictions that you received, and you might further process these. Yeah, so this is the basic setup. So if we now think about where can be a personal data processed, this can actually be nearly every phase. So we really need to have a look at every single phase and see, is personal data involved here? And then for these individual phases, have a look at the GDPR requirements that we need to fulfill for each of these phases and purposes. There is currently one discussion about whether the AI model itself is processing personal data, because the Data Protection Authority in Hamburg in Germany has published a discussion paper, and there they claim that the LLM, the AI model, does not store personal data. And they claim this due to this setup that within the preparation phase in the AI system, the data, the sentences are breaking down into tokens and numeric values, and they say that this is no longer personal data. However, this has been discussed a lot within the data protection bubble, and there are other opinions that say, no, this is still personal data, and we need to apply GDPR for the AI model itself. To give you an example why they argue that way, if you just have the AI model, and the AI model has been trained with a data set, it could be the case that when you are putting an input into the AI model, that something from the training data set will appear in the outputs of the AI system. And this actually shows that the AI model itself must store personal data or data. And yeah, if it wouldn't store any personal data or process personal data, then the training data set wouldn't actually appear in any outputs. Yeah, so here we really need to be careful and watch the discussion further. Yeah, because this is a discussion paper from the authority, and it's brave that they put it out. But we need to be careful in yeah, if we apply this or not. Yeah, then as said, we have the different processing phases for AI systems. And another authority in Germany also set this within their guideline that we need to have a look at every single phase of the AI system and check these for GDPR requirements. So they said, of course, we have a collection of training data, the processing of data for the training, and then the provision of the application. So if for our use case, you are using an external provider, an AI system from an external provider, then the first 3 steps is something that probably this external AI provider is doing, because they provide you the AI system, the application of it, and have yeah, trained it before with a training data set. And for you then, the other 2 steps will be relevant is the use of the application. So yeah, to put data into the AI system and receive outputs from it. This will be the use of the application. And then, of course, the utilization of results. So the further processing with the outputs that you have received from the AI systems. Yeah, and then we need to have a look at these different processing activities and check for GDPR requirements. Yeah, so who is responsible for GDPR requirements? Under GDPR, we have different roles that a company can take on if they are processing personal data. So they can be a controller of the data. The controller is someone who yeah, decides independently on their own about the data processing. And this will be in the use case if you are using an AI system from a third party to analyze your analytics from your website, then you will be a controller of this personal data because you have collected it yourself on your website. Then there is the role of the processor. The processor is someone who does not decide on the processings. They only process under instruction of another party, of a controller. So in our use case, this, for example, could be the provider of the AI system, but just if they don't follow an own purpose of the processing. If, for example, they would then use your data set to train their AI system and use this trained AI system for other customers as well, then they would have an own purpose in the processing of your website visitor data, and then they will probably be a joint controller. So this is something that needs to be checked if your service provider from the AI system that you're using, what processings are they doing, and are they only acting as a processor on your instructions, or are they following their own purposes and using your data as well? And then we would need to conclude a joint controller agreement. And here it then says about who is responsible for which data and who fulfills which GDPR requirement. So for us, if we are controller, we always need to have a legal basis for the processing of the personal data. There are different legal bases that we can rely on. We have consent, contractual obligation, legal obligation, and legitimate interests. And there are currently a few challenges with legal basis when using AI systems. So what probably is a legal base that we are using if we are tracking our website visitors. We might collect consent from the website visitors to make the analytics. Then we would need to inform them about also using this data within an AI system. And so that the consent also covers this processing of putting the data set that we collected into the AI system. What is in challenge here is, that the consent is informed so that the users know what is happening, and also what happens if the user is withdrawing their consent again. Then the consequence would be that this data needs to be deleted and needs to be deleted from the AI system. And this is a struggle that we have with AI systems right now, is how can we delete data after we have put it into the AI system. And this is challenging because the AI system, if we are able to delete data, there might be a risk that the AI system is unlearning from it and is not getting better. So we need to check how we can fulfill this with consent. The next is contractual obligation. This is if we are required to do a processing activity because we have a contract with our data subject. With the website visitors, this will not apply because we don't have a contract about website analytics with our website visitors. So this is not a legal basis we can use. Same as legal obligation. This is also not something we can use because we are not legally required to do this processing. The next one is legitimate interest. This is the interest that the company has in the processing activities. And these interests must be higher than the rights and freedoms of the data subjects. So this is an individual assessment that we are doing with the processing activity. Because this is individual assessment, this has only limited legal certainty, it is rather likely that we will need consent for our processings. Then under GDPR, we have a few data processing principles that we need to follow. We need to process lawfully, fairly, and transparent. We need to have a purpose limitation. We can only use a minimum of data set that we need to fulfill our purpose. The data needs to be accurate. It needs to have a storage limitation, so we cannot store it forever. We need to make sure the integrity and confidentiality of the data, and we need to document the fulfillment of the GDPR requirements. With the principle of transparency, this is actually the basis for the requirement for the privacy policy, for the information obligations that we have under GDPR. So this is something, if we use our website visitors' data and put it into an AI system, this is something we need to inform our website visitors about. So we need to include this processing into our privacy policy. There are special obligations for automated decision making, but automated decision making under GDPR is only when it has a significant consequence for data subject, for example, to conclude agreements and contracts with data subjects. In our use case, this will probably not be the case, but we will have a general information obligations under GDPR. What challenges do we have here? We have the explainability of the logic of the AI and in general about the AI system, because often AI systems are kind of like a black box, and we can't really, or we don't really know why this AI system decides in which way. So this is a difficulty we have, but for the privacy policy, this is not too relevant, because we, in our use case, do not need to explain the logic of the AI if we don't have automated decision making, but we only need to inform about data processing. Then under GDPR, all data subjects have different rights that they can perform. I already mentioned one, which is to withdraw consent that they have provided, but there are other data subject rights, which is the right of information to access the data, so that they know exactly what kind of data is being processed from them, which is one of the most frequently asked data subject rights. And the second most frequently asked one is the deletion request, where basically the data subject asks for deletion. What we need to do is to check where within our AI system that we are using is personal data included, so that we know if data subjects perform their rights, that we know what we need to do and where we need to collect the data or delete the data, and so that we can implement mechanisms for changing data, for deleting data, or to provide a copy of data to the data subjects. And here, as mentioned before, we have challenges with performing these data subject rights within AI systems, because first of all, the definition of personal data is so broad, and it's not only names and email addresses, but it can be also interests that are connected to an ID, and identification can be made by adding further information. So this is one big challenge, and the others are about unlearning of AI systems if we delete data, if we are even able to delete data from AI systems. And then, of course, how to ensure that AI systems can be retrained after we have deleted data. Another requirement that there is for within GDPR are data protection impact assessments, which does not apply in every case. What we need to do is a risk analysis as a preparation for DPAA, where we have a look at the processing of data that we are performing, and we say what kind of risk do we have with this processing. And when we have a high risk, for example, if we are processing sensitive data like health data and so on, then we need to perform DPAA on this processing. In our use case, probably we will not fall under the requirement for DPAA, but depending on what personal data is included in the data set. And if we are required to perform a DPAA, then we make a risk assessment and see, okay, what are the risks for the data subjects and what kind of further measures can we implement to lower the risk again. So for AI system, there is not generally the requirement to perform a DPAA. The authorities have listed examples of where a DPIA is necessary. For example, here is one from a German authority who says where a call center that is using AI system to analyze the mood of the callers in the call center, that these AI systems are required to make a DPIA, but for other purposes, we need to check this. Then there are further implementation measures and requirements from GDPR, which I will not go into detail because we are almost finished time-wise. What I have with you are some measures to limit risks under GDPR. The first one is to check the AI systems that we would like to use. There are also checklists from authorities that we can use. One of these is to check if we can use the AI systems without personal data. So it might be possible that from our data set, we delete all the data that is considered as personal data and only include anonymous data into the AI system. So we don't have the challenges as that we just talked about. And another thing is then if we do process personal data within AI systems, to carry out the risk analysis and to see what kind of further measures could we implement to minimize the risk with its use. Now on the last slide, I have our top 5 to-dos for the AI deployers, so for the companies that are using AI systems, for example, from external providers. The first one is to implement an internal AI guideline for the employees that are using these AI systems so that they know how they are allowed to use the AI systems. Then it is also recommended to do an AI training for the employees in addition to the guidelines, so that they know what kind of risks there are with using AI systems and what the rough legal requirements we have. The next one then would be to perform an AI Act compliance check, so a check for each AI application that we are using to make the categorization of the risk categories, so that we know if, for example, we have a high-risk AI system, so that we know which kind of requirements we need to fulfill under AI Act. Then for GDPR, we of course should also check what kind of requirements do we have if we process personal data with our AI system. As said, there are already checklists for us to check what kind of role do we have a legal basis to process this data, and so on. And then it is also recommended to appoint data protection officers or involve the ones that you have, that you can check for GDPR requirements. And it might also make sense for bigger companies to appoint and involve AI officers who are responsible for the regulations of AI and the AI use within your company. Okay, then we have come to the end of my presentation for AI Act requirements and GDPR requirements for AI systems. Thank you very much for listening. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I will stop this presentation now, and then, Ronald, maybe we can have a look at the chat if any questions came in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephanie, for the great presentation. So far there's no questions in the chat. let's see. So for the audience, if you don't have any questions in all cases, feel free to say thank you to Stephanie. So for example, we just get Paulina just saying thank you to you. But we still have some time, so maybe I can make some questions.
Sure.
I'm going to try to loop with the presentation that I just made. So Ronan Hello and myself created two community plugins. Let's say even three community plugins. One is called ChatGPT AI, and the other one is Ask Your Database. So we're going to take maybe the first scenario. So the ChatGPT community plugin that we developed. So it's on the marketplace of Matomo, and on the marketplace of Matomo, it's clearly written that actually the plugins which are produced by the community are installed by the end user on their own risk, at their own risk. What this plugin is doing, it's like when you query it, it's using the API of ChatGPT and then sending, of course, the request to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT answers. My question is the following. In this given scenario, are we responsible, let's say the plugin developer, of what we have done here if for some reason there was a prompt which was dealing with either direct personal data or either indirect personal data, let's say the visit log journey? Are we responsible for what we created as a plugin, or is the one responsible is really the one pushing the button and sending the prompt?
So this is a GDPR question about personal data. So this depends, on the GDPR roles. So we have controller and processor, and of course the person who pushes the button. The companies, who are instructing the system to make this request within the AI system, they will be a controller of this data because it's their website data. For you, it depends on if you only act on instructions and only perform this by the request of customers, or if you have own interests in the data processing. So if you are only working under instructions, then you will probably be a processor of this. And the controller is responsible for legal basis, and the processor performs the processing under the data protection agreement that they have concluded with the controller. Does this answer your question?
Actually, I'm getting lost with the terminologies, so I'm gonna turn it differently. So let's say we are producing technology which allows to talk with ChatGPT. By just creating this technology, are we responsible for any misuse of the questions which would be made through this technology, which is an AI, or are we considered, in fact, not responsible, and the one who is responsible is the one using it, not the one who developed it?
Yeah, so for GDPR, you would only be responsible if you are a controller of the data. We need to have a look at the exact setup, because this always depends on the single purposes and means of the processing. So who is deciding about the processing? For me right now, the case sounds like it that the customers who use the setup decided, and you are not deciding about the processings. But we would need to have a look at the individual setup. And for AI Act, where if you are using, for example, ChatGPT, and use it and create an own product with it, then you will become a provider under the AI Act, and need to check the requirements for the provider of AI systems.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. I'm looking at the chat again to see if we get any additional question. We got one from Paulina, but in fact you answered to it. She just wrote, in Ronan's scenario, does the developer have any obligations under the AI Act? And I think this is what you just answered. Am I correct?
So if a developer, of course, if they create like an enterprise product with ChatGPT and sell it to customers or make it available to their customers, they will become a provider according to AI Act.
Okay. We still have 5 minutes before the next call. I just would like to know if you have any questions that you would like me to ask you, or that you would have expect the audience to ask you today and that you didn't see.
Well, a typical question that we receive right now, because it is regarding the deadlines that there are for the implementation of AI Act requirements, are about building AI competence in the company, because this is a requirement that will affect the provider and deployer of AI systems. So the one who is providing AI systems to customers and the ones who are using them. And this does not depend on the risk classification. So a lot of customers ask us, okay, how can we do this? And here, it is important to have a look which employees are using the AI system, and categorize them into different zones. For example, employees that are only using the AI system, they need like an internal guideline on how to use it and like a basic training maybe of it. But if we, for example, have employees who are developing AI systems, they need a much deeper training on AI regulation, to understand what are the risks and what kind of requirements do we have, and also the management, the people deciding on the use of systems and processing, they also need knowledge about risks of AI, so that they can make their decisions based on a risk-based approach. So this is often a question that we receive here.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. I'm looking at once more in the chat. We do not have any questions left, and in 3 minutes we are getting the next speaker. Once more, I really would like to say thank you, Stephanie, for being part of MatomoCamp 2024 and for your great presentation, so as the quality of the slides. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Ronan.
My pleasure. Hi, Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good to see you, Thomas.
Likewise. Have had a good day so far?
This morning has been catastrophic. I mean, like, I messed up with the time schedule. In fact, let's say 50% of the speakers really had the feeling that it was 1 hour ahead. I mean, 1 hour later. And in fact, that was my fault because I let the 2 time zone on. So I'm trying to catch up. So I will see at midnight today if everyone catch the train. So far, we succeeded in just losing 1 conference that we succeeded to catch up with the substitute. But it's, and by the way, it's already 5 p.m. So I'm going to leave the floor to you, Thomas. It's already streamed. Wish you the best, and I will be here for the questions at the end.
Nice. So I'll try to share my screen then. Let's see if that works. Let's see. No. Just need to find the right window. There we go.
I tend to take the full screen. All good. It works.
It works.
Yes.
Excellent. And the sound is on, and we can start the presentation. So
the sound is good, and let me just check with. Yeah, perfect. So you are currently streamed. I don't talk anymore.
nice. So I'm going to talk about how to succeed with Matomo. And yeah, I noticed that I've been working with Matomo for almost 10 years now. So let's see what I have to share from those years of learning. But first, a little bit from our sponsors or from my employer. So I work for Digitalist, which is a company based in Sweden and Finland. We're about 70 employees and premium partner of Matomo. We can show a little bit. This is a little bit of our client base. This is mostly public sector in Sweden. We also work with some global large player companies, and we do a lot of Matomo for them. And our main service is a Matomo SaaS service. So you can basically run that in our local clusters, but we can talk more about that. As a company, we really love Matomo or open source. To be honest, it's been in our DNA for more than 15 years. So we've always been big contributors to the systems we use or the software we use. So, for example, for Matomo, we provide a lot of open source plugins. Probably used several of them. Some comments on these. Most of them are more from an infrastructural level, maybe. So it's about maintaining Matomo with quality. So, for instance, the plugins called User Console or Extra Tools are plugins that we developed because we wanted to run Matomo in the cloud, not only installing on servers. And I will talk a little bit later about it. So that's one example. We also share a lot of things, and we also have a Kubernetes setup for Matomo that we share as open source. It's basically the one we're using for our own services, and we've been sharing this for at least 5 years. So I know a lot of organizations use it. There is also this Matomo console that is a console tool that adds more feature than just the standard console in Matomo to maintain websites. We also have a lot of premium solutions for Matomo. So one of them is our dashboard solution called Rebel Metrics, but we also have some tools that are only available in our SaaS, like a tool called the Engagement Tracker, a way to measure user behavior on the site. And we also have some more advanced tools for tag management and to help out to make the work easier. About myself, well, as the presentation said, 10 years with Matomo and about 15 years with web analytics. And I think I've been working with the web more than 25 years, actually. So this has been my main focus in my career, actually. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm a partner of Digitalist Cloud. But I also, as I mentioned in the beginning, really an open source evangelist. So I've been heavily engaged in the Swedish Matomo community and now the global community, participating in conferences like this. I still write some code, but I also write board presentations. So try to stay on different levels of the organization. But let's skip to the topic of the day, and that's really how to succeed with Matomo, because I think I help a lot of organizations. Many of them are not using our Matomo, so I get in and I see a lot of the struggles and the issues people have with their installations, and this presentation is mainly going to focus on the issues I see and maybe the things you need to think about when you install Matomo. But before going into it, I really think, like, I love the software, I love Matomo, but I think the first thing you need to understand is that succeeding with Matomo is not about, installing it or just buying it. It's really a big project to succeed with Matomo, or more specifically, succeeding with analytics, where you own your data and getting data for your organization that you can make decisions on. But we'll look into more details. So let's build a Matomo house that is successful. And I think the foundations is really important, and it's easy to forget about it, but it's in the foundations. We need to be compliant and we need to be secure. With AI exploding into the internet, it sits in the hands of hackers and attackers and states, actors that want to get hold of your data. So keeping softwares like Matomo secure and compliant is key, because we're adding scripts to our apps or intranets or whatever, and if we are running Matomo without taking care, we actually risk letting bad actors into our systems, and this is really something I think a lot of people really don't understand how important it is to keep your Matomo instance secure. The next level is about, is Matomo functional, reliable, and usable? And we'll talk about the details later, but I really think this is things that are often missed. And then when we have the tool and it's functional and reliable, we can start implementing analytics on our sites and apps. And that means creating reports, etc. And if we do this correctly, we actually get the benefit of having a tools like Matomo. Then we actually get insights or business value for the organization. But if we skip the parts in the beginning, it's very common that we don't really get to that last step. So stay with me and I will try to guide you through it. So what I also want to point out here is that some of these parts are about hosting. And hosting is not only, installing it, running it, and taking backups. It's really about competence, about Matomo specifically. You can't host Matomo without knowing it, and I will explain why. The next step is about configuring the system or the software Matomo to adopt to your region, country. In EU, we have the GDPR, for instance. And again, this is a competence. You need to know it. You can't just install it and believe that the defaults will cover your organization's needs. And finally, doing analytics, like using the software, adopting it to your specific website, digging out the correct measurements so that you can make business decisions, is also a competence. But they are in 3 areas, and you need them all to really succeed with the house of Matomo. So let's look at the hosting parts. Well, I've talked about compliance and security, and if we're talking about compliance, it's about having data in the right region. If you're looking at the EU region where I do most of my business, it's about GDPR, of course, and it's also getting into data sovereignty, but we'll talk more about that. But the next one is, of course, security. And security is not about softwares, it's all about routines and processes. And it's not really about the software Matomo in itself, because Matomo is secure at a certain time, but tomorrow it might be insecure. So keeping a software, and not only Matomo, secure, it's all about your processes and how fast you are to react to changes in the market or in the software. So security is not about the software, it's about your processes. Very important to understand this. So again, I work mostly in the EU, so I would like to talk about some core values that affects particularly the public sector, but also most companies or organizations within the EU. And those are data sovereignty, it's of course security, sustainability. I think it's something that should affect everyone, and then of course compliance. But let's look into them. So first of all, the data sovereignty is in the EU particularly a government in Sweden, and I would say that this is basically coming from every government I've talked to so far, that they are not willing to place their data in data centers outside of EU anymore, particularly when we talk about analytics, because you're basically letting these scripts run in the browsers of every visitor of your website or app. And if you're a governmental agency, that means basically they have access to the browsers of their visitors, but also to the data on the site. And that can be behind login or whatever. So people are really careful. And I think if you really understand how analytics software work, you should take more care. What we try to do at Digitalist is that when we're building solutions for Matomo, we're using 100% open source solutions. We're using data centers where we know who have access to the data, and there is absolutely no calls to third-party providers, not even for supervision. So we're not using any cloud solutions that have access to any data in the data centers. And this is all about, being able to stand up for data sovereignty and guaranteeing to the clients that we know where the data is. So that's the first part. Then security, of course. And as I said, it's all about the process. It's not really about the software. Things that you need to know with security is that it's all about scanning and monitoring and knowing when to update, and running Matomo on a server. It's not only about keeping Matomo updated, it's about keeping the server updated, or any software running on that server, or your router sitting in front on that server. That means that if you're not using modern cloud solutions, this will be a heavy burden, because it's a lot of manual work and it's very easy to miss certain components or part. And the weakest chain will break, and that will leave your systems open. What we try to do, or what we can do, is that, if you don't know what it is, but read about SBOMs, or Software Bill of Materials. This is actually going to be a requirement in the new laws in EU, that you should be able to provide this if you host Matomo for someone else, so that you can exactly specify what was running on your instance of Matomo at the exact point of time if something happens. So this is really a log of what the system was. Super important. So true cloud solutions will be much more easy to maintain. Then we come to compliance. We talk about GDPR, of course, in the EU, and most people know about this. One thing I think a lot of people miss is the sub-processor agreements. So if you're using a cloud provider like Microsoft, it's not really common knowledge from people that in Microsoft's sub-processor agreements, they actually allow parties from China and India in them. So if you really care about your data, you should really also care about the sub-processor agreements. So yeah, there are issues. Then we have the new laws in EU, NIS2 and CRA, or Cyber Resilience Act. There's also a EU SaaS certification coming up. if you look into this, it will be simply impossible to meet these requirements without running proper cloud solutions, because with proper cloud solutions, you can do proper scanning automation, and you can really be fast and react to the requirements that are there. And a lot of these requirements also will require that the vendors will have ISO certifications for quality and information security. So read more about that. And the final one is sustainability. I think it's super important that we care about Matomo, the software we use. So if you're purchasing that from someone, they should definitely contribute back to open source. That's a way for you as a buyer to know that you're like enriching the ecosystem you're using. Also make sure that they're using green energy, and again, modern cloud solutions saves energy. If they're using servers or VPS solutions, you can be pretty sure that they're consuming more energy. And also US cloud providers usually do not use green energy. So yeah, maybe it's cheaper, but again, not good for the environment. Finally, I think if you're an EU government or company, also these US companies in many circumstances use tax paradises. So you're actually draining Europe from tax money when you use them. This is why they are cheaper. And also labor laws, unions, etc. is something you usually want to support if you're a public sector organization. So I think this sustainable perspective is also important. So like a short checklist if you're selecting a hosting provider. First of all, they have to use modern cloud solutions based on Kubernetes. It's like, as I mentioned before, the only way to stay secure and compliant, and it's also better for the environment. So you can make a decision. Selecting hosting providers with data centers, and you should do that with care. In Europe, you should definitely not go to the US. This is better for the environment, it's better uses of tax money, and it's better for humans. And finally, you should make sure that the vendor you use are contributing back to open source. First of all, that means they will have a better knowledge about the software, and it also means that you're future-proofing the software you're using. Next part will be configuring Matomo. So this was about making it functional, reliable, and usable. So functional means you don't have any bugs and that data collection works. Then reliable means that the interface is performant and it's up and available enough. And usable, the reports show all data. But let's dig into some more details. Like when I meet organizations that call me in to help them with their Matomo instances, these are some common issues. Data loss. And to be honest, it's not that uncommon, because tracking is often implemented without really knowing what's happening under the hood. Quite often, cookie managers or CORS issues, like when we're blocking requests, are actually disabling data collections. And if you have a partner or vendor that don't really know how this works, you will end up having less data than you should. Another issue that is very common is that maybe you add tracking to your websites, but you're running an SPA or a dynamic application like React or Angular. If you do so, there has been tons of seminars about this in the Matomo community, so there's definitely guidance. But it's very common still that you're not really collecting all the page views. And again, this is a knowledge that you need to have. Other things that are common is that the systems are very unstable. many times I see that the team running Matomo is doing everything manually. They're just installing the software on the server, meaning it's very unstable. They don't really know what's running. They go in, log in, fix stuff on the servers, and it temporarily works. You should really maintain your Matomo installation in a repository so you know at every time what's running and what you changed and so on. Also, like looking into server logs. I don't know how many times I did this and it's full of errors and no one ever looked at it, and usually it's quite easy to find things, but if you're not looking, you will not find it. Regarding reliability, these are some common issues I see. Reports are crashing, and often this is due to that people are not really tuning their databases. Another very common problem is that you're not running archiving from Chrome. It's running from the browser. Instability, as I said again, manual deploys. Maybe you enable plugin updates through the interface. There is absolutely no way to roll back or do backups if something goes wrong. And even though Matomo is pretty stable, this is not a professional way to maintain a Matomo installation that is used by end users. Running on Windows, yeah, just bad practice. I would say that many organizations think it's smart because they already have Windows servers running. What you're doing when you're doing that is that you're selecting an environment that not many others are using. So when you run into problems, you're pretty much on your own. Instead of getting help from a community with thousands of users, you're down to maybe tens or hundreds. So be smart, use what others are using. And yeah, functionality breaks is pretty common. People are not touching the web service, and there is basically no Matomo specific competence for hosting. So yeah, unable to solve problems when they appear. And then usable. Again, some of the more common issues I see. This is actually very common, but reports are not really working. And the main reason is that people haven't touched the global ini.php. For those of you who know Matomo, you know that you can change the amount of rows to display in a page view report, for instance. But if you see a lot of others in your report, that means that the people taking care of your Matomo server have not even touched the basics. And again, this is lack of competence, and you should really have that competence if you're reselling Matomo. Yeah, not showing all reports. Another problem that I often see is that we get bad data due to permissions. Things like adding segments or adding custom reports, because these are, of course, reports that are added to the interface that others can use, should only be given to people with knowledge. You should have at least gone to a Matomo training or have some basic knowledge before you give people access to create segments, because segments are very often used the wrong way. So it really requires some knowledge to use them. Yeah, and then of course not enough features. People are running Matomo without any premier features or adding plugins, not able to do custom reporting, or maybe heat maps, or no dashboards are added. So yeah, and sometimes we need to do data manipulation, and this is something you might do in different ways, but not enough features, and the reason behind it is maybe lack of competence. So control questions in regards to configuring Matomo. Well, of course, you need to have competence about database performance. I would say that if you're buying Matomo from someone and they're not using automation, they're clicking in the interface, or they do updates or whatever through the interface, this is not professional, and you will run into problems sooner or later. So it's super important to disable all updates in the interface for a professional delivery. Yeah, Matomo plus configuration in repositories. Also, there is more than 200 settings that you can change in the Matomo configuration file. So the defaults that you get when you just install Matomo is really for test driving it on a local computer. You really need to know what to change to make it usable. And again, the key is competence. Let's move over to the analytics part. So we talked about implementation. In this case, I mean setting up tracking, analytics, setting up reports and analyzing data, and then the insights, understanding data and being able to act on it. And to start with, to understand like the degree of maturity when you work with the data within your organization, it's important to understand that reporting is basically making data readable for humans. So if you create a table, what this usually does, it reads from a database and it presents the result in a table. And that basically means you're making the database tables readable for a human. The next step is analysis. So you can start looking at that data. Maybe you have page view data. So you have a table of your 10 most visited pages. Analysis starts when you see that data. But analysis doesn't mean you know something or you learn something, because then you get to insights. And a very common mistake is, for instance, saying that we have more page views on the start page. This is good, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean good. It can actually mean bad. It depends on what type of traffic that led to, or what type of visits that led to more page views. And it also depends on the case with your specific site. So the insights is when you start to analyze the data and you come to insights that's maybe saying that, well, we got more page views, but that was actually due to a bad campaign. So even though we got more visits, it was actually bad, and the organization spent a lot of money on junk traffic, meaning we should actually change our campaigns and maybe drive more quality traffic to the site. So that's insight, and this is why you have analytics. So basically, the only value of creating a report is that we can start analyzing. The value of analyzing is that we might come to insights, but we don't necessarily have to come to an insight just because we do analytics. And sometimes we come to insights and then we can change something. And this is the whole idea about analytics. And when we find something and learn something, we can then adjust and then repeat the process of measuring again. So maybe we change the campaign when we start measuring and see that now we're reaching quality data instead of having crap traffic from a crap campaign. So going to implementation, I think it's super crucial to do planning before you do anything else. So start by looking into needs. Why do we have a tracking need on this particular website? This could be done in workshops. Some organization might already know why they're having a website. But the next step will be to create a measurement plan. We define metrics, target groups, goals, effect goals, events, etc. before we implement it. In a measurement plan, you should also define things that maybe you're not measuring in a tool like Matomo, because making good decisions means you need to look at both quality and quantity metrics. And this could mean that you need to do interviews, surveys, or something else, and those data are not necessarily always in Matomo. So a measurement plan needs to be bigger most of the times. After doing that, align with the stakeholders, make sure that what we plan to do is actually helping them. Then we go to implementation. And 99% of the time, you should use the tag manager. Why? Well, because 99% of the times, this is your best and easiest way to implement new tracking. And you usually want to implement events. The basics is sessions and page views, but usually you want to dig deeper into that, and the tag manager is a great resource. I will not go into details about that, but definitely what you should aim for. I also recommend you to look into dimensions from start. What type of dimensions are there that you can benefit from? And I think you should already plan for them and document them in the measurement plan. So example of dimensions can be user dimensions, like this is a customer, this is a person from this department, this is a you can come up with anything that is mapped to a visitor. Then we have action dimensions, and that could be something that is connected to an event or a page view. The most common thing would be a tag on a page, for instance, or maybe the author of a page, so that we can segment the reports based on this data and think of them from the beginning and implement them directly. The third one is the segments. Same thing here. You should plan and talk about the basic segments. You will always want to set up segments later on as well, but think about the main ones. Often they are based on dimensions. So set them up from the scratch, because segments will be filled with data from the beginning. So that's really a strong recommendation. Another thing I think a lot of organizations miss is the consent setup. You need to integrate Matomo with your content management platform. And my strong recommendation there is that you do that. You run without cookies until you have a consent, and then you set cookies for Matomo after you have a consent. I can guide you in that if you want more help. Just need to contact me. And then we come to the analytics part. So setting up the site, you need to make sure that you have the right plugins. Adding segments, of course, but setting up custom reports is usually where I start, because usually you need that. It's a premium plugin. If you want to dig down into your data, this is really a crucial need. If you're purchasing one plugin for Matomo, it's custom reports. It's a must. The second thing would be to create specific dashboards for specific areas or target groups. It can be creating a specific dashboard with the custom reports you created for the editors or the marketers, or a specific area on the site. Really depends on the needs, but start with custom reports and then the dashboards. Also set up email reports for non-experienced users. I don't think you should let beginners into Matomo, and that really relates to that, it doesn't really help people to see data they don't understand. So make it easy, send easy to understand reports, and also send documentation to explain the reports. And even better is actually not to send reports and rather send insights when you find them. But this is more the mature version of an organization. I also think if you have a really mature organization, you need to have a third-party dashboard. And I'll show you an example of that. And if there's something you should do generally in life, it's to work iterative, but that goes for analytics as well. Never go for the big bang. Start small, increment, and learn. Most of the times, that big dream is not really what you need. But if you start with small things, you can solve problems, create quality, and then grow over time. And as I said, Matomo is not always enough, and I will talk a little bit about that. Because a lot of times you need to make more visualizations than possible in Matomo. And very often, in more advanced cases, you want to do data manipulation. So, and another thing is that we might want to display data from other data sources together with the Matomo data, particularly if we have users that are not that experienced. It might be wise to present them together. Yeah, manipulate data to make it understandable. A lot of times we get data from web analytics that can be numbers or yeah, pretty unfriendly, user-unfriendly data, and manipulating that to make it readable or understandable, or actually fixing problems even in your data is often a case in larger organizations. And we also need to have more power tools to segment and query our data if you have a lot of data, and if you want to dig down deeper to solve different issues and problems. And this is what limits in Matomo, and I think it's quite natural. And I want to talk a little bit about the alternatives, and one of them is of course Google Looker. I know a lot of people use it for Matomo, and it's great and easy, and it's quite easy to integrate it. But what you need to understand with Google Looker is that it's a little bit like putting lipstick on the cute animal, because what you're doing with that is that you're basically requesting the page view report, and you're getting that into Google Looker. And you can, the nice thing is that you can create a filter on it, or you can use the simple segments, and you can change the colors, but you can hardly manipulate anything, and you can't really add new data to it. So you can't combine, let's say, the page URL with some event data that you had before, or you just want to see page views from a particular user dimension or something like that. You will be limited because that data is simply not available in Google Looker, unless you create custom reports and then import them. But that's a really cumbersome challenge. And you can only filter on existing data. So what I want to show you is our tool Rebel Metrics that can really help you with this. So what that is a powerhouse for dashboards. So this is the example that we start by creating different charts. So in the next slide, I will show you how to create a chart in a short video. So you can basically go to the dataset Matomo, and you can click on a table visualization. And in this builder, you can then select all the possible fields that we have in the dataset. You can select different metrics. So we built up the metrics you have in Matomo, and you can do filters. So in this case, we import all the websites from the Matomo instance, and this happens all the time. So you can start visualizing data like this in a very easy way. And then you can, of course, quickly add filters to filter down page URLs from specific parts of the site. And the nice thing here is, like, if you do this with custom reports in Matomo, you know that you can only do it from today and forward, and then you can run server commands to process this back in time. But in Rebel Metrics, this will work on historical data directly. So it's super, super powerful. The next part is, let's see, it's dashboards. So dashboard is putting these charts together in a larger dashboard. So let's see how that works. So you can create a dashboard, and a dashboard gives you, so you can name it, and you can also just drag and drop the charts that are available. And Rebel Metrics comes with about 40 pre-made charts for Matomo. So we already have a page views table. And the nice thing with this one is that you can see that you have an IX search, so you can search directly in the report. But you can also start modifying these reports and add your own filters. But the really nice thing with the dashboards in RebelMetrics is that you can add your own filters. So end users can get filters on anything basically available, or any field in Matomo. You can predefine them and set them any way you want. So in this case, we're just adding a default site that we filter on. So yeah, it's super customizable. And then you publish them, and you can create charts and share them outside of Matomo as well. So the next part will be to look into data sets. So a data set is basically a database connection, but a data set can also be a spreadsheet, so that we can upload a spreadsheet from any data that we have in the organization and start visualizing that. But the cool thing I wanted to show you is that we can also create calculated or custom fields. So in this case, I'm making the page title lowercase. Maybe that's not the best use case, but a very common use case in Matomo is actually the page URL. If you're not making page URLs lowercase, you will actually have duplicate rows for the same URL, making your reporting almost impossible to read. So we can fix these things in RebelMetrics. And in this case, you can just see the report here that you see that I use the field in my report called page title lowercase, and it's actually making all titles lowercase, but it's really simple to do these things with page URLs or anything else. And we can do really, really advanced stuff. I've done a blog post on sequential segmenting. So I could do an SQL query where I can ask for page views on a specific page, but only if the last page view was the start page. Yeah, so I can do really, really advanced and cool stuff. But that's, yeah. And this is an example of a customer dashboard where we actually created a KPI, a real KPI. So you have the amount of visits that made an order. That's one of their main KPIs on this website. So we could actually create that within RebelMetrics. And the way we do it in this case is that we calculated the number of events of a specific type, and then we divided it by number of visits. And you can do that with goals in Matomo, but the cool thing with RebelMetrics is that we can do it on historical data. So we can actually do it even though you didn't have goals configured in Matomo. Yeah. Questions, and let's open up for discussion.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm currently having a look into the chat to see if there are questions. Of course, there are so many because it's currently 5 p.m. 42. So you can imagine that we got hundreds of questions and I have to pick up one out of those hundreds. So business as usual, I'm prepared mine. I already have 4 questions. They will turn around the topic, but maybe not about the topic in itself. So the first one that I, of course, feel free to answer, to not answer if you don't want to, but as a big agency, and you mentioned as well the word premium partners of Matomo, I would like to know what are the trends, what are the new trends that you are currently seeing on the markets when it comes to Matomo? I mean, are you currently seeing a trend where the user knocking at your door right now, or clients or prospects, are asking you something that they were not asking before?
Yeah, I think like the trend when we started with Matomo was that people were running away from Google Analytics because of GDPR. those days are a little bit gone. So I think solutions like Rebel Metrics, people are asking for more skills and knowledge about actually doing analytics. And I think this is one of the main reasons why we created Rebel Metrics. And what we learned, or what we can experience with this tool in our hand, is that we can be extremely efficient with the Matomo data in a way that is have never been possible with Matomo before. So things that would have been required us to maybe write a plugin for Matomo, we can do in minutes with Rebel Metrics. So it really adds a superpower and make us really, really efficient with more advanced analytics tasks and challenges. I think this is where we're seeing the bigger growth, and we're actually releasing Rebel Metrics as an add-on to anyone running Matomo, because today you can only run it if you run Matomo with us, but we're actually opening up so that you can run Rebel Metrics from any Matomo instance in a couple of weeks. So we're in the testing phase of a plugin that integrates. So hopefully more people will have the ability to test run it pretty soon.
I'm not sure if I understood correctly. You mentioned creating plugins in minutes or seconds with Rebel Metrics. What is then a plugin for Rebel Metrics?
No. I said that advanced analytics questions previously required you to build a plugin to solve it in Matomo, but now we can do it directly in the interface of Rebel Metrics. And we can do it on historical data, because if you create a plugin for Matomo, usually you start collecting the data from the day you submit the plugin. But with Rebel Metrics, we can a lot of times actually dig into the historical data and actually come up with a lot of analytics. We can't, of course, create new data, but we can do a lot in terms of manipulating data and finding patterns in data. And we're actually looking into implementing more AI tools into it as well, because the data model we have in Rebel Metrics really is well suited for proper AI, not only generative AI, but really machine learning tasks.
Next question, because there is still no in the chat. What I'm seeing myself is like, we get more and more people asking me, telling me that actually Matomo is way too technical for them. And when I look at your presentation, I've seen as well this word coming multiple times. Pieces of advice from you. How could Matomo, according to you, could be simpler? If you had one thing to simplify in Matomo, or at least what should be the main direction for simplicity, according to you, that Matomo should take?
Yeah, I think most of my presentation is putting the finger on the main issue with Matomo, and that I think like people is coming from the Google Analytics world, and then they move into Matomo, and they have the expectation that you can, as I said, just install it on a server, and then you have your product running with bells and whistles. But they miss the understanding of maintaining a system, and this is the key problem and why it's way too technical. It's not so much about the analytics; it's about lack of competence in configuring and setting it up, keeping it secure, keeping it performant, and this is the main challenge. It's way too many organizations that try on their own without competence.
Okay. Next question from myself as well. To you, what is the big thing missing in Matomo at the moment? I mean, I know that we already discussed the two of us, but I mean, the people watching us, they don't really know what have been between the discussion that we got. So I think it's just interesting to say it, let's say publicly, what is, according to you, the big missing feature in Matomo, which does not allow you to go to the next step?
Well, there is one thing missing that is available through premium plugins. So I would say custom reports is really something everyone running Matomo kind of needs. So I think that would be something, and I think really the whole community would benefit from it if we can do things like that without purchasing a plugin. And then the other one is maybe making things like the dashboards more user-friendly. Today that's really not a user-friendly interface, and you should, I mean, if you can add some text and maybe do some easy filtering for widgets and so on, so I think that would help people a lot if that was easier. Like, you know, if you create a dashboard, for instance, you can only copy it to a user. You can't really share it, and then I change the main version, and then it's updated for you. I need to make a new copy to use. I mean, there are some really technical problems with the way dashboards are built today. So I think, like, you know, making those things a little bit better. Then, of course, we can talk about like making things more modern, adding data types for data collections and so on. But I think those things are solvable. But if there is two things, it would be adding custom reports and easier dashboard. That would solve like 80% of the of the challenges people have, I think.
Okay. Looking at the chat, I do not see any questions left, but I have one final one for you. This one is a bit pessimistic. Maybe I should keep it for myself, but let's play with the fire. Do you think, as it is, Matomo as a future? I mean, are you seeing right now some threats on the market which could definitely make Matomo a useless software? Of course, here talking about potential competitors of Matomo. I'm talking about AI or anything like this. Do you have the feeling that the threat have never been that close to Matomo, or do you think that there's clearly a place for Matomo within the next 5 years?
I definitely do. I think Matomo has a future. Matomo, as every other software project, needs to adopt to change faster, and because this is what AI offers. So the question is maybe how can the Matomo community use AI smarter? And today, one of the problems is maybe that we have very few organizations that contribute to Matomo, and this is something I've talked about a lot. A lot of people are offering Matomo hosting or services, but they're not really contributing to the ecosystem around Matomo. And I think this is more of a problem than AI, because if we have more innovation going into the platform, and I mean, to be honest, it's really a need from everyone that we have open analytics where we can own our data. There are, of course, competitors in the open source world, and but I think like going in and contributions will help the platform survive. And I think also InnoCraft has a key part in that. My experience from successful open source softwares like Drupal is that for a platform and open source ecosystem to evolve properly, you have to invite more people, and you have to use more people to build the platform. And I think that there can be more done there in the Matomo ecosystem.
Thank you. Looking at the chat, there's no questions left. We still have 8 minutes before introducing our next speaker, Mike Arty, that I can see in the room. Is there any final questions that you would like to ask yourself that you would have expect the audience to ask you?
Yeah, maybe that's a question I would like to ask people. Is like if a company like us, Digitalist, as I said, we contribute with a lot of plugins and features and seminars around Matomo, but I would really like to hear like what would be your wish for our next contribution. So that's something. Maybe you know what you want, Ronan. Maybe you can answer it.
Let's see if the community will answer through the chat. So Evan is mentioning, thank you for mentioning Drupal as a successful open source project. 100% agree. From myself, what do I expect? Well, I'm gonna have a conference about it later on, which is the partner network. Honestly, to me, all my wish is based on this given partner network, because what I can see right now is like there are many, let's say, companies out there who could play the role of a partner, but let's say few of them, maybe because they are too big, I've never heard about, let's say, what really is open source or what really is free software movement. They never heard about MatomoCamp. They probably do not even see an interest of coming on stage and explaining how they are using it. So typically, I think the growth for opportunities is huge in terms of what digitalists could, let's say, bring more to the table. I will say that, and it's not only for digitalists, but for me, for every producer of a plugin, InnoCraft included, of course, I think it's worth it to come on stage. I mean, that's the reason why I created another topic that we'll have just later about the Matomo feature for the database export. I'm kind of surprised to see that there's lots of features, lots of premium features, lots of, let's say, community plugins which have been developed, and there's no communication around it, which means like an even old community plugin, let's take, for example, the Campus JYP plugin. This one has been here for ages. It can, I think, show tremendous way of using Matomo in a different way. And the technology is here, but the communication around the product is not here. So people still don't know that it exists. They still don't know how they can contribute to it in order to improve it. And as a result, it's not helping. So I think, and you touch it with the finger, what we need is a bigger community, which is as well one of the reasons why we build up MatomoCamp, and I think we just need to stay alive and keep on going. And let's see if, thanks to the partner network, we get more. I think the more money there is, let's say, the more business there is, then the more attraction you get, then the more popularity you get. So that's going to be the bet for the next 2 years, I guess.
As you know, I've been involved in the Drupal community for a very long time, not so active anymore. Now I'm focused on Matomo, but what if there is one thing the Drupal community learned, and Dries talked about this a lot, it's about that the open source community has to value the givers, not the takers. And what it means is, like, if you're starting a partner network, you can't offer a place or attention to people that is only paying money. You have to give attentions to the people really contributing. This is key, because otherwise you will have just the marketing and no product growth at all. And just marketing will not take the product to the future.
Well, let's say that we have a security because the talk is recorded. So you can know that, Ronan, you remember on this given day, at this given time, and it was streamed on YouTube. So I heard you, Thomas.
Yeah, but you don't have to answer. But this is my strong opinion, and I know that it's been it's an issue if you can buy your way into an open source ecosystem without actually contributing. This is just damage.
Okay. Currently 5:58. I have to leave the floor to Mike Arti. So I would like to say thank you, Thomas, and thank you once more for your contribution at MatomoCamp. And I invite Mike. You can now come on stage for the next talk. Hello, Mike. So currently I cannot hear Mike, but I guess the sound is gonna come through in some minutes. So you may have different microphone options. If you click on the arrow next to the microphone at the bottom part of the screen, you will see different audio settings and maybe, oh, perfect. I'm starting to hear you, Mike.
Okay, let's try again. Hi, Ronan, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mike. Thank you so much for accepting. So for the small story for the audience, the speech was supposed to be 3 hours ahead of this time. And unfortunately, because I messed up with the time schedule, and Mike agreed to switch his conference with mine. So thank you very much, Mike. We can see you well. We can hear you properly. If you want to share your screen, if you have things to show, feel free.
Yeah,
so.
let me do that. Hang on a second.
And thank you so much for being on time as well.
So I'm just going to share here.
Perfect. Perfect.
And go full mode. Let me know. Are you able to see my screen okay?
Yeah, it looks good. I can switch off my camera. I can switch off my microphone. The floor is yours, Mike.
Thank you very much. So yeah, hi everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today presenting. And I am here to talk about leveraging Matomo for cutting edge business to business programmatic marketing. And we do that in our business Funnel Fuel. So before I dive into kind of what we're doing, just a quick introduction to myself. So my name's Mike Harty. I'm the co-founder and chief product officer at Funnel Fuel. I've spent the last 14 years or so in the advertising and marketing technology space. I've dedicated my career to building solutions that drive measurable impact for brands in the programmatic ecosystem. And as co-founder of Funnel Fuel, our mission is to elevate B2B marketing through innovative technology. Our mission is to close the gap between the capabilities that exist in the marketplace for business to consumer marketing and kind of bridge that gap for business to business. And in my role as chief product officer, my remit really is developing cutting edge tools and strategies to address the more unique challenges around measurement, identity, and targeting in B2B. So I'm excited today to talk to you all and share how Funnel Fuel's hopefully leading the way in transforming programmatic marketing for B2B. And in particularly how we use Matomo as one of our foundational technologies as part of our technology strategy. So yeah, jumping forward to kind of what we do as a business to lay the scenes in terms of this talk today. So Funnel Fuel is a B2B programmatic trading business. And my next slide, I'll cover what programmatic means. And I definitely don't want to be in danger of leaving anyone behind in terms of some of the terminology that lives around the kind of programmatic ecosystem. But we're a UK founded business headquartered in central London with a team of 13 counting professionals split between the UK and now emerging into North America. We are entirely dedicated to business. We're in that one singular swimming lane where all of the challenges that we're facing and all the problems that we're trying to solve and all of our use cases around Matomo are upskilling everything in the ecosystem that we live within to really work for the modern day B2B marketer. And just so that we're all entirely on the same page, when we're talking about business to business, we're talking about companies that sell their products and services to other businesses as opposed to directly to the consumer. So an example I like to give is Boeing, who sell their aeroplanes to a whole bunch of airline companies like Air France, British Airways, Qatar Airways. And unlike B2C, where marketers or marketing targets individual consumers, B2B involves a more complicated, longer, protracted sales cycle with multi-layered decision-making across typically teams or universes of people. And often B2B can get into pretty deep and dark niches, which is where we find our focus on the premium contextual web is really powerful, because it's an environment where people go to research and to learn. And from a technology point of view, or a technology philosophy, the view that I've tried very hard to kind of push through our business is that our approach is to build on top of proven best-in-class technology, to utilize kind of, again, best-in-class open source tools, which is very much where Matomo comes in, and to build around established best-in-class advertising and marketing technology. And a phrase that people get bored of hearing me say is that, you know, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We don't want to rebuild what has been fantastically built already. When that technology exists, that's not an agitation point in the industry or in any industry. If best-in-class technology exists and is working fine, our technology philosophy is where can we find maybe kind of gaps in capability, or maybe where a platform hasn't been purposed for B2B or for B2B marketing, but can be pulled in and kind of connected into the ecosystem that we've built, that allows us to customize these solutions, aim to fill in specific gaps, again, pertinent to B2B, and to really kind of allow us to get to a position where, as a business, this strategy allows us to leverage robust existing tech while focusing on innovation in areas where there are gaps rather than kind of what already exists. And obviously, kind of today we're talking about the context of Matomo, and that's kind of a brilliant case study in our business. So again, before we go too much deeper, and to make sure that hopefully I'm not in danger of leaving anybody behind, just a slight kind of deviation into kind of what is programmatic advertising. So programmatic advertising is the automated buying and selling of predominantly digital ad placements, and again, historically in the context of kind of banner and display advertising. So that whole process is essentially outsourcing the buying and selling of ad placements to technology and algorithms, which all happens within a very quick micro 120 millisecond programmatic auction. It's a bidding-based mechanic. So in a simple, crude term, it has kind of comparables to auction houses like eBay, where you're going on and kind of bidding to buy a good. So in this case, you're bidding to buy an ad placement. And much like an eBay auction might have a floor price against it, so often will a digital ad placement. And essentially what we're aiming to do is to use layers of data and knowledge about an ad placement and historic performance around an ad placement, and all of the wide data which is given back to us through the technology, which will be telling us the publisher or the app where the ad impression is available, the floor price, the context of the page, the device, make, model, operating system, the web browser. All of this type of foundational data is given to us. And our job as a business is to identify and price, bid, and then pace and deliver ad impressions into these environments based on the data that's given to us. And then the data that we've got in our business, which is coming across the data we're capturing with Matomo, the data that we're getting in our historic kind of bidding logs and databases and the likes. So B2B programmatic advertising is entirely focused on delivering highly targeted, data-driven advertising campaigns across, now increasingly in 2024 and beyond, a much more diverse range of channels. So addressable programmatic advertising is now covering not just banner display advertising, but also new formats, which includes connected television, so bringing kind of the old worlds of media into the new age of addressable digital, digital out of home, audio, so podcasts and kind of digital radio and the likes, video in general, all the online formats. It's all wrapped up in the ecosystem and the world that we operate in from an addressable point of view. And for us on my slide here, you'll see that I've got the Matomo logo underneath 3 out of the 4 pillars here of programmatic, and the only one that I do not have it under is the actual bidding and buying mechanics. So for us, Matomo plays a role across a whole bunch of the programmatic elements that kind of sit behind our business. Because when we're talking about data-driven personalization and delivery of ad creatives and messaging, the objective of those ads is typically to drive awareness, to be seen on a web page or in a digital environment, and then to be engaged with and ideally be clicked historically, particularly thinking about the banner advertising that we kind of cut our teeth around. So when this happens, this for us directly feeds data into our use of Matomo, which, because obviously click events are driving traffic to client websites, whereby we're aiming to deploy the Matomo pixel and collect data. And that is allowing us to kind of gather a lot of on-site data around engagement and kind of what happens after a click event to build a much more detailed, thorough and complete picture of what's happening. And we feed all that back into our programmatic buying engine, and that has an impact on which ads we might show to somebody next, creative storytelling, journeying, and all that type of fun stuff. Matomo obviously also plays a big part in our multi-channel strategies, because really at its core, marketing boils down to measurement and attribution, which is where we're using Matomo. So for marketing to be done right in a data-driven scientific manner, then attribution is kind of everything, really, like a really significant part of the journey. And this is somewhere where social media advertising has been so strong over the years, and digital content-based advertising, the open internet's been weaker because there hasn't been such a tight attribution and measurement journey. So multi-channel attribution and Matomo across all these different channels is super interesting. Matomo helps us build a more accurate attribution model, incorporating locational data, other signals, macros coming out of our ad creatives and the likes, to really understand engagement and user behavior on a client website, but triggered by potentially a whole diverse range of different ad formatting. And Matomo plays an absolutely critical part in our integrated reporting at Funnel Fuel 2. So Matomo enables us to align what I always call as media metrics, or kind of ad campaign metrics, which are things like how much money have I spent on my ads, how many clicks has those ads delivered, how many impressions, what's the cost of the clicks, all that type of data is all media data. But we utilize Matomo in order to also marry that data up with post-click analytics, i.e. the data that we're all familiar with, which Matomo's collecting. That provides an end-to-end insight loop, or a 360-degree journey that we could take clients on. And for us, with a very key part of our business being account-based marketing, or going out and targeting deliberate lists of named accounts or companies that our clients want to go talking to and delivering their marketing to, Matomo has enabled us to have a best-in-class, completely differentiated level and depth to our reporting, which simply wouldn't be possible without this kind of collaboration that we've got with Matomo. So that's kind of a super kind of key part of kind of what we're doing and how Matomo is feeding into programmatic. So with Matomo, in essence, we can deliver a more personalized, multi-channel campaigns and provide reporting that demonstrates real impact, not just fluffy metrics. And that sets Funnel Fuel apart in the B2B space. So when we were starting the Funnel Fuel business back in the tail end of 2020, fun year that was, obviously kind of deep in the pandemic, we quickly identified 3 key challenges that we believed were pertinent to the whole kind of B2B programmatic marketing space. And it's probably not any major surprise to anyone that's taking part or watching or engaging in MatomoCamp to see that analytics, is going to be kind of one of those big 3. And that's obviously my focus today. But then additionally to that, the other 2 pillars were targeting and transparency. So when I kind of talk about analytics, I'm definitely thinking about the broader, more B2C focus that we believed as a co-founding team with a challenge behind B2B programmatic measurement and attribution. And really, it's an over-reliance on Google Analytics that was super pertinent in the space, kind of came up time and time again around clients that we were engaging with. And B2B marketing analytics in general just felt limited. Many companies relying on GA or other similar kind of more consumer-focused technologies. And while GA undoubtedly provides a wealth of valuable data, particularly since its migration towards GA4, it's primarily geared towards B2C, and it doesn't fully meet the unique requirements of B2B marketers. And we're going to go into that in a little bit more detail. So we saw a need for more specialized analytics that could really offer the deeper insights that B2B clients were looking for across kind of their decision-making teams and universes of companies that they were targeting. Number two, the targeting challenge related to signal loss and issues that do straddle the edges of analytics and measurement and reporting, like the deprecation, or what we thought this year was going to be the deprecation of the third-party cookie. Either way, third-party cookies are massively declining. They're pretty much limited down to one major web browser now with Google Chrome. The latest data I've seen is about 40% of users within Chrome are already blocking third-party cookies. So signal loss around programmatic advertising and the third-party cookie, which is fundamental to kind of audience targeting in general, remains, even if Google's kind of canned the full kind of cliff top moment of deprecation. That signal loss is still kind of a really big challenge in the ecosystem, and one that we've built solutions to help circumnavigate. And then reporting transparency and just transparency in general is a challenge still to this day for B2B and programmatic marketing in general. So a lot of kind of black box technology exists out there, really, which provides only high level reporting as opposed to kind of a really zoomed in view that clients are looking for. So in theory, for example, you might be able to target specific B2B audiences in some of the biggest and best ad buying platforms in the world, but you can't really see which companies have been engaging with your ads, who's viewed, how much attention they paid, or what actions they've taken afterwards. So these kind of three challenges really work in concert from our point of view to identify the problems that we saw when we're starting Funnel Fuel. So as we were getting the business going, the first challenge that we sought to overcome was the measurement, attribution, and analytics challenge. So we've been users of Matomo for a number of years now in the ecosystem, really leaning into the open source community and technology, leaning into the kind of Matomo internalized support capabilities and kind of extra applications and toys in the toy box, as I see it, that have been built both internally and externally to the Matomo team, but whilst kind of taking control of that infrastructure and bringing some of my team's experience hosting advertising exchanges and just tremendously high volumes of ad impressions. We've kind of taken some of those learnings into Matomo and kind of jumped in 2 feet first, really, into the deep end of the pool with Matomo. And this is why, really. So the major problem, B2B analytics is not fit for purpose. Big kind of crude statement, but one that I definitely stand behind. Because ultimately, analytics is absolutely critical to marketing. At the end of the day, analytics serves as the measurement source of truth behind any advertising strategy, B2B or otherwise, but also most definitely for B2B. And again, as I've already touched on, in B2B, the more traditional forms of analytics solutions like GA are surprisingly limited, and it becomes a paradox. It's a paradoxical given that the importance of reliable, objective data is key for making strategic decisions, but that's kind of lacking. So you've got kind of pillar one, it's critically important. Pillar two, it's kind of completely lacking. That's really why we jumped into analytics as our kind of first touch try and fix. And in terms of specific issues that we'd identified and which remain the case today, and which on my next slide I'll show how Matomo helps fix, is a whole gluttony of challenges in that analytics space. So we've got, for example, privacy compliance, not one of my 4 pillars here, but one that really should be. Many analytics platforms operating again in black box are raising privacy compliance concerns. GA's kind of got links to kind of cookie requirements and cookie consents to function, can leave big gaps in reporting, which is a major challenge when you're trying to kind of determine your click to land ratio from the ad campaigns that you're running, and then what happens afterwards. You can't see kind of clicks going missing and rely on that. And GA's faced a lot of scrutiny in various regions around the world over privacy compliancy. And when you're working with some of the biggest and best B2B brands in the world, who are naturally incredibly privacy suspicious and sensitive and careful, you know, we have to start out by kind of looking at privacy compliance, and that led us to Matomo's kind of front door, so to speak. And then the data sampling issue, the kind of yellowy box that I've got on the top left quadrant, it actually shocked me when I learned that GA was so heavily into data sampling and modeling, and particularly around kind of low traffic sites from the data that I've seen. So then you're suddenly operating in a world of missing, incomplete and non-objective data, which is a major challenge. And I think it's particularly problematic in B2B, in all honesty, because B2B websites as a whole are lower volume of traffic, but with very high value visitors. So you could be operating a website that's only really counting its web sessions in the hundreds a day or even a week, but 1 or 2 out of those hundreds could be CEOs of major prospects that you've been trying to win on a 2 or 3 year sales cycle. And I just think it's a dichotomy where in B2C consumer world, where you've got massively scaled news websites, for example, it's objectively probably fine to be sampling in those environments. Not ideal, but the value of those web environments is in the aggregate of the big volume of traffic that they've got, rather than the nuances of the zoomed in, smaller kind of icing on the cake kind of users. But in B2B, it's just absolutely critical that when we're kind of getting these limited kind of web sessions where the value of them could be in, you know, the hundreds of millions or even the billions of dollars. You know, if you think about my Boeing example, and if the CEO of British Airways is going on the Boeing website right now and is kind of gearing up to make an order of scores of aeroplanes, then, you know, I'd rather not be guessing and sampling around that kind of hugely high value web session. And I'd rather be dealing with kind of fact personally. And I think a lot of the B2B market would kind of stand to that too. So that inherently non-objective sample data is a huge problem. And then you've got, you know, kind of other issues too. You've got the lack of a company view. So I've got here in the red quadrant the idea of decision-making teams. In B2B, while there will at the end of the day be one single stakeholder who might sign the check or the contract, you have typically got a big universe of people that work, or a team of people that work with that stakeholder in order to make the ultimate decision. So in B2B, companies buy rather than individuals. You are selling to the organization and a team of individuals that sit behind that organization, which really requires a rolled up view within analytics that has the entity of company, which is a more static, longer term identifier than any one individual in any one job is ever going to be. And analytics in general just doesn't have that concept of kind of company level or account-based reporting. And that was kind of a major gap that we'd identified from kind of day one. And then you've got my orangey box, the idea of bias or black box technology. Not to constantly sound like I'm bashing Google, but when you are running a multi-billion advertising business spanning YouTube, a paid search business, display ads that you're trying to make look really good from an attribution point of view, and then you're marking your own homework with your own home built kind of analytics solution, Google Analytics, you've inherently got a lot of opportunity for bias and to showcase your own solutions, which are the highly lucrative, you know, kind of fuel that goes into that alphabet Google engine, funding all the fun projects that come off the back of that business. It's fundamentally funded by a massively profitable search marketing business and a very profitable kind of publishing display business. And one of the biggest kind of search engines behind Google in the world is YouTube, with all that video content that has a massive ad business behind it too. There's real reason to be concerned, and at least to feel like a more objective third-party technology could be involved. And And then finally, that no B2B data, it does link obviously with decision-making teams and what I talked about, but there are typically no B2B attributes like firmographics, company identifiers, job roles, nor the ability to get that data into a lot of non-customizable, non-open framework analytics solutions and black box businesses, which just means you can't fix the problem even if you've identified it. So all of this and all of these limitations in concert or working together create a paradox. Analytics is supposed to provide clarity and objectivity, yet for B2B, it often actually introduces bias and hinders campaign precision and monitoring and attribution. So addressing this gap is at the heart of the Funnel Fuel mission that we put together, and it's at the heart of the work that we do with Matomo to help us solve that challenge. So if I skip forward into my slide 7, here I'm just looking at kind of where Matomo starts to become the major solution that helps solve a lot of these challenges. So having seen those kind of strong and very real limitations with traditional analytics, we knew that a better solution was necessary for effective B2B marketing. And this led us to Matomo, the open source platform that it is. And it stood out to me from day one, and I was running a big audit of all the kind of comparable solutions I could find out in market. And I felt that Matomo would give Funnel Fuel a technology platform that we could iterate and build around and fulfill that technology mission I outlined earlier in my talk. A platform that Matomo is with really robust privacy set up from day one. You know, the work done with the European Commission stands out. Some massively kind of privacy-centric organizations use Matomo. I believe it's over 1 million websites globally. So that privacy compliance and the commitment to privacy that Matomo has displayed really kind of forcibly and objectively kind of got us through the front door. You know, Matomo for me provides a privacy-aware, compliant technology foundation that I've built the Funnel Fuel technology stack around. So it's kind of critical for me. And then unlike Google Analytics, you're swapping out data sampling for 100% data capture. That 100% data capture comes with log level data, comes with kind of profiling that doesn't entirely rely on third-party cookies. The idea of cookies and other tracking methodologies working in concert sits at the heart of kind of what we try and do as a business around identity, which I could fill a whole extra talk talking about, but I won't digress into right now. So for us, that detailed advanced profiling capabilities ties into the idea of the long sales cycle that B2B has. And it marries up with the top right-hand side, the idea of how do we overcome the lack of company data? Well, the fact that Matomo's got cookie and cookieless tracking capabilities, but also resolves the IP address, allows me to start overlaying a great big chunk of the Funnel Fuel database that we've got. And overlaying a load of company level and firmographic level data and putting that into the Matomo framework in order to start overcoming that kind of lack of a company as a persistent identifier in B2B. And then rather than having our biased black box technologies that are out there, we've instead got a compliant, objective and fully transparent, but also third-party to Funnel Fuel framework that we could use to build our measurement and attribution and reporting piping around, which is absolutely key. So now we've got to a position where we've got all the data, we've got company as an identifier, we're compliant, we're objective, we're transparent, and then we've got the open source flexible framework with the custom dimensions that we use to bring that kind of data in. So now we're in this world where we've got company level insights where in B2B, companies are the primary customers, not the individual users. So Matomo's ability to work with both cookie derived or predicated and cookieless data and IP data gets our company data in, and then that objectivity and the open source and the APIs just allowed us to be freed from some of those black box constraints. And then additionally, I should touch on another kind of key component of the Matomo powerhouse solution for me was the APIs. So it allows us to kind of build data within Matomo, but also to extract data out via the powerful APIs. And that allows us to seamlessly connect the Matomo world with the funnel fuel world and our systems, including our user interface, enabling us to streamline that data integration and workflow and kind of put it all into our funnel fuel solution. So that funnel fuel solution, of which Matomo, you can kind of see again, is shown across the 3 kind of products that we've built in our business. So the funnel fuel platform, where Matomo plays a central and pivotal role across 3 of our key tools. So those 3 key tools are Journey, Jetstream, and Navigator. So Journey is our API-derived version of Matomo. So the closest kind of most pure play implementation of Matomo across our business is in our Journey product. We've reimagined and rebuilt the user interface, again, wearing our B2B lens, everything from kind of terminology to bits of flow to just bits of kind of UI UX exposure, particularly to bring in kind of ad campaign details and data. I'll show you a few kind of bits of that shortly. And then we've got Jetstream, which is our proprietary audience ID graph. So Jetstream for us is where we manage and host our extensive funnel fuel B2B data layers. So that includes over 30 million companies globally. So approximately 50% of the company scale reach globally of LinkedIn. It includes a wealth of identifiers that stretch from IP addresses to hashed emails as an identifier, to mobile advertising ad identifiers, to cookies, to 45 unique programmatic signals, including ID5 and unique ID behind Trade Desk. So we have all of that hosted in our Jetstream data product, which seamlessly talks to Matomo. And then we've got a bit of kit called Navigator. So Navigator is an internal tool, an operations hub, if you like, for my 10+ ad operations team that we've got in our business, who are the people who are day-to-day, minute-to-minute running our programmatic advertising campaigns. So Navigator is integrated via API, not just to Matomo, but also to a handful of the biggest demand-side programmatic ad platforms in the world, including the Trade Desk and Adform. Navigator allows our team to build audiences for companies against target account lists or firmographics, to push those campaigns into a whole load of different ad buying platforms, to go buying ad impressions across all the different channels that we operate in, so across display ads, video ads, digital out of home adverts, connected television, programmatic audio, all those different channels. And then Navigator pulls that data out and presents a unified business level reporting interface, which includes Matomo data for that post-click performance. So together, all of these tools feed into a comprehensive funnel fuel user interface, which combines media data, so like ad campaign data, with Matomo data and our data business with those 30 million companies, alongside a load of benchmark data across B2B in general, because we're executing hundreds and hundreds of different campaigns across hundreds of different kind of vendor clients every month in our business. And that's really there to help our clients understand their marketing mix and how that's working in concert together to make better data-driven decisions. So talking about the Matomo advantage. So what we've done with Matomo and what I've talked about so far hopefully gives you an understanding of how we've brought Matomo to the very core of our technology solutions. And I believe that Matomo gives us some superpowers in our funnel fuel business, which has allowed us to grow the business as incredibly quickly as we have done over the past few years. And really that's because Matomo has kind of transformed funnel fuel into a powerhouse of measurement and attribution. It's given us unmatched data mobility between the buying of ads and the reporting piece, and allows us to use it in an iterative 360-degree cycle. which is a lot of fancy words to try and say that the data that we've got from the media buying will be feeding the data that we get in Matomo, and the data that we get in Matomo will then be going back around to feed the people that we go and buy ads against again, and the ads that we show them and the creatives that we show them and when we show ads to them. So it kind of forms part of a kind of a live and alive 360-degree campaign view, which goes bi-directionally between our stacks. And some of those key benefits include, I believe the work that we've done with Matomo gives us an enhanced visibility on granular ad performance, like in other words, true post-click visibility. And I always say that most of our competitors and Funnel Fuel's competitors are typically advertising agencies or anybody who's going and running advertising campaigns on behalf of B2B clients. And when those competitors are going running their businesses, they're typically implementing what I call pretty dumb demand-side platform pixels, which are simple scripts that will go on typically a thank you confirmation page after a positive action's happened, and the pixel either fires or it doesn't fire. It's a simple yes or no, pretty binary situation. Whereas when we deploy something as comprehensive as Matomo, we're getting so many more layers of data, you know, those hundreds and hundreds of metrics and dimensions of data that Matomo is collecting is then allowing my ops team to have multiple deeper layers that just give a much deeper interpretation on kind of what's working and what isn't working, and where the kind of engagement is happening once people have kind of seen one of the ads that we served and clicked on it and come to a website, how engaged they are after that click and what they're doing fuels and gives our data more data than our competitors get. And more data translates to better campaign performance, which translates to hitting client KPIs more effectively. And the solution or the technology provider that achieves those KPIs best will clearly be best placed to win bigger budgets and kind of more share of voice from that individual client. And to give you a bit of an understanding on the granular ad performance and how powerful this becomes, when we're doing programmatic advertising, we're able to buy adverts just on the display side of things on hundreds of thousands of websites globally within milliseconds of those ad placements becoming available. And we operate in a world that has literally over 1 trillion ad opportunities per day to go and sift through, sort, and kind of identify the best buying opportunities. So when you think about that on a publisher level, so if you're a B2B brand and you want to serve your ads on websites like Forbes.com and Business Insider and the biggest and best news websites and all the kind of really niche sector-specific B2B sites, we, with our implementation of Matomo, are able to understand post-click how well and how engaged the traffic is coming from each of those websites that we might go buying on. So how does Forbes compare directly to Business Insider? Or how does creative number 1 combine with creative number 2 when we buy on Forbes.com? Which one gets the biggest and most engaged post-click behavior? So if creative number 1 has got AI in it and creative number 2 has got ML in it, buying on a particular page on the Forbes website to a particular audience from a particular company, which one of those is getting the most time on site, the highest action score, the lowest bounce rates, the most engaged behavior going to high intent page views? So all of that is kind of the sort of data transformation that we get with our Matomo superpowers. And that allows, you know, my ad ops teams to make queries of the data around kind of Forbes versus Business Insider for Boeing, which one's driving the most engaged, which one should I be buying most of, which one should I be optimizing out of an individual ad campaign. And we could do that using data like time of day, browser make, model, operating system, publisher, creative, advertising network that we're buying on. And all of this just creates a data-rich environment that really fuels, I think, the best optimization team in B2B. And that's kind of been great. And next year, we're going to be launching a product that I've codenamed Copilot. And that's going to be an optimization layer that will live within our Navigator tool, which is going to be putting out all this data from Matomo and the log level data from our media buying to really give our ops team a clear kind of AI ML derived kind of toolkit, which over time will start kind of handling a lot of this optimization more directly and seamlessly by itself. Another great superpower that comes from Matomo is the segmentation tools. So in Matomo, as I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar, there's incredibly powerful tools around building segments. We build those segments in order to then do IP-based retargeting on those segments and to drop ad platform cookies and pixels. So that allows me to go and build super powerful segments on, for example, LinkedIn traffic or search retargeting based on particular keywords coming into a website, or particular audiences from a number of different high performing ad vendors, or even a competitor who might be driving really good quality traffic. I can kind of build my segments against that traffic and then push it into my activation layers and my navigator tool and let my ops team go and drive much more performance kind of based on those sort of segments. And then finally, well, not finally, but of the four kind of big areas that we use Matomo for at the moment, we've got attribution and we've got budget justification, because we live in a world where we compete with a lot of different agencies and different technologies that could take the advertising budgets. And I touched on earlier that Google could be seen as a black box or even a biased black box, where the attribution might weight itself towards some of the Google tools potentially, or maybe not. When we're using Matomo, we've got an objective third-party technology that can help with the 6 different attribution models that we can overlay, can really help us justify our own existence and kind of where we're adding value for clients. If we're running kind of more upper funnel, kind of early stage awareness campaigns, it can then show over that long sales cycle, that kind of flowing through to hopefully kind of positive actions afterwards. And all of this moving forward is rich with opportunity. And I know it's been a topic today. I've been listening to a number of the talks, and kind of there's been no lack of discussion around kind of AI and its kind of potential around Matomo. And I know Ronan's doing some really cool work with Query My Database and GPT pull-ins and all of that type of data. We've squarely got our eye on this world moving into next year. There's a whole bunch of at least 5 different areas that I believe AI ML can work in my business, including the way that we use Matomo. And a really big one is really getting to that point where AI models can take the nuances of all these kind of hundreds and hundreds of different metrics and dimensions, make sure that it's using statistically relevant volumes of those impressions, so it's not optimizing too quickly and zooming in too fast, but can then really help us optimize ad campaigns and find order in the chaos of all that data, which can go into the Copilot tool that I'm building to feed the ad ops team, and over time can pick up a lot more of that optimization automatically. Another really kind of cool area is how this data can then, from an AI ML point of view, start pushing into the best advertising technology in the world, which includes platforms like the Trade Desk. Trade Desk has the ability to, within its APIs, to really change the bid price that you make based on structured data that you can push in. So we're going to be pushing in a lot of learnings from kind of Matomo and post-click data to scientifically price every single bid that we inject into the market to help ensure that we're zooming in on where we're going to get the best kind of KPIs and the best ROI for our clients. But I'm not going to talk any more about AI, ML, because I appreciate it's a topic that's been used a lot. And as I start to kind of draw to a conclusion, I just wanted to show a few visuals really around how we've reimagined and interpreted some of the data that lives in Matomo and the APIs, and how we've learned from the UI work and UX work that the Matomo team have done, and just put our own interpretation into it. So there's a couple of quick screens here where you can kind of get an idea of how we're marrying some of the data that is Matomo with some of the data coming out of the ad platforms that we go buying in, and how we aggregate all of that. So you can see here, we've got some campaign headlines that have got impressions and clicks coming from the ad buying platforms, but website lands, goals, bounce rate, average time on site, engagement score is all powered by Matomo data. And we have a lot of views that are kind of pretty similar to this. And here's a couple more. So this has kind of got some kind of cost metrics. It's got some of that publisher level performance that I was talking about. It's got some of the benchmark data that we pull from all of the instances of Matomo that we've deployed across all of our clients. And there's some views here. Anyone that's used the Matomo form analytics will be familiar with some of this data, like form viewers, form starters and submitters. Some of the real-time map views for landing and the likes is all data kind of coming out of Matomo. And conscious of time, I think I've got about a minute left. So if I may, please forgive a soft sales pitch of sorts, but kind of what working with Funnel Fuel looks like, or where it could be interesting, is if you're a publisher with B2B audiences, then some of our tools could most definitely help you identify and zoom in on some of those audiences and make them actionable from an audience extension or selling account-based ads on your own website perspective. If you are a B2B advertiser or vendor looking to run ads, hopefully I've demonstrated some of the science that we've been building and some of the ways I believe we're best in class at doing that. Or maybe slightly more off-piste, if you're looking to analyze some of your existing ads, we could kind of help do that with a view to maybe kind of doing some of that smarter. And then finally, I'm the Chief Product Officer, so I'm tasked with kind of thinking a bit bigger for our business. And the green one is kind of where that potentially comes in. So we're investigating a more decentralized model to our entire stack, including Matomo. So while today's talk is very much focused on what we're doing for B2B, and we're still very much thinking about that from the green quadrant point of view, this also could work for anybody else who works in kind of quite strong niches, whether it's health, automotive, etc. We're exploring decentralizing our whole stack into a licensable model, which would include our user interface, our Jetstream navigator, and journey products, all kind of pieced together in a way that can be run on your own AWS or other kind of hosted infrastructure, or we can run it for you, and having managed service kind of campaign layers that sit over the top. So we're trying to think bigger picture in terms of kind of where we believe data and all of this is kind of going. And if there's any opportunities to collaborate, or anyone listening that thinks you've been building something that could be interesting for kind of B2B around the Matomo ecosystem, my contact details are on one of my earlier slides. It's mike@funnelfuel.io, and I'd love to connect. And then Ronan, kind of quickly, moving on to my final slide and just opening the floor up really. If anybody's got any Q&A questions that you'd like to ask me, or anything that I might be able to answer, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mike. So in terms of questions, well, I'm going to start with this one. Do you confirm that currently the product is not yet launched? I mean, there's nothing that you can demo to us today?
So in terms of kind of where we're at, so we have essentially got a beta product of the user interface, which is those screens that I've kind of flashed up. Okay. We operationally are live with a standard kind of Matomo kind of dashboard. So that's kind of like the journey product as we use it in the moment, which our team are heavily using, and that's kind of got our B2B data in it. So we kind of inject company data into that, the 30 million company database, using kind of signals like IP. So when a user goes on a website and the IP address is disclosed, if we recognize the IP range is belonging to one of the companies that we track, then we're able to overlay that and kind of create Matomo segments around companies. And we do that using the custom dimensions within Matomo. And then our Navigator and Jetstream products are very much live and operational, but our fully fledged user interface that kind of stitches it all together is going to be a 2025 product.
Okay. I have one curiosity question. So in the screenshot that you show us, clearly what struck me the most is, let's say, the design in itself. I just wanted to know if how did you succeed to end up with this result? I mean, was it that difficult to change the design of the current Matomo user interface to make it more, let's say, fashionable?
Well, I worked with a third-party UX UI agency to help me imagine that designing. So the process I went through was a fairly typical kind of product process first, which was a user storyboarding exercise where I went through in minute detail, kind of thinking about, as a user, I want to be able to do A, B, C, D, E in the funnel fuel dashboard. And that was taking into account all that I know from the programmatic media buying side of things in terms of the kind of the data that you would expect to have in a programmatic report and all the stuff that's been asked of our team. And then obviously we had a really good head start in terms of analytics visualization, in terms of what Matomo has already across a few of those different UI skins or kind of templates that can be uploaded. So we kind of took our time kind of going through all of those in detail to kind of get a bit of a sense. And then from there, really, I'll take no further credit, really, apart from going on to weekly calls to see the progress, but over about a 6 to 10 week process, really, that we went through with this UX UI agency, a company called User Active, based out of Barcelona. We just had a really wonderful experience working with that team to help us dream up what the next version of the funnel fuel platform is going to look like. So yeah, really, it was a mix of our knowledge internally, but then the design skills of an agency that we worked with to help us kind of come to those screenshots.
Okay. You mentioned that you are evolving within the open source ecosystem. I was wondering if, maybe I understood it wrong, but I was wondering if that's the case. Are there any community plugins for Matomo that your company developed, which will be released or who have been released on the marketplace of Matomo? Or did I understood it wrongly?
We haven't yet released anything into the marketplace. We have the potential to release the widgets that we have developed for kind of showing the company level data, which is on a kind of like bigger strategic roadmap to kind of be more involved in giving back to that community. But what I will say in general is that our model around Matomo, including the fact that we're hosting it, managing the kind of the infrastructure, we're not upfront charging for any of the kind of tools that we've built around Matomo. Our revenue monetization model in funnel fuel is linked to the advertising buying that we do on behalf of our clients. So if anybody's listening and feels like they could benefit from any of those views or benefit from any of that data, then do feel free to kind of reach out to me on the contact details that I've shared, because that could be the impetus to kind of make these widgets available into the community, or to kind of let them have a play and help us iterate around what we've been building too.
Okay. We do have a question in the chat, which is a great one, because that's as well one, let's say, the next question that I wanted to ask you. So I give the credit to Evan. So Evan is asking you, what are the top 3 wishlist feature requests that would help you the most? So let's say, what would you need to have into Matomo that you currently don't have?
Very good question. And honestly, not one that I don't feel like we've been constrained with Matomo, as in, I think the platform's so flexible. The key requirement for us was around the ability to get our data in and then back out again via the APIs. And the platform's kind of really very comprehensive, particularly with kind of all the upgrades that can be added in. One area that, you know, I think kind of as a wish list or kind of a capability piece, which would be really interesting to explore, would be thinking about identity, which is kind of a massive topic really in the kind of programmatic advertising ecosystem, for example. And what does the world look like when third-party cookies have fully deprecated and gone away? What are the identity solutions which can help bridge the old capability of kind of cookies for kind of providing continuity and kind of handshakes to kind of transfer data? And in the programmatic world, we work with a bunch of these unique identifiers. So there's companies like ID5. There's a bunch of kind of more open source technologies like the UID project that Trade Desk have kind of worked towards. So I think if there was a really big wish list for me, it would be support within Matomo for ideally as many of these kind of unique identifiers as possible, because they provide then a tighter bridge to some of the media buying that we do. So when we buy ad impressions programmatically using some of these unique identifiers, then we have to do a whole load of IP address joining to try and understand the audience that we were buying against when we were using a unique identifier. Whereas if some of these unique identifiers were additionally running behind Matomo, then it would help kind of really align those audiences. So I don't think I necessarily have 3 things on my wish list, but I'd have one which I think is pretty big there, because there's about 400 of those different unique identifiers in the market, and it probably boils down to about 10% of them, give or take 35, 40 or so globally, that have kind of got the most significance. And of those 5 or 6 that are kind of real power players in the kind of unique identity space. So yeah, bringing some of my programmatic hat and thinking into the world of analytics, I think that would be the one big one. If there was a magic switch that suddenly meant Matomo had full support for those UIDs, then that would be brilliant.
Okay, and maybe one last question, because this one is surprising me all the time. It's like, you are located in the UK based on your accent. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. UK for a long time period. Clearly, there was no demand at all when it comes to public website. It just started with the new, let's say, guidance when it comes to cookie, so let's say cookie-less tracking. But UK and US markets, I don't know why, but for Matomo, has always been either internet analytics market or either B2B market. And my question is the following one: is why Matomo is so attractive for B2B businesses? Is it because it's a free software analytics solution which is just here, which allow you to easily take it, plug it on any system, and you don't have to purchase it, and then it's giving already a big added value to your current information system? And because B2B, let's say, does not really care about, let's say, the fancy part of the software in terms of look and feel, but as all the features are here, it makes the perfect solution. And I really would like to have your view about this part.
Yeah, I think Matomo has very low barriers to entry for testing, and I think, as was touched on in a previous session, you know, when you really kind of invest and engage in the platform, then and you kind of go down the route of self-hosting and kind of building around it and all that kind of stuff, then obviously that kind of investment journey and kind of capabilities internally kind of grows and grows. But with Matomo Cloud, there's the opportunity to kind of really at a very low touch point come in and do some testing and learning, which is what we did. You know, we kind of tested around the cloud because you could just flick it on and it's kind of no more difficult to get going than something like a Google Analytics, and you can start to kind of understand. And I would suspect around that kind of B2B user base that there is increasing awareness, and it is increasing over the past 12 months or so, around the problem of sampling of data that's going on within GA. And just, I think that kind of breeds a little bit of a lack of trust in the solution, to be honest. You know, when it's easy conceptually to kind of go, well, of course it might bias a little bit in kind of Google traffic direction, make search and kind of organic search or paid search and all their kind of ad products like YouTube and the likes look brilliant, whether or not they are, and they don't need a lot of help to look good. They are very robust solutions, but it's just a trust issue that starts to kick in as soon as you hear that it's not dealing with 100% fact in terms of the traffic coming through and there's sampling involved. And we know, and we've talked about this before, I think between us, Ronan, around the disparity is not consistent, is it? You know, it's kind of the difference between the real traffic volumes and the GA reported traffic volumes is actually on a sliding scale that can shift between 20% different and 50% different. So it's not even consistently wrong. It's kind of just all over the place. And I just think in B2B, they are in a heightened sense very aware that they have small audiences that are particularly high value. Because when it's B2B transactions, you know, they are potentially worth billions of dollars. You know, and a pretty small kind of B2B transaction is going to be worth, you know, $1 million+ dollars. So they're high value, but you know, not loads of them going on by any standard kind of rules. You're not going to have, you know, kind of millions and millions of sales of $1 million+ a day going on. You're trading off kind of size of transaction for volume of transactions. So therefore, you just need to be very accurate and zoomed in. And I think Matomo's got the tools for doing that, the log level data, you know, and if you really go into town on that, you've got the chance to kind of run your session recordings and your heat maps and all that within an analytics. And really from an account-based perspective, you can get an incredibly zoomed in view in Matomo if you kind of know what you're doing to get the data in, which you simply can't replicate with a lot of other analytics platforms that are out there. So it doesn't surprise me that B2B is a pretty big segment.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. Perfect timing. It's 7 p.m. So we can now switch to the next conference, which will be held by myself. Once more, thank you very much for your participation. For our audience, that was your first MatomoCamp. I think you mentioned the different ways to contact you, and as the video will be available soon, people will be able to catch up with you. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you for having me, Ronan. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so it's currently 7 p.m. 01. I'm the next one on the schedule. So in room number 2, you have a conference about A/B testing tales from Jessica Dunbar. In room number 3, you have a conference in German from Thomas Zeitnamel about custom dimension. And for my part, I'm not sure if I will be able to lens 45 minutes, but my conference will be about the database feature export of Matomo. I'm just having a look at the streaming to see if it gets streamed properly. And the answer is yes. So I probably just need to fix my webcam a little bit. Oops. It will look better. Okay, and I guess I'm good to go. So thank you very much. If there is still some people watching MatomoCamp and choosing my conference in particular. So, oops, my conference is going to be about a feature which have been released recently in the cloud of Matomo, and which is called Matomo BigQuery and Data Warehouse Exports. This is a non-prepared conference. In fact, I finished it up yesterday night by chance, I have to say. Doesn't mean that it's not going to be interesting. It's just like I'm going to make some demo and maybe it will work, maybe it won't. I don't know, but I'm going to do my best. So the purpose of the conference is the following one: to introduce the Matomo Cloud BigQuery and Data Warehouse Export. As far as I remember, it's a paid feature in the cloud. So if you are using Matomo Cloud, if you are using Matomo Cloud, you can access it when you click on the gear icon, export, and over here you get BigQuery and Data Warehouse. And normally you can click on it and then just click on a button in order to enable it. In my case, my colleague enabled it for me, so I don't really know if what a traditional user is saying, but that's what I'm going to talk about in this conference. I'm sorry if I drink a lot during this conference, but I have still 2 other conferences to give after this one. I already gave one, so I'm already starting to lose my voice. So my name is Renan. I'm Customer Success Manager at Matomo, and I'm as well a Customer Experience Manager at Matomo. So to say, my role is to really have an overall understanding of Matomo, so that when I get in contact with the client, mostly on the phone, be able to understand their pain and find the right profile owners who can help them. Also the co-creator of MatomoCamp, and I had the chance to write several books about Matomo that you can find on Amazon. The most interesting one for you is the one that I call the big books about Matomo, which is the translation of the Matomo book that I wrote in French with Édition ENI, which is one of, let's say, the major IT book provider in France. The plan for today is to explain the issue that we are trying to solve with this feature. Then we will see, we'll try to understand the concept of database in Matomo, and then I'm going to make some demo in SQL language. So, I already introduced this slide in another conference before, but this is overall the behavior of Matomo. So you insert on your website, let's say, a tracking code. When this tracking code is getting executed, it's going to fill up a database. Then the database, in addition to it, there's a bunch of files written in PHP, which are in fact processing the data from the database in order to pull out, when you look at the user interface, some clean data, okay? And this conference will be talking about part number 2, because when you have a look at the data over here, they are perfect, but there are some drawbacks. When you look over here, you get access to everything, but those data may not be 100% clean. So we're going to see over here how the advantages of using this method, thanks to this feature. So this is the database of Matomo. So the database of Matomo, this is something that you never see as a cloud user of Matomo. If you are using the on-premise version of Matomo and that you install it on your own, this is typically what you can see, or you will see it as well in a console mode. So I'm not going to present the console mode, but if you installed Matomo, over here, if you install Matomo on your own server, you're going to see your database, which will look like this. Okay, so this is what we call the Matomo database. Within the Matomo database, you have what we call a table. So this is a MySQL table, and each table contains a part of the data that you are seeing, let's say, somehow through the user interface of Matomo. So, for example, if I have a look at, I don't know if I have some alerts. Okay. If I look at the table, which is called alerts, and that I look at my Matomo, which in my case will be here. So I'm supposed to have at least one alert, which is configured. And if I look over here in personal alerts, shows C1, you see? So everything that you have within the user interface is in fact the fruit of things which are hosted within the database. And this is of course something that you never see when you are a cloud user, because giving you an access to this database is kind of super dangerous. So you need to provide it within a secure environment. Okay, that's the thing. So this is the Matomo database. So this is where all the magic is getting stored. If you install it on premise, you can access it to it thanks to your web hosting provider. In my case, I'm using OVH, and OVH has a special software which is called PHP-MyAdmin, and PHP-MyAdmin is currently the software that we have here, which makes, let's say, the use, or at least the view of the database more visual. And over here, you get what we call the archive reports. So what are the differences between using the database? Okay, why should we choose the database rather than using the API? In fact, I probably didn't show it before. Oh, sorry. Okay, I forgot to explain the issue that we are trying to solve here. But in fact, I'm talking about the use of the database because when you start to have a lot of traffic on your website, you will get, it depends on the name, okay, but I'm going to call it sampling. It's not really sampling, but let's call it sampling. So when you start to have a lot of traffic, you are going to get some of your information which are going to be grouped under a category named others, okay? It's not really sampling because the data is still here and you will still be able to access to them. But let's say for an end user who would like to get an access to all the data, that's sampling because they cannot access to it all. So if we look at demo.matomo.cloud, for example, you will see that if you expand, for example, this given report, make it flat, you see this given line, okay, named others. It means that there is a lot of URL which belongs to jobs view, okay, but they haven't been displayed over here because by default, Matomo has a file which is called the config file, which is going to restrict the number of page URL. I mean, it's not even page URL because in fact, that's as well concerning any other dimension that you have in Matomo. So the one which are the most concerned is going to be the events, the pages. If you are an e-commerce website, that's going to be the product name if you have more than 500 references. And as you can imagine, this is not acceptable for an e-commerce website to have the product name which are grouped under others, because you want to know which products are not working. So as, for example, a university website, you cannot tell to your researcher that, oh, I don't know the number of times that your specific article, which is not within the top 500, has been viewed. I can just tell you that this is not part of the 500, but probably your researchers, he or she doesn't care at all because they just want to get the final answer. So if you are using, let's say, the user interface of Matomo, you're not going to make it. Okay, you're not going to succeed to get this information unless you are using what we call the raw data, so to say, which is part of the visit log, which will require some extra work. And even though you are using the raw data over here, using the raw data here is not really suitable for high traffic websites because this given report can only allow you to export rows 10,000 by 10,000. So it's going to be extra support. And as well, it has another limitation. It's like if you are interested in visits which have more than 10,000 actions, there's as well a limit in Matomo that you need to overcome in order to be able to make those exports. So to say, using the API for high traffic websites will have some limitation that you can bypass with the use of the database. So that's the reason why I'm talking about the database today. That's really for high traffic websites. So the advantage of using the database rather than the API is that really you can get an access to all data without much restriction. In terms of ease of use, good luck, because compared to the API where the data is already, let's say, clean, it's already processed. Typically, you can have a look over here at the raw data. Okay, this is clean. The name are properly written. The report is already made, and so on and so forth. That's not the case at all when it comes to the database. As you can see in the database, for example, if I want to get, let's say, the page URL. The page URL are stored under what we call the log action. Okay, Matomo log action. If I look at it, this is how it looks like. So you may think that this is the report that you wanted, but in fact, you can see that there's an additional information over here, which is the type, and the type corresponds of the type of action. So in fact, some are page URL, some other are outlinks, some other are event URL, some other are something else. And in fact, you are comparing different things here. The processing of the data is way quicker with the database rather than the API. The data completeness is different. It's debatable. So in fact, in the database, you don't get at 100% the same data as you have within the API. I'm going to take an example. If you have a look at the Matomo log visit, okay. So this is the most popular table within the database. If you look over here, you will see that when it comes to the, let's say, the device brand, for example, you see that instead of having the full name, you get acronym. Okay, that's exactly the same thing for the operating system. You get an acronym. Okay, so compared to the user interface of Matomo, where for a given device, you will get the brand properly written or the operating system. Okay, you don't get it with the database, so that may lead to confusion for your end users. For the scalability, this is scalable compared to the API. So to make it simple on each time, it may not able to solve all your issues. It's just a matter of what your end client, let's say, is asking. And from their demand, you will see if it's better to use the database or to use the API. Let's see use case about how to use the database. So first thing first is like you need to build up the query. As I mentioned previously, you cannot get the information that you want straight away. You need to build a query. So in order to build a query, you need to have knowledge about how to create a SQL query. So if you don't have any knowledge at all, you need to get started and you need to start to train yourself, because playing with a database can be dangerous. Of course, normally you don't get an access to a database without knowing what you are doing. So most of the time, the one providing you the database will provide you with a secure environment with a copy of it. If you really have no clue about what you are doing, there is a web page on matomo.org where you have explanation of the main SQL requests which are made in order to make some report. In my case, what I'm going to do right now is like I'm going to use phpMyAdmin in order to illustrate. So what I would like to do, for example, is I have the visit log report. Okay, let's imagine that I would like to get the number of operating system visiting my website in the month of November. So what I can do is like I need to pick up a query which contains the log visits. So typically this one is doing it. Like the list of all site search, maybe not the most talkative. Select all visit and action. Okay, I'll do something like this. So next, as I don't know MySQL, I'm going to use ChatGPT. And I'm going to use the example that I just saw in order to adapt my query. So based on this query, write me a SQL query giving me the number of visitors which were coming from the different operating system on my website, site ID equal 1 for October 2024. Let's do something like this. I'm not 100% sure that it's gonna work, but let's try it out. Okay. What I think is challenging over here is like I say visitors, so I don't know if that's gonna work, but let's give it a try. So here I have my query. It looks fine. Keep in mind that ChatGPT may not know well the Matomo database, so I repeat, in order to help it, you need to go on this page and have at least one request which is correct so that it can already try it out. So next, when I'm in phpMyAdmin, I can in fact try it out. Once more, don't perform such things if you don't know what you are doing, because here you are playing with your database. Currently, it's about displaying some data, so you may not make any harm. But if you are using a request, or if you have some authorization as a user, which is the right access, if you just mess up your query, you destroy your database and you don't have any data left. So at least you cannot use your database anymore. So here, let's see if that's going to work. So here, as you can see, I perform my request, month of October for website ID number 1. Normally, as visitor, I should get 75 for Windows, 26 for iOS, Linux 25. I have no idea if that's correct. So let's double check it. So my website is this one, October. I don't think that's going to be correct. Website, and let's see, we said it was the software. 132, 75, 26. Okay, those are visits. We want visitors. Can I get the visitors? I cannot get the visitors because, so I'm gonna have to change it. I want the visit instead. The problem is there's no visitor metric at a monthly level unless you change the config file in Matomo. Okay, so I want the visit instead. So show the query box. Okay, and go. And now I should get 132. So 132, 58, 39, 39. 49, 49, let's say 47 here. Okay, so for some reason it's not getting, as you can see, the number of visits from Linux. But for the rest, as you can see, it looks good. So my guess is like it's making a mistake with Ubuntu here, which should have been over here. Ubuntu being a distribution of Linux, and that should be 58. Exactly. So as you can see, the request strangely is working fine with the use of ChatGPT for report that I never made so far. So that's the process that you follow. In fact, you create the SQL query, you execute your query within the user interface. So over here, for example, what I did here was getting the page view report, which is probably the topmost report, which is the most asked when it comes to database. And then you check your results. That's the big thing. Then after, you need to go within Matomo and double check if the figures match. If they are matching for the main, high chances that your request is performed correctly. And then after, you save carefully your request, because as I showed this morning, documentation is key. So typically, if you take Ask Your Database that I showed this morning, which was about an artificial intelligence specialized for MySQL, the more requests you get correctly, the more documentation it is, and then the more your AI agent is going to be better. And of course, at the end, we want a platform where we just ask questions and the reports get made automatically, so that you don't have to tear your hair up. Okay, so great. Now it works. So with this, what I said before, with on-premise installation, you need to secure your database because you don't query it like this. The issue that you will face if you are querying one single database is like, of course, if you make a complex request and that your database crash, you'll crash as well your full Matomo. So in order to avoid this, well, it is a bit technical, you need, in fact, to copy your database and make a copy of your database. I'm not even sure that's the right documentation, but in fact, what you need to do is like having two databases, one which will be the master one, the one you don't play with. That's only for the data collection. And another one, which is here, which is a copy of the first one that you can play with, which is independent from the first one, so that you can perform all your requests against. Okay. What I was showing you here was for Matomo on-premise, but what about people who are using the cloud? So recently, the Matomo team released a feature which is called, so we call it the Matomo BigQuery database export feature, but it's not about BigQuery. At least it's about BigQuery, but you can use it for any other platform, not only BigQuery. So what is the concept of this feature? So when you get it enabled, so I repeat, this is only for people who are using the cloud of Matomo. They can go in the admin if they are super user, export, BigQuery and data warehouse, and then enable the feature. Once the feature gets enabled, so it's a paid feature, they get charged for it. They can select the different websites for which they would like to make, let's say, a copy of the database. When they select those, let's say, website that they have that they would like to copy, then there is some table of the database that's going to be filled in. So in fact, what the Matomo team succeeded to do is like creating this concept of copying the data to another database, which is secured, that you can use in order to export the data and then play with those data afterwards. And that's typically what they are explaining over here, is like a part of the database, which is over here, part of the table of the database, have been copied, and you can now access to them by exporting them to whatever data warehouse that you want. So if you are using Snowflake, if you are using Tableau, if you are using ClickSense, if you are using Microsoft Azure, if you are using Amazon S3, if you are using Google BigQuery, if you are using Metabase or whatever you want, you can in fact export those data, and we do have some guides on matomo.org explaining how to do this in order to get those data accessible for you. In this conference, I'm just going to show it about Google BigQuery because that's the most visual one. So you get your tables here. Here, the export job is a feature if you would like to add some data in the past. So you can go in the past in order to indicate, in fact, how much data you would like to export. And once it's finished, you will be able, in fact, to export those data within, so in my case, Google BigQuery. So I'm not going to explain the process in detail because it's well documented over here. So in terms of time, it's as time consuming as configuring the search engine keyword export, for example, if you already played with it. So count just maybe half a day. And of course, the more time you perform this action, then of course the less time it's going to take you. So let's say here the magic is mostly happening into Google BigQuery. So the concept is the frame one is that you create a project. Once you create a project, you can create, let's say, what we call a database. And once you create a database, you will have to create only once, in fact, a table for each of the table that you have within the Matomo Cloud Export. So let's imagine, for example, that you would like to export all the tables that we are seeing some minutes ago. You will need to, oh, sorry, I don't remember where I was. Well, there's around a dozen of tables that you can export, so that you can create. But the most famous one are, in fact, the log visits and the log actions, which are the one which are containing let's say, the interaction of the end users. Once you create them, you perform what we call the data transfer. So the data transfer is the possibility to export the data and import them within BigQuery. And once you have done the magic, what's going to happen is like you get your tables which are filled with data. So this is the structure, and it looks like this. So this is exactly the same thing that you have with the database that I was showing you before. So you get exactly the same dimension. It's just that they are, let's say, ordered differently because BigQuery is, let's say, managing the table a bit in an order which is different. But as you can see, those are, let's say, the same data that you have as in a traditional on-premise installation. And then what you can do with BigQuery is, of course, you can query directly and make your SQL query over here. So to put it in action, it looks like this. So you get your backend, and then you perform your query within BigQuery. So typically, same exercise as with ChatGPT that I was showing you before. You copy and paste the SQL query, and you ask to ChatGPT to correct it so that the query gets simple. And then, as you can see, you get the same result. So in my case, when I performed it. That was for the month of October, I think. So month of October. Okay. Month of October, that was for the outlinks. And as you can see, 3813, that's the same result that I was getting over here. There's a bit difference, probably that's because the dates were a little bit different. I should have picked up from the 10th to the 1st of November. And that's the end of the conference. In fact, that was mostly what I wanted to show you. So nothing exceptional, but the concept of database, why we are doing it, it's because we are going to reach some limits with the user interface of Matomo. So as a result, we need the database. As the database is MySQL based, we need to know MySQL. In order to know how to perform some SQL queries using ChatGPT may be very helpful if you have some people within your company who secure your database, so let's say creating a copy of it. If you don't have this possibility, using the cloud is nice because the copy of the database will be done securely. And then with Google BigQuery or another third-party player, you can export those copy of tables in order to make those famous queries and then bypass, let's say, the limitation of Matomo. I hope you enjoyed this conference. If you have any questions, I'm going to look at them within the YouTube channel and see if I can answer them. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions on the chat, so I can now put on hold the conference, and we'll have the chance to host the conference of Laurent in 24 minutes from now. So Laurent Sittler will talk about Microsoft SharePoint with Matomo Analytics. Hope you enjoy my conference. Thanks for watching. Salut Laurent. Laurent, tu peux rester, hein. Salut Laurent, est-ce que tu m'entends?
Oui, je t'entends et toi, tu m'entends?
Ouais, je t'entends bien.
C'est juste que j'ai pas le bon casque qui est pris là. Je fais quelques petits tests avant.
Mhm. Ouais,
Et
après, de toute façon, on démarrera dans 12 minutes, hein, pas avant. Moi, entre-temps, je vais aussi aller me préparer à manger et tout.
Ok.
Là, il est quelle heure chez toi?
Il est 13h48.
D'accord, ah oui, donc tu as déjà mangé. Bon, en tout cas, merci beaucoup d'être disponible pour MatomoCamp et puis surtout d'avoir pu t'adapter au dernier moment pour nous. Et toutes mes excuses à nouveau pour ce changement de dernière minute.
Pas de trouble. Écoute, ça va, pour l'instant, j'arrive à gérer, donc c'est correct. C'est pas trop compliqué pour l'instant.
Ah,
Alors, ça, c'est bon. C'est ma système. Ah, là, je pense que je t'entendrai bien mieux maintenant comme ça.
dans tous les cas, ça marche bien, les faux sons.
Ok, ouais, c'est bon, je suis dans les casques, parce que avant, je savais pas dans le casque, donc c'était un peu dérangeant. Au niveau de la cam, vérifier que tout marche aussi.
Parfait.
Super. Bon, bah voilà. Screen sharing. Ok, bah écoute, je suis pas trop mal pour après.
Ok. Impeccable. Bah, écoute, pour info, là, tout est actuellement streamé, mais c'est juste qu'on démarre du coup à 20h00, donc dans 10 minutes. Est-ce que tu as des questions avant qu'on démarre?
20h00.
Dans 10 minutes. Là, il est à 50, quoi.
Ok. Non, j'ai pas plus de questions. C'est juste que je regardais un peu l'agenda là. Ouais, l'agenda est pas mal décalé en fait, effectivement. C'est vrai que je regardais, j'avais un doute à un moment, mais c'est beau, c'est correct. Non, j'ai pas plus de questions que ça. Si je partage après correctement mon écran, je vais pouvoir démarrer sans souci.
Super. Bon, bah écoute, on se retrouve dans 5 minutes. Ça te va?
Ouais, c'est beau.
À tout de suite.
À tout.
Bon, bah écoute, Laurent sera go dans 3 minutes.
Ok, pas trop.
Je confirme que le stream, il n'y a pas de souci là-dessus. Donc, nickel. Nickel, nickel, nickel. Ok, bon, on est bon dans 60 secondes. Dans 60 secondes, tu peux démarrer. Laurent, je te souhaite une très bonne conférence.
Super, merci.
Et je serai là du coup pour te poser les questions à la fin s'il y en a. Sinon, j'essaierai d'en inventer une ou deux si l'audience ne réagit pas. Ce n'est pas parce qu'il n'y a personne dans la salle qu'il n'y a personne qui nous regarde, hein. On a à côté, actuellement, on a 4 personnes qui attendent ta conf. C'est ce que je vois.
Ok.
Et on a 160 vues, on a 570 vues pour le moment sur cette salle. C'est la plus populaire. Bon courage.
Merci. Je l'ai fait en anglais, c'est ça?
En anglais, oui.
C'est bon. Faisons ça. Je vais voir si on est un peu devant mon écran. Pas mal. So let's begin. Hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. I will just introduce myself and what I'm talking about with you today. So my name is Laurent Claire. I'm Microsoft 365 architect, and I'm working for Swirl Group, which is an international company, specialty with council and expertise around all Microsoft 365 services. And actually, I'm a Microsoft MVP too. So what is the subject I want to talk with you today? It's mainly about Sharpen and the analytics different kind of tools. Maybe some of you already know how Sharpen is working. You can have some information about the site usage. So, I mean, you can have some information about the usage of your sites. You can have a maximum of 18 days of information about unique viewers, site visit, etc. And you can have some additional information about the site page, post, documents, the most used open documents. You can have some insights about mainly the devices currently used by your user, and finally some information about the shared information with external users. So that can be really useful if you want this, but sometimes you want maybe more information. Mainly to be sure that your user adapt correctly your environment. You can for sure have additional information directly for each kind of page that you have in your Sharpen site. As same as the global site usage, you can have 80-day information with page view, per viewer or unique view, an average, and a traffic in the period of time. This is really useful just for an oversee and a high level of information about how your Sharpen site is used. But sometimes it's not enough. So this is exactly what I'm just saying here. Sorry, the presentation is in French. I just missed the moment presentation, but exactly the same information. You can have an alternative of Microsoft 365 information, mainly for Sharpen. One is Google Analytics. Google Analytics, for sure, you have a lot of information that you can have as same as Matomo, but this is something that you have only in SaaS solution. You can have a self-hosted server, and you have a lot of information linked to Google, and moreover, maybe some trouble with the GDPR and privacy of information, because you are just moving on information from one environment, one Microsoft, to Google directly. So that can be tricky and sometimes complicated for some of organization to deal with this kind of both environment and the security and privacy of information. For sure, Google, it's free, for sure. You have a lot of users that's using it too. And you can have a lot of information, but it can be quite tricky to connect directly to Google to be able to have more report at the end. So that's something that you can do quite easily, because if you made more self-hosted information, you can easily take the information directly from the database and use this data directly from Power BI report. So even if the Matomo information dashboard is not enough, you can expand this solution to Power BI. So my point today is not how you can browse the data and consume this data. My point is how you can add Matomo directly on Sharpen Online or Sharpen 2019. So you can only do this through an SPFX solution. This is an extension that you can install directly from your World tenant. So that means you can enable it for the all site collection that you have in Sharpen Online environment or SharePoint 2019. And this kind of solution can directly install through the Sharpen interface or the command line. For sure, SPFX is totally free. If you are using an extension that's free, my solution is totally free and open source, and we will see it together just later. And for sure, if you are using your own Matomo server or Matomo SaaS instance, you can easily try to test and expand all of your needs and KPI that you can just include directly. So for sure, because you are using Matomo, you can manage the retention of your data. So that means something is really better than Google, for sure. And you can expand the report, as I mentioned, with, for example, Power BI or something else. And for sure, Matomo is open source too. Matomo, before I create this kind of extension, maybe some of you already know how Sharpen Classics experience works. So it was quite easier to include some scripts and some capabilities of Sharpen page or Sharpen collection. So it was really easy. But now with the modern extension, you can't edit previously, let's say, the master page and edit directly the content and just save it for everyone. This is something quite more complex or more structured. It depends on how you can see that. But for my part, I'm pretty convinced this is a good thing that avoid a lot of tricky development that anyone can do without expertise or administrator. So that's almost everything. So just how it works. So as I mentioned, you can have you have as a prerequisite a Matomo Analytics server with Tag Manager feature module enabled. You can have the online solution, that means the SaaS, or on-premises, so that means a self-hosted solution. This is one of the most prerequisites. For sure, you need a Microsoft 365 environment. That's totally correct. And on your tenant, you need to deploy the features, the extension on modern site collection or the whole tenant directly. And you can do this directly from the Microsoft Sharpen UI or through some PowerShell or any kind of scripting bash. What else? Already as I mentioned, you have the classic experience solution still working if you are a version of Sharpen 2019, yes, but this is not a recommendation. If you are using the Sharpen 2016, you're still on the classic experience. So that means you don't have to take information about the SPFX. You can directly include the script on your master page or your different kind of template. It works very well. But if you are on the modern experience, that means the modern experience began on Sharpen 2019 and the online, you should take this part in mind. Matomo Tag Manager for sure. You can have different kind of project that I'm working on to be able to take and get some information about your SharePoint site. So about the global information, this is it. So during my presentation, this is mainly a demo rather than just some theoretical information. So first of all, I don't know if anyone have any question before I begin my demo. No one? Okay. Let's do it. So first of all, because this is not a currently my solution is not a preview one, it's mainly a private earlier one. So if anyone wants to test it, I can just contact me, and I will be able to share you the package that you can directly install and deploy on your environment. No repository is available yet, but I hope I will be able to share the world repository before Christmas this year. That means everyone should be able to use this solution to use directly Matomo Tag Manager on their SharePoint environment. So my solution is not just focused on Matomo, but is focused for any kind of tag manager solution that you can find on internet. Matomo for sure in Google, but in the next few months, maybe I will add a different kind of tag manager if someone just suggests some other things. So this is not really tricky, such as a solution. This is an SPFX extension. As I mentioned, because the solution is compatible with Sharpen 2019. That means this is the oldest version of Sharpen framework. I can go ahead more than the 1.11 version of Sharpen framework, because after that, the Sharpen framework is not compatible with Sharpen 2019 anymore. So this is why this is the oldest version. So that means it is working with Node.js 8. And I recommend if you have any kind of desire to go ahead with Sharpen on premises, you should just take in note that you have a lot of constraint about your environment of development and not exceed the maximum of Node.js and Sharpen framework version, because after that you will not be able to deploy and install correctly your solution on the environment. So in fact, it's not very complicated now because I already built it yesterday, so I hope I will not have any kind of it's not GitHub server, but the GitHub there. Sorry. There we go. So normally everything should be okay. That's okay. It's loading. Load debug. Okay. So what I want to do here is I will split my screen directly here. I will take this one. Yeah. I will check if everything is already working now, or if I have something not yet. That's correct, because I'm in preview. So what I have to do first of all, because this is a tag manager, I have to extend the capabilities of a debug mode. So I just go ahead with this. It's quite tricky when you are in. It's not here. Sorry. Matomo sits at the end of the URL. Go ahead. That. So normally, yeah, I have the debug console of Matomo available now directly on SharePoint. This is really cool because as soon as you have this console, you can do almost everything. You can just ensure that your trigger is correctly mapped, and you can just ensure that any kind of variable data layer, everything is okay on your configuration. So I just have the first demo, and after that we go ahead and the configuration of my tag manager and my websites. So here, for example, I should see one paper. Yes, so it's working very well. So normally, yes, my current extension is working directly on this Sharpen site collection only. What is important to note here, I will show you just some information that I already catch yesterday, just for some tests. Any kind of event I can get. So it's important to notice that basically, if you want to catch additional information, you have to have a lot of knowledge about the UI of SharePoint. This is why I will just show you today, and how you can take advantage of the UI configuration that Microsoft is providing through the SharePoint UI. So here, nothing special. It's only you can directly go on and visit log. So you can have, as you can see, I already catch the site search. I will see how it works. This is really easy, and I already have some different kind of event. So this is, I think, the most important part. That means, thanks to Tag Manager, you will be able to track different kind of events without any additional development through SPFX. That means my extension should be still very simple. And if you just transfer the information from Microsoft to Matomo, and after that you have to handle the information directly from different kind of variable. So it's exactly where we are going now on the Tag Manager interface, and here we go. So what is the most important thing for beginning? For sure, this is a variable. So you have to create your Matomo configuration. So I think I don't learn anything to some of you. So you just have to mention your configuration, your website. Yes, you enable link tracking. This is the most important thing. You can enable JavaScript error tracking. I do not recommend to check this case now, this checkbox, because unfortunately, through the SharePoint UI, you have a lot of JavaScript error automatically handled by Microsoft. So if you don't want a lot of noise on your KPI, I recommend you to do not check this checkbox. Yeah, every time if you want, track a lot of content impression, track visibility. Yes, do not disable the cookies because Microsoft is working mainly on it. So this is the most important thing that you have to configure for the tracking. Configuration. So that's not enough, because once you do this, the only thing that you can do directly here is you can have the page view. The page view is already working directly, so you just have to mention your Matomo analytics here and tracking page view, page title, page URL, and you just have this trigger that already did trigger here. Blah, blah, blah. No trigger. Oh. Something is this for me. I don't know why. We'll see trigger. Yeah. Page view. This is the name of my trigger, and because you have one thing, most important thing is by default the extension send an event directly on the send data layer. This is a virtual page view. Why? Because when you are just browsing through the different page of SharePoint Online, maybe you already noticed that your page does not totally refreshed. That means this is a partial refresh of the page. So you Microsoft specifies brand bar and any kind of navigation does not refresh when you are going on one page on another one, or if you are performing a search, This is the most thing. If you're just doing this, you are not totally refreshed. This is a partial, because as soon as I just did this, not everything is reload. So this is a virtual page view. This is the most important thing. So not because I did it, I just go to my our website and just check if I get time. Yeah, not yet, because I just refresh totally. And because moreover, did I lose it? Nope, during the search maybe. Let me check just one thing. Yeah, because I noticed, yeah, this is one thing, but the search is working. I will show you how it works later. But this is mainly because I'm just in debugging mode with Matomo, and I'm losing here the MTM preview mode. But I will show you exactly how it works. So with this information in mind, what is the next most important thing here that you have to know? So what kind of information that you want to have on your SharePoint? Maybe someone have any idea of what kind of KPI that's interesting for you to have directly from SharePoint?
There's currently no questions dealing with the KPI part, Laurent.
Okay, understood. Mainly, all of my clients today want to know exactly who is downloaded what kind of file. So this is something that's quite complicated, because when you are going on SharePoint and directly in the site content, if someone go, for example, in the document library and check and want to download this file, just like this, and I click on download, I can download it. I don't have any restriction about that, but you don't have any information directly on the file of who downloaded the file or how many times the file was downloaded by one people or another kind of people. So this is one, for example, of KPI. And other kind of KPI that a lot of clients is asking is who decide to share the file. So this part is quite complicated, because it's not just the action of the click of sharing, because you have to fill out the form here, or with who you want to share the information and send the link. And this is not because you send the link that the sharing is done. So this is just a parenthesis, because this is quite more complicated. But if you want to have information about the copy link, or if someone chooses to delete a file or rename a file, or any kind of these actions that you can have directly through a SharePoint library, this is this kind of information, KPI, that some client want to know, because this is mainly the usage and as I mentioned previously, the user that be able to handle and manage your SharePoint directly. So how you can do this? How I structure the SharePoint library, and mainly this kind of view. You have here, I will go just in debug mode. If I choose to check how we can download this file, so what is this action in HTML? So this action is, just push it, is mainly a label. And after that, the action is the magic trip here. If you are habit to create some test use case, unit test or end-to-end test in your different kind of website. For example, you should have the habit to have a data dash unit test or something like this with an action. And this is exactly what Microsoft is providing to us. For any kind of action here, a button with the name, and you have a data automation ID. This is a key of how you can handle the action of SharePoint. For example, here for any kind of action, for example, favorites, you have an automation ID that follow command. For rename, if you want to know if someone chooses to rename a file, rename command, everything like this, etc., etc. Any kind of command, you can have exactly this information. So the only thing that you have to do through Tag Manager is handle this information after that. So how it works. I already created scripts, so I will share this script on my blog sooner or later before the Christmas. This is the U variable. The most important variable is here Sharpen Automation ID. It is a pure JavaScript that just inject in through Tag Manager directly on Sharpen. This is the powerful Tag Manager. This is why I love Tag Manager, mainly with Matomo. This is really interesting that you can directly inject some JavaScript, and after that I can catch any kind of click event, click element, and I just have to, as I mentioned, as I show you on the structure of HTML, how I can get this button automation ID. This is not really complicated, but it's not really easy too, because when I'm clicking on download, this is not the action button that you're clicking. Many you are just clicking on the span or div or directly on the label. So the only thing that I found to be able to get this information is by just create a recurring function, and this is it. So for any kind of element clicked on Tag Manager, because I'm just getting up the trigger of the click element, I will have the opportunity to check if this is a button. If not, I'll go to the recursion. But because as you can see here, I have a hierarchy, a depth of 3 levels. Normally 5, it should be sufficient. All of my tests prove it. Currently, I don't have any kind of tricky part. So 5, this is the deep dive that you can have on HTML structure of depth of elements. So if the first click, it should be span, you have to go on the parent element. Parent element should be not the button, so it should be the div. So the div, go back to the recurring, and now you should be to the button. So the button is it. So what I have to do is just return the result. So because I want the string of the automation ID here. Now I will be able to catch any kind of button clicked by the user and get if I have an automation ID. And if it's the case, all of the rest, no, sorry, this is what I want to do. All of the rest is really easy now, because when here you are, you just have to create a trigger for all command download. And that's what I want to do, is just edit it, create a command download. You just have to catch you Sharpen automation ID variable, and we want to download command. This is a value that you want to get to be able to check if this is a download action or not. Here we just as remember a reminder. Download. Here, this is download command that you want to have here. And here, I have exactly the same one with command 2 with a different kind of verb, but this is download command. So the only thing that if you want to have a distinction, a difference between the contextual menu, or if you want directly the shortcut quick bar directly on Sharpen, just have to get what is the parent first, and after that you can have directly the rule, and you can know if this is a contextual menu or directly the command bar. So now, with this information in mind, I just go back to my I will just go launch back my debug mode. Let's do this, because here currently I'm just working directly in development. I go back to the content. Directly here. I will just take the URL for my web port. If you let me go enough. Yeah, here. I want debug, blah, blah, blah. At the end, here. So now I should be able to have, whoopla, what I missed, debug with question mark. Load script. Yeah. I'm good. Now I want the preview. Blah, 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 blah. You want to come in? Me? Come. Okay, sometimes I have this kind of tricky part. It's not a big deal. Demo effects. Okay, observe again. Okay, perfect. Load. Now, let's go back to Matomo again. No, let's go back to this debug. Contents. Documents. And now this. Okay. I should be able to go back to my preview mode. Here we go. So I'm again in debug mode directly on my environment here. So first of all, if I want to perform a search, which is the first action just I mentioned you previously, if I want any kind of information of the search, because this is a search here, I can directly enter here. As you can see here, I have some element click or something like this, but doesn't matter because this is something directly from the queue URL that you can catch and determine that this is a search request. So if I go in here, real time, and this is a demo effect. Yes, I love it. Why does not? Oh, maybe because I'm clicking up here. Should directly here. Okay, I did it yesterday. Okay, sure, this is everything is here. Okay, that's correct. Okay, just because I just edited something yesterday on my site, and I'm pretty sure he's not happy with this. Yes, as you can see here, a lot of these kind of JavaScript error are mainly due to SharePoint error, not necessarily the container one, because here I have some error, but mainly to lowercase. Yeah, this is container. Okay. I have some error on my script. Maybe I did something yesterday, but something should go well. Okay. So now what I have to want to do is I really hope that just is working now because I already catch the download mode. So now if I just go to download, I should be able to get, yeah, fire this tag. MA SharePoint download of a limit item PHP. So now if I go here, I should have an event such as download. Oh, it works. This is really easy now. Go back to my variable. So as I mentioned here, I just create an automation ID. This automation ID script allows you to detect any kind of automation ID action performed directly triggered by a user by clicking on the button. And after that, how I can trigger it is directly with any kind of click element and use it automation ID to get the information. The tag is really easy too. You have to have an event, any kind of click download, and I will show you the selected item after that. Create an action here, and you command download. So now you will be able to get any kind of download action. But now, maybe as you already show here, when I'm just getting the information from the download, I will go to Visit log. This is easier for get information. Here, as you can see here, I am able to get the file name. So this is another tricky JavaScript fix. How I can do it. So, such as a variable of the get automation ID, I have to create a SharePoint selected item because when you are just clicking on the contextual menu, as you maybe noticed already, once you are doing this, you are automatically selecting the item. So for sure, by SharePoint, if you're not selecting item, some of information are not available. So if I'm doing this directly, I will be able to get the whole folder Matomo. And if I'm selecting a file or multiple file here, if I'm just clicking on here, I'm able to get what are the selected item on my SharePoint list. So just to get it, this is another JavaScript script. This one is a little bit more complicated, but in the fact it's quite easy because you have a grid. This grid, we're getting any kind of element with a class, CSS class selected. And for all of them, I will be able to merge directly from the one string separated by some comma. And at the end, I will just return this information on the variable. So now, thanks to this, that means when I'm getting the information, when I'm getting the trigger of download, and go back to the tag here, which is the most important part here, is you have to get what are the selected items. So this is directly with JavaScript script. So once done, I will be able to get this information. So maybe I have enough time. I will just check with you how we can get another kind of command ID. So I just want to know if anyone have any question yet before I'm just getting on the next, the final part of my demo. 1, 2.
No, there's no questions. Laurent, I guess the reason is that because this is a very specific topic, but don't worry, I will make some questions at the end of the talk.
Okay. So how we can get another kind of information? Because this is an automation ID action that you can get when you're just clicking on something. So maybe the next most important thing is maybe why not to get the delete action. So to do this, we will get in the contextual menu directly from here, what is the delete automation ID? Here, this is delete command. So with all this information in mind, I will be able to create a new trigger. Rather than getting this command download, I will be able to create a command delete, for example. I prefer we use directly the Microsoft delete command. Command delete. Okay, I just reverse. Command delete. I will use my SharePoint automation ID here equals to, I just prefer get a copy paste rather than just writing it directly to avoid any kind of error. Create a new trigger. Go back to tags. Here, I just mentioned MA for Matomo Analytics. Here we see SharePoint delete. This is an event. Event category, this is a click. Action is a delete. Value is 1, and here I will get the selected item. And should be enough. Oh, no, because I just forgot this one. Command delete, yes. And now, if I'm just trying to create a new file, any kind of different kind of file, whatever, a Word one. Let's rename it. That's it. Refresh. Hello world. So now I'm giving it delete action. So now I already click on it. So this is the tricky part too, because it's not so easy. Once you get the delete action, you have a modal dialog that just requests you if you're sure to want to delete. This is quite new, to be honest. I didn't get this this is not the best example that I can do during the demo, because this is quite something new on Sharpen. Now it's just asking you if you are sure you want to delete the files. This mode dialog does not exist previously. So normally, if you are based on current version of Sharpen, you should be able to have a delete action. Whoop, that's 26 over action. Yeah, a lot of error. Okay, I will go directly on the behavior and get what kind of event. Click, download it, no. Okay, what's wrong? Add file. Go back here. Event, Matomo, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Automation ID. She's very, did not catch directly my. Maybe it was the worst demo example I can do because this is due maybe to this one. So just go back to edit grid. Maybe that's something really easier. I'll just get back here. So there's some console on my debug mode. Div. Clear here. I want to delete it. Bim. Yeah, he has it. Delete command. So you get it. So yeah, the JSON is not a big deal with that. Or maybe I'm just missing something. So sometimes I don't know why. Maybe you are better than me on Matomo mainly. Sometimes I just have to go back to Tag Manager, disable preview, re-enable it, and sometimes I even get back correctly. I don't know if this case, but for sure my command ID works well because it just returns what kind of events, custom event I want to have here. So everything is okay on the script, but not on Matomo. So maybe I will just go back to disable preview and enable it again. Check if maybe this is it. Blah, blah, blah. Once again, delete. The action was done. Not the button is correct, and here everything should be okay. And now go back to the site. Have your event. Nope. Okay, I missed something. Sorry for the demo effect, but delete, that's correct. Command delete, yeah. My trigger is here. Yep. I will put filter. The filter is a good one. Let's checking that everything is okay. So this is delete command. And here, just be sure that it does not miss something. Sharpen automation ID equals, that's correct. It's automation equals to delete command. This is clearly a delete command for sure. Delete command. Here's it. I have variable, that's okay. I don't need any more. That's funny. Even click delete anytime, yes. Checking that you miss something, even click download. This is my action here. Item configuration is a good one. And command download, yeah. Do I miss something else? I have only one configuration. Click delete. Command delete. I will check just something for fun. I will use download one just to be sure that something is missing. Delete the action was done. Come on, delete. Yeah, it's already here correctly. Okay, so I will not lose more time about this, but the fact is, with the command ID, this is your key to be able to get any kind of event, and included if you have a page, just go back to the home page without Matomo Tag Manager enabled, but any kind of action that you have here. So that means, you can get when someone is creating a new page or someone just get page detail here. As you can see here, command action, this is a new page in home. So thanks to this command ID, you will be able to ensure that the user is using correctly your SharePoint environment. And most over, this is the adoption of your tools of SharePoint. If you have an intranet, you have some different kind of SharePoint side projects, and you want to be sure that anyone is using the correct command, and maybe something very special, if you're even you develop your own command, I recommend you to use not automation ID for sure, but maybe tracking ID that you are using directly on your own web parts. So in addition to this, one more thing, because you are in a SharePoint page, so that means you will be able to get different kind of button action. So if you have different kind of page and you want to get information on which user click on this button directly, you will be able, thanks to the automation ID, to get directly the split button primary, and you have a lot of automation ID. So maybe in my next blog site, blog post, I will share a maximum of automation, the ID that you can find directly on the SharePoint UI environment. Thanks to this, you will be able to create directly some function. And as I should just show you, sorry for the demo effect, so it should works normally. As many as I know, I should be able to get the good event. For any reason, maybe I have an error on my JavaScript because I just changed something yesterday, and hey, even click delete. Oh no, you get it. Sorry, you got it. Okay, it works. Sorry, I don't know why it was not in the event. Okay, so I didn't check the good part, but for sure it works. So that's a good thing. I was sure. Click here, delete event for. So as you can see here, my solution works. So it just a misunderstanding with the interface, but click delete event and you will be able to get what is the file was just deleted by the final users. So I think this is it for my demo. I show everything. So the only thing that I just can mention anyway is with SPFX extension will be available next month, because this is I will not have enough time to release a first version for November, but for sure for December I will be able to release a version of this SPFX extension, and after that I will share in my blog. See if you want to get it in the future, you just keep a track on it. This is blog.lsonline.fr. You will be able to get the new about Matomo Tag Manager with SharePoint very soon. And you will have a first introduction of my script. So I will directly share my JavaScript script that you have to just put in your variable or trigger. And I think I will create one blog post per kind of action that you want to perform directly on SharePoint. That will include different kind of tricky part when you have to check final delete action and something like this. I will handle it in the future. So if you have no more question, and if everything is okay for you, I think I finish my presentation. So if you want, back to you, Renaud.
Thank you very much, Laurent. So, as previously mentioned, unfortunately, we don't have any questions because that's a topic which is highly specific. But there's one good reason why I asked you to come, Laurent, is that I know that this is a niche market, but this is a very, very profitable market. And I would like to know, in fact, how difficult it is to build up the, let's say, module or app, I don't know how do you want to call it, that you made, because I had the feeling that from the work that you provided and from the debug part that you are doing, that in all cases, that's not for a traditional web analyst to perform the given task in terms of debug and measurement plan implementation for Microsoft SharePoint.
Okay, the question is it is very difficult or not? Okay, I think there are two parts on it. For this package, it is really easy to deploy it on SharePoint directly because you will have just one file. This is a SPPKG that you just have to deploy on your SharePoint. So that can be the SharePoint site or the work site collection on your tenant. When it's done, the only thing is data analytics. So as you mentioned, it's not a standard, a basic analytics, because you have to know the SharePoint environment, mainly the UI. So this is why I will share as soon as possible additional information. But if you take all of my information, if you want to get this kind of action, you just have to deploy the package. You need the configuration to get any kind of command automation ID, and just have to enjoy and just specify which kind of command you want to get. And this is just for the command. For sure, if you have a specific action, for example, if you have deploy your own web port component, or if you deploy your own extension or whatever, this is totally customized, and you want to get this information, you have to check the HTML directly and create your own function to be able to get enough information and determine which is the action that the user just performed. So, for example, something I didn't get yet, if you want to get to the site settings, I didn't check if, for example, someone is just clicking on the library settings, because many of my clients yet didn't ask me to have this information. The primary information is what kind of command. Moreover, just one last thing, because I just mentioned you can develop your own customization. You can deploy a web port. You can develop a web port. You can develop an extension such as the SPFX SharePoint tag manager that just deployed, and you can create your own custom action here. So any kind of action that you can see here, you can create your own one. So if you want to check if your user is using it, if something useful, you can directly use this method and get the automation ID.
Okay. Just to be sure, so the module that you're going to release will be for free?
Yep, open source.
Okay. Is it because you are a community lover, or is it because in all cases, in order to add anything in plus, people will need your contribution?
I trust on the open source solutions. For sure, someone, I'm pretty sure, will take this solution and maybe create a commercial part. Why not? So no big deal with that. As you can see, you have a lot of, maybe see or not, but on SharePoint community, on Microsoft One, most mainly, they have a lot of developers that love to share any kind of information and any kind of development. So I'm this kind of developer. I prefer to share something open source. And if someone has any kind of need help for anything, the community on my side will be able to take the point. So as soon as the solution will be open source, if some people are really interested in this solution, automatically, I'm pretty sure a lot of people will try and get new use case and get something is missing and improve the solution in the future for everyone at the same time, and will be able to take any kind of question, even if I'm not here anymore. So this is a win-win for everyone, for the organization and for different kind of developer, and for Matomo too, because as soon as the extension is available, will be available, a lot of users that already using Microsoft will be able to get this information. Because as you mentioned, it's not a niche development, because I don't know how many organizations in Europe today is using Microsoft, but this is something that quite common now. A lot of organizations are using Microsoft 365 environment because this is quite easy and you can have a lot of security and privacy. And one thing is missing. This is the reports. So this is why Matomo can be a good thing to add these capabilities.
Okay. Maybe more from the commercial aspect. So first of all, if someone wants to, let's say, deploy Matomo on Microsoft SharePoint Analytics, but does not want to take care at all about it, is it that kind of services that you are providing? Or maybe can you explain us a little bit more, where do your services stop? What type of Matomo analytics services are you providing, Laurent?
Yeah, I can provide for free basic information because this is mainly I'm just sharing some links. For example, if someone just asks me, "Oh, I can install this PPKG," or what are the basic configuration to implement in Tag Manager on Matomo to be able to get the basic information. All of these things will be mainly shared through my blog post. So I don't have to provide something else. And if you have any questions through my GitHub or GitLab repository, I will just share this information. And if one question is recursive, I can see a lot of people ask me the same thing, I will automatically write a blog post to be able to share the same information for everyone. So it's mainly for basic information if an organization wants to do it itself. But if, as you mentioned, an organization don't want to have to handle or configure or maintain the solution on their environment, I'm working for a company, as mentioned, Group. This is a service company. So that will be quite easy if you ask me if an organization wants some hour or some expertise, how they can be able to implement this solution. I will be able, because I'm practice manager too, I will be able to get a point and deal with a code and be able to install everything on the client environment directly.
Okay. Okay, so we can refer to you if, for example, some people have some needs when it comes to Microsoft SharePoint Analytics with Matomo. Am I correct?
Yeah, do not hesitate.
Okay, and you are also what we call an integrator, so to say someone who developed the technology, and then people can use this technology in order to deploy already the project based on, let's say, open source education, I would say.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Just looking at potential questions within the chat. There's no question. Jessica is saying hi and congratulations for your conference. And same thing here from my side. Just would like to say once more, thank you, Laurent, for your contribution. So as Jessica for this year for coming at MatomoCamp and representing somehow the Northern American part of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronan, and thank you for your invitation. It was a pleasure. I hope I will be for the next time.
My pleasure. So next conference will start in 4 minutes. It's going to be about how to develop an efficient partner network for Matomo Analytics. And it will be presented by myself. Let's see each other in 3 minutes. Okay, that's the third conference that I'm holding today. Same thing as before, I'm going to try to speak slowly because I have another conference just after. I'm just going to have a look at the live stream, which is correct. Okay, which is good. Okay, so let's get started. So the conference that I'm going to hold right now is about the partner network. So, oops, let me share my screen. Oops, here it is, sharing screen. And let's go. So this conference is about my experience in how to set up a Matomo business partner network. This conference is business oriented, so I'm not here in order to talk about tracking codes or anything like this, but more about how to develop your business activity thanks to Matomo. So the conference goal is really to explain how strategical it is to find some resources outside of your company in order to provide Matomo services. Disclaimer, I removed everything in this conference which is obvious, so to say everything which deal about how to build a successful partner program in general. I removed it from the conference and I just refocus on the part which is specific about Matomo, because you can really find lots of information out there on the internet about how to build up a successful partner program. And that was really not the point for me of making a conference about how to make a successful partner program, but really more about what does Matomo as specific for a partner program. So about myself, I already made 2 conferences this morning, but I'm working at Matomo as the customer success manager and customer experience. So to say, my role is to find a person who has the best expertise on earth in order to help Matomo end users. And I have another hat, which is as well that I'm in charge of the partner program at Matomo, which will be released very soon. So I'm not allowed, let's say, to communicate much about it, but just to let you know that if you applied over the last months through the Matomo partner program, because we do have a link on our website where you can register your interest to be a partner with Matomo. I'm the one who is receiving the different, let's say, interest, and then I'm in fact, let's say, answering to some of them. I cannot explain specifically about what we are doing. Of course, we will write an answer to everyone. But the thing is, like, I'm not going to talk much about this Matomo partner program, but it's going to come soon. I will talk about, let's say, developing a partner program in all sense, okay, all Matomo partner program in all senses. So more thinking more about how yourself can as well develop a partner program. So the plan is the following one: to give a definition, then explaining why building a partner network is important when you are delivering Matomo services, how to structure it. We'll talk about the code of conduct, explain more about the resources and support, co-branding opportunities, and how to scale the partner network. And then I will finish about a summary about the keys to success. So first thing first, the definition. So 2 things, the network and the partnership definition. So a network is a system of interconnected individuals or entities that communicate or collaborate to share resources or information. So typically, if we take just MatomoCamp, that's the main reason why I wanted to build up an event which is gathering all the expertise around the world. The idea is like to get information, to share common resources in order to reach a common goal, which is to provide better Matomo services and to make, of course, Matomo more popular. So that's the definition of a network. A partnership, on the other side, is a collaborative agreement between parties to achieve shared goals and mutual benefits. And the most important part to me in this definition is really the mutual part, which is acting like a balance, because that's probably the main reason why your partnership may fail. It's with, at some point, you're getting balance. And I'm going to probably develop a little bit more about it. But keep in mind that you're going to build something in order to get more knowledge, more information. But if you want this to succeed, you have to find a good balance. And this is a sport in itself, because you're going to see by experience that it's not that easy, that if you make big mistake at the beginning, you're not going to reach those mutual benefits. And that's as well something which is moving in time. So that's super important. And so those were more traditional definition. My own definition is like developing a Matomo partner network is about subcontracting a part of your Matomo activity. So it's about acknowledging on your side, and trust me, that you cannot make it all alone. Okay, typically the conference that we just had before with Laurent Sittler, that was my point. It's like tomorrow you're going to get someone knocking at your door asking to deliver Microsoft SharePoint analytics services with Matomo. So maybe the bill, the quote is interesting, but high chances that you're not going to get the time and energy to make this project properly. So you will clearly have to consider, should I partner with someone like Laurent in order to make this project, or do I decide to make it on my own? I guess, taking into account the level of expertise that it takes in order to discover a new platform, probably you want to go for a partnership, which is at the end of the day a subcontracting part of your services. Why building up a Matomo partner network? So I think I just already talked about it, but that's important to stress it out. Is like compared to, let's say, selling Google Analytics services, which mostly represent the left column that I have over here. Matomo's business, okay, is way too technical. So some people, probably newbie, when they start with Matomo, they think that it's a clone of Google Analytics. And what they are doing with Google Analytics, they can easily reproduce it with Matomo. But in fact, that's, let's say, somehow possible if you are using the cloud. So let's say if you open an account of matomo.cloud and try to sell things, so you can try to put a trainer over there, which going to try to introduce, to present what Matomo can do. But sure, he's going to have some limitations soon. As well, you can deliver some consulting that's just mostly about tag manager, that's mostly about debugging. You can as well resell, so let's say creating account on behalf of others and then introduce them a level 1 support. So that's not that difficult to do. It just takes 2 to 3 years of experience. But that's only for the cloud activity. And in fact, a huge part of Matomo users, in fact, not cloud users, they are on-premise users. And if you are on-premise user, it means that in terms of expertise, you need to know about web hosting. You need to know about how to troubleshoot the configuration of Matomo on-premise, which is super technical. You need probably to be able to make some custom development and traditional thing, as we just saw on the left, training, consulting, reselling. And this, my own experience, represents at least 10 years of experience with Matomo. So here I'm talking about people who are used to play with Matomo, and the number of people who have a decade of experience about Matomo on Earth, you probably have a dozen of people. And I'm not joking here. So a dozen of people who are able, in fact, to deal with most of those services. So of course, you can maybe find one resource which is good at this, but this resource will probably not be good in the others at all. So typically, 10 years of experience if you want to be able to be somehow a good Matomo on-premise consultant. So it's way too technical. So in all cases, you need to partner with other, whatever your level is. I'm saying here that, for example, even at Matomo, sometimes we are discussing with external consultant because it's way too technical, and the other way around. The technical expert outside, they need as well the support of Matomo. What is the value of a partner network? So let's be honest, as the example that I just gave with Microsoft SharePoint some months ago, the idea is to make more profit, more money, to make the community grow. That's typically what I introduced with MatomoCamp. And that was what I was explaining. Even among the best, let's say, at Matomo, we are not providing all possible Matomo services. So for example, if tomorrow you come to us and you ask, hey, are you able to handle the implementation of a measurement plan for iOS? Typically, if you look at GitHub, on GitHub, the person who is maintaining the iOS SDK is not part of the InnoCraft company. That's a community member, and that's where we cannot do everything. If you look, for example, at matomo.org on the integration page, resources, integration, all the technologies which are listed here, they are, let's say, more than 90% of them have not been developed by the Matomo company, let's say by InnoCraft. Those are all third-party members. So in all cases, you cannot do it on your own. Why does it take so long to get started when it comes to developing a Matomo partner network? The reason is, and that's for true, you don't get some fish every day, okay? Either you are on your own or either that you are working at Matomo, trust me, you don't have every day the expertise that your partners have. Once you get, in fact, those fish coming, okay, if it happens, and as well, you have to consider that Matomo is a, let's say, trendy technology. So when you get some news about privacy or from a privacy commissioner, then you start to get some markets which have never been awake before. So it's a trendy market. When, for example, Google Analytics is ending up one of his products, then you start to get some people and so on and so forth. That's the way it works. But on a regular basis, you don't get some fish every day. When you get some fish, then you need to find someone to who you can subcontract the project, which is as well not very often, because you have to consider that this someone that you're going to find need as well to get some fish quite often in order to develop an activity around this so that he or she cannot be rusty. The other thing is like you need as well to have partner which is good. And in order to have a partner which is good, he or she needs to have different projects, and you need to be as well able to evaluate the quality of the project that they handle. This is as well not very easy to handle a Matomo partner network because you're going to have a fear of losing control. You'll have the fear that when you subcontract the project, you will lose an expertise, which is true. In fact, when you start, for example, to outsource your training activity about Matomo, at some point, you don't feel very much confident about giving training anymore, because it has been a long time that you are finally not giving any training. It's as well concerned when it comes to privacy. Okay, does the partner going to steal you those leads that you're going to send to him or her? In terms of security as well, how much information can I share with this partner? And in terms of brand image, that's as well a big thing, and it's touching every type of service. You're going to outsource something to someone, but what's going to happen if the person's not going to give a good service? And you feel bad when, in fact, you give it to the wrong person. Let's say, you jeopardize your brand image in exchange of getting like 10 or 20% commission. So that's as well, the fear of losing something is one of the reasons why it takes some energy, some guts in order to launch a partner network. The good news is that as far as there is money to play, it can work. Really, the key thing about a good partner network is really if there are some fish and that the fish are paying. So the key takeaway about starting a partnership is like there is some risk. Okay, that's my idea. Is like the first guy through the wall always get bloody. Is that in all cases starting a partnership is difficult. So you need to take, let's say, as much security as you can, but on the other way, you need to be fast as well, because as I said, you don't get fish every day. So it's kind of all the time a kind of good balance between launching the stuff, trusting the person, and trying to secure as much as possible let's say the lead of the project. The third part that I wanted to introduce you is the structure of the Matomo partner network. So just to let you know that you will need so many expertise within your partner portfolio. And that's as well one of the reasons why I wanted to have a Matomo camp, why I wanted to have at least three different rooms. It's like there are so many expertise to cover that you need to know on Earth who is able to do what, because you cannot make it on your own. So just to name a few, you will need what I called sysadmin, so to say someone who knows what a server is. You will need a consultant. You will need the web analysts, reseller potentially, trainer, and plugin developers. So when it comes to the sysadmin, you have to know that without his expertise, so for the people who don't know what a sysadmin is, sysadmin is a person who is able to maintain a server, and the server is the device which is going to hold the Matomo, okay, for people who are on-premise. So without this expertise on board, you cannot sell Matomo on-premise services. You cannot sell Matomo on-premise services. So you are, let's say, cutting more than half part of your body from the market shares when it comes to Matomo services. Because the thing is that most of the clients which are having issue with Matomo on-premise, the question that they're going to ask you are server related. So if you don't have this expertise, you are done, and you cannot pretend to get any market shares about Matomo on-premise. That's not possible. The second profile, the Matomo consultant. That's typically the most demanded partner type. That's the person will be able to find the solution for you. Okay, doesn't mean that this person will be able to operate, execute, and act and solve the problem on its own, but this person has to act somehow. I'm not going to say as a commercial, but more as a guy who has a huge portfolio of contacts, who is able to ring the right bell, understand what the person is telling him or her, and then be able to fix the issue. Okay, that's typically someone who has an overall general good knowledge of everything, and who has good human skills in order to understand the issue, translate the issue into a readable or understandable document or request in order to address it to the right person, getting a quote from this person, getting the signed quote by the client, and then being able to double check the work which have been made by the operator, let's say. You need to have as well in your portfolio the web analyst. So the web analyst is kind of probably the easiest profile to find out. So someone who is able to understand, define, and deploy a measurement plan, so as dealing with quality assessment as well, because typically the consultant is not going to do everything. So the consultants need to know someone who is good at defining a measurement plan, giving him all the spec, and then do all the, let's say, not going to say the low value part, but at least the parts that the consultant won't be able to do because he or she is exhausted. This type of profile is not difficult to find. You can easily convert Google Analytics web analyst into a Matomo web analyst. But keep in mind that, well, that's part of the business in web analytics. They can easily be stressed out. Because it's time intensive when you are defining and deploying a measurement plan. And the thing here is really to be able to communicate properly with her or him in order to say, okay, Matomo is not that much different from Google Analytics. And if you have an issue, me as a consultant, my role is to help you. So if there's a good communication with the web analyst, you can make it. The reseller. So reseller is an activity for people, and there are some out there who cannot purchase properly the Matomo services and need you to do the administrative part in order to purchase and resell them afterwards. So you don't need to be a Matomo expert, even if you have level 1 support, your clients will love it. What you just need to understand is the business model of Matomo. That's mostly more a commercial aspect in terms of pricing part of Matomo and the licensing model of the on-premise plugin. But it's important that you know a little bit more Matomo so that you can be more, let's say, legitimate than any other traditional reseller. The other profile that you will need is a trainer. So this is important because that's typically the profile which will be the tops if there's no Matomo partner next to it. Because what's going to happen is, like, if you're a trainer with the on-premise, for sure, the people attending to the training will ask you about the errors that they are seeing within the user interface. And if as a trainer you don't know how to answer, they will easily identify you as a clown, and your trainer is going to lose her or his face. So it's important that the trainer has, within the Matomo partner network, someone, either a consultant or sysadmin, who is able to help her or him. And the plugin developer, so it's like unicorn, you don't see them very often. And most of the time, well, there's probably 1 or 2 guys on Earth who are able to, let's say, develop plugins for Matomo, at least for a fee, with which are not going to be cleared by spec document. But what I'm saying by experience, that most of the time, when the quote arrives to the end user, they don't have the budget for it. So this is a really rare project. Probably it represents like 1 or 2% of the project when there's custom development. But it's always good to have a plugin developer, Matomo plugin developer in your portfolio, because sometimes you get a super big lead and you want to convert it. Part number 4, it's about the standard and code of conduct. I'm going to be straight away here. About the code of conduct, there's one thing which is super important with the partnership, is the money part. That's clearly what's going to make the partnership lens. So address this point straight away. It's important that your partner get a clear idea about how much they're going to get from this partnership. And once this part has been written into stone, okay, once we are clear about what's going to happen, who's going to be paid, when, how much, and so on and so forth, after adding the story about contracts and rules and other things, you can go for it after. But the most important part is really the money. So if it's not clear, that's going to clearly be the issue at the end of the day. And that's almost what I had to say dealing with the code of conduct. The most important part in a partnership is really the balance part, and as it's about a business partnership, that's really money which is into. Part 5 is about the resources and support. So keep in mind that you cannot cut yourself from the Matomo software editor. Okay, that's impossible because you will need to have good relationship with Matomo, so to say, InnoCraft, because at the end of the day, the software is mostly developed by the Matomo team. And you will need as well to have the guy with the human experience to explain it to you. So that's as well super important. Is like when you will need to get some help about Matomo, you will need to understand the ecosystem of Matomo, how is it working, what is the GitHub issue system, and you will need to have someone who is able to understand this language so that it can explain it to you. Number 6, why co-branding opportunities will work. So this is what I'm clearly saying on the field. Because in fact, when you are delivering Matomo services, you are just alone. Okay, so it doesn't make any sense to just post communication about the fact that you are doing some Matomo services, because what you're going to have is probably 1 or 2 likes. So what you need to do is like having more sound about your things that you are doing. And for this, you have no choice than developing your network with other people who have as well the expertise. Your solution, and I think Thomas Persson presenting Digitalist today make it clear enough that you need to give back as well to the community. So it's important to develop things, to promote them, and to create those things with others so that others can as well communicate with you, that you can work on a common project so that you can make more noise. So for example, let's imagine that tomorrow, as an agency, you are promoting the fact that you just released a website for one of your clients, and that on this website you added Matomo on it. It's more interesting to communicate to the Matomo team and say, hey, is there any way we could write together a case study, because we are promoting Matomo, and it will make sense as well that you guys promote us somehow, because that's a win-win situation. And then if you do so, then of course your network will be added to the Matomo network, and you will have, of course, after that, more chances to make some noise. So key takeaway, the main reason why people are looking for Matomo is due to privacy regulation. So you are dependent from business education. That's as well something which is linked to the fish part that I was mentioning before. So keep in mind that promoting Matomo, you're not going to get that much, let's say, noise at the beginning, because everything is linked to the education of the people when it comes to privacy. So the more people who are educated about privacy, the more people will start to get interested by your post. But at the beginning, without any help, you will scream in the desert. With some help, you will be into screaming in the desert. And with the time, you will see that it will grow step by step. but keep in mind that in all cases, it's not going to be exponential. I tried it for you before, and trust me, the growth of Matomo is not exponential. It's just one step at a time. Point number 7, managing and scaling up the partner network. So that was what I was explaining before. It's not an exponential market, okay? The market where the demand is created based on the inexperience of the end user. So the more you educate your end user, then the more services you're gonna sell, okay? Trying to prospect with Matomo, it's super hard. However, looking at how your end users are listening to them about how they are using Matomo, you will see that actually there's kind of an experience of web analytics in general, and then you can start to capitalize on this. Then you can start to train them, and once they start to train them, then they will start to use goals, and if they use goals, they will start to make some benefits, and if they start to make some benefits, they will start to be happy, and so on and so forth. So keep in mind that there is a potential high demand, but there are very few offers, okay? So it's your role, in fact, to wake this up from your existing clients, from the first fish that you will get. And for the first fish, as it may be sometimes a crazy project, this is where you need to have a partner network in order to have the right expertise to put in front of those crazy projects. So to say, scaling up, it's not difficult as far as you can keep your resources, so to say your network, your human resources internal as well, and that you can capitalize on documentation, and that's as well super important. If you look at matomo.org, that's a huge library of documentation and information because that's a super technical project. So it's important that you can either capitalize on it either by reading those resources or also writing your own internal wikis or documentation. And to close down this conference, here the keys to success of a partner network. It's like a rodeo, honestly. It's hard because, as I said, sometimes you get some crazy project and you want to do your best. And about the key success factor is like you need to have a big network, and you need to start it right now if you don't have it. You need to trust each other. And really the key thing is to communicate, and to communicate again, okay? And that's, of course, a lot of energy. Sometimes you have the feeling that it's going not as far as you would have expected, but there's no secret. You need to communicate in order to explain clearly to your end user that you're gonna deal with a subcontractor. Then you need to ensure that your subcontractor is talking the same language as you and that he or she is clear about the business, the money that he or she is going to get at the end. Then when the project is getting developed, you need to let's say, to double check what is currently produced. Then you need to check as well with your end client if everything goes properly. And then you need, after all, to communicate co-marketing opportunity with your partner in order to ensure that. So at the beginning, of course, before trusting, let's say, entirely the partner, you will have the feeling to lose a lot of energy and money in the game, but that's how relationships are starting. As well, dealing with a partnership is considering straight away being international, because you don't have that many expertise about Matomo on Earth. That's as well one of the reasons why I wanted MatomoCamp to be as international as possible from the very beginning. It's because the expertise are so different. If you look at Sweden, they are really high in terms of privacy. So that's a market which is super interesting to consider. If you look at the US, that's definitely a B2B market. So that's something which is as well super important to know. France and Germany are historically the two most biggest market where most of the expertise are. So in all cases, if you are not used to discuss with German profile, if you are not used to discuss with French profile, if you are not used to discuss with Swedish profile, you cannot really take out the most of Matomo, because this represents so many expertise that you need to have. Typically, if you take the case of Jessica, who was talking in room number 2, well, what are you going to do tomorrow if a US lead is contacting you and telling you, okay, I need a Matomo solution which is HIPAA compliant? Well, if you are based in Europe that you don't know anything about HIPAA compliancy, can you be trustful in front of your end clients? That's not possible. This important thing as well, you need to be available right away, because even though there's not that many Matomo service provider out there, there's still some competition, and project when it comes to Matomo most of the time are very profitable. So even if it's a small market, it's competitive in terms of Matomo service provider. As I said, you have to be creative, because sometimes Matomo is not just doing what you want. So you need to think at 360 degrees about how to solve the solution. You need to chase your profile. That's a job in itself. That's clearly what I'm doing all the time, every day. I'm taking like 5 minutes, 10 minutes of my time to add as many people as I can who are communicating on social network about Matomo. Because talents are rising every